Oh my gosh, so sorry guys. Significantly later than intended today. My apologies. Stuff came up. Anyways, welcome to the stream. We are here. We are playing Danganronpa V3. It's been like, 2 weeks since we last left off here. I believe there was a murder last time. And actually, I'm quite excited for this case. A murder at a magic show. Like, that's got some interesting possibilities with regards to the, to what all the twists and turns the case may end up taking. Anyways. Okay. So yeah, again, my apologies for the lateness, but we will press on regardless. Thank y'all for sticking around for the stream to actually start. So yeah. Okay, anyways, where were we? Oh yeah, and then as for plans for this week, obviously today Danganronpa V3 is what we're doing, but then tomorrow, it should be exciting. Tomorrow we're going to be playing the 100-line Last Defense Academy, which comes out next week. I don't have like an advanced copy or anything, but there is a demo out, and as I understand, the demo is basically just the first portion of the game, and I think save data even you can transfer from the demo to the actual game, so we're starting that series a week early, because we can, and it's fun. And if you don't know what that game is, it's one of the main people behind the Danganronpa series is actually working on this game too. So if you like this stream, then tune in tomorrow because it should be similar, a lot of overlap. Okay, there's just one more thing I need to do, and then we can get started. All right. And here we go. Yeah. All right. Onwards. We continue. Okay. Hold up. Sorry, I accidentally clicked something off the screen. That was bad. Okay, now we can continue. Chapter 2, Deadly Life. We got a case to solve here. Whoa. What's going on? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Well, you know.
We should break the tank, right? We gotta check what's inside.
What?
What? Break it?
Yeah.
Yeah, break it. It'll take too long to drain it by hand.
Huh?
But what would we even use to break?
Hey!
Ganta! Keyboy, you're up!
Huh?
Huh? What do you mean, we're up?
You're so dumb.
Ganta, throw Keyboy as hard as you can. Use that robot like a battering ram.
Do not mock me!
Who are you calling a battering ram?
Got it.
Ganta, throw Kibo. Got it.
Got it!
Then I'll help too.
Please, wait!
Now wait just a second. You don't need to team up now. Well, wait, hold on, there's piranhas in there. I mean, I know they're not necessarily great out of the water, but like simultaneously, maybe we shouldn't unleash all this water and the piranhas on everyone?
Ah!
The sound was intense. A wall of piranhas and water, dyed red with blood, rushed out. We watched helplessly as the area flooded with water. Also, like, this is definitely tampering with the crime scene. Like, for certain. After some deliberation, we decided to start cleaning everything up. However, I made sure not to disturb the scene more than necessary. I think that ship sailed a little while ago. With Kurumi's expertise, we were able to clean up enough to start investigating. Okay. So, despite being 2 weeks ago that we first witnessed this murder, I don't really have that many detailed theories right now. And obviously your prime suspects are going to be the people who were involved with the magic show. But that's like a pretty long list, right? Because obviously you got... oh man, Himiko and Angie. But I think they were also helped with setting up by like Kibo and Karumi. I think our astronaut fellow might have helped too. So even if we assume it has to be someone involved with the magic show, that doesn't necessarily narrow things down a whole lot. I've gathered Ryoma's body and belongings in one place. Kiba looks depressed. He was just used as a battering ram, so I understand why.
However,
He's been reduced such that he can be carried in one hand. How fleeting and fragile life is. Gonta put piranhas in buckets. Piranhas got all big tummies. Gonta think they full.
Ew.
Today Ryoma's fish food, and tomorrow he'll be fish shit.
Oh my.
Don't say such things.
Himiko?
Himiko, are you okay?
Is this...
This wasn't an accident, was it? Does this mean the killing game has started again? How could this happen? We swore to each other, didn't we? We swore we'd never let the killing game start again.
why?
That was all just a lie? You guys are liars. You lie. All you liars. Apologize to Ryoma. You believe the killing game wouldn't happen anymore.
Unacceptable.
Your disingenuous tears mark you as the liar right now.
Did I get caught?
Oh, you figured it out? You got a pretty good eye there, Kyo. Hey. Monokuma, yo. Hey guys, how's it feeling now that you've got a second murder victim on your hands? Huh, Ryoma's transparent. Has my X-ray vision superpower finally awakened?
Rise and shine, Ursine!
Father!
Father, you don't have superpowers. He's just been reduced to a skeleton.
All right!
Finally, I've been waiting for the killing game to start up again. That means we can put all this Born crap on hold and start playing the blame game.
That's nice.
You're raring to go, Mono. Who are you again?
The hell you say?
Monosuke. You should at least remember your own kids' names.
Hey,
Monophony, are you okay? 5, 4. Are you counting, Monophony? Why are you counting?
No.
Because 3, I'm serious, 2, gonna be 1 now. Bit of a grisly sight, admittedly. Ah, she puked again.
you stupid
What the hell are you doing, you failure?
dumbass!
Listen up, we're here to make sure the killing game goes smoothly, capiche?
They're so...
Also to keep me company, and new mascots present lots of exciting business opportunities.
Who cares?
Shut up, you failure.
Dang it.
What? Me too?
Yoo-hoo.
Hey, this conversation is fun and all, but we should really get this over with. Don't we need to start investigating or something?
All right!
Hey, I'll get the culprit this time for sure. Hurry up and give us the thingy.
Okay.
You mean the Monokuma file, right? I also investigated the cause of death this time, so read it to your heart's delight.
Pops!
Oh, this is sort of unrelated, but I got a great business idea.
Oh.
Yeah, that's totally unrelated.
Got it?
Let's use the Monokuma file to start a funeral services business. You know how it gets awkward at funerals when you start asking about the cause of death?
And that's that.
If we pass out Monokuma files, even the worst deaths will get a giggle out of attendees. Well, Pops, what do you think? I mean, I'm not really sure a funeral is this type of environment where you're wanting laughs, per se.
They're so
You're so freaking cute.
Huh?
Huh, cute. The way you pass out the files is just so cute. Why don't you come with me over here? Pops is gonna lick me all over. Huh, Father's showering Monosuke with all his love. That's certainly not a death flag. I'm certain he's not going to be the Monocope that gets killed in the execution. Surely that's not going to be a trend. Huh, you think maybe Monosuke is right? Maybe Father doesn't like us anymore because we're not hostile and threatening enough. I think maybe I'll follow Monosuke.
So long. Farewell. So then.
In any event, let us begin the investigation.
But
Investigation. So it's really going to start again.
Actually,
I can't believe it. One of us killed Ryoma. Why though, too? Like, I don't know. Like, it seemed to me, at least from an outside looking in, the whole motive here seemed like a failure. Like, no one even saw their other video, as far as we know. Someone among us.
how this happened?
No more. Gone to no one to investigate friends. No one to suspect friends. Then don't do it. I'm not going to investigate either. Huh?
because
He'll be fine if you're short a person, and I doubt a child caregiver would be much help. You just going back to your room again, Maki? What is in there? Is there like cocaine or something? Like, why are you so invested on being in there all the time? It's suspicious.
Maki.
Wait, Maki! I tried to stop her, but Maki didn't even turn around and kept walking.
what was that?
The fuck is that bitch's problem? She's seriously not gonna investigate?
Incomprehensible.
That seems rather irresponsible.
Yes.
She likely assumes someone else will take care of it, and I suppose she isn't wrong. But why would she say that now? She participated in Rentero's investigation. Although I suppose Maki has been acting strange lately. I've been told she spends all day in her lab. What is she doing in there?
Jeez.
Well, I'll have a talk with Maki later. For now, we should start investigating.
Always messing
I'm
around.
seriously pissed. We gotta do this, but it's our only chance to survive.
Right?
Yeah, I'll do my very best too. You know, why don't you take a page out of Maki's playbook, okay, Kokichi? Just saying, like, you're not useful. You're an active detriment to the rest of us. You're the straw that stirs the drink, but we're already at lukewarm room temperature now. We don't need you.
Because
Gonta and I have to work especially hard so we can regain everyone's trust.
You right.
Oh, yes, you're right. No, nothing he says is right. Please ignore the annoying little gremlin. But we don't even need to investigate. It's pretty obvious who the culprit is. Is it? I don't know. That seems to be a pretty long list of individuals. Like, again, obviously someone who works on the marked on the magic show is probably a likely suspect. But then again, maybe an outsider took advantage of that fact to frame everyone who's not themselves.
Huh?
What?
Right?
Ryoma was murdered during a certain little magical girl show, right? So I think we need to be a little more suspicious of that little magical girl. I mean, okay, not an unreasonable inference, but it's far from a certainty yet. But she's so suspicious that it seems not suspicious. See, this is what I'm saying. Why is he actually making good points? Kokichi, I don't want to agree with you. It's Nagito all over again.
Right?
But then again, she made herself look not suspicious, so now she's super suspicious. Okay, this is just like Princess Bride levels of like, if do you think I'm the type of man to get the drink? Well, if you think that, then I should take the one in front of me. But then clearly you would think that, and I should take the one in front. Like, here's the issue with the whole like reverse psychology play of like, if I think this, then you think that if I know that you know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that you'll think this from this evidence, and I'll do the opposite. Like, at a certain point, like, first level is clever, second level is clever, but then once you get to third, fourth, fifth, sixth, this like infinite regress of like, but if you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that I know, if I look suspicious, So suspicious that I'm not suspicious, that I am suspicious, that I'm not suspicious, that I am suspicious. Like, at that point, it's just, like, nonsense. Just mental noise at that point, once you go enough layers deep.
Hey, degenerate man!
Jeez, shut up already! How dare you toy with Himiko's pure heart?
You got me.
You just said Himiko, didn't you? But never mentioned her. There's no one else here who's a magic witch girl.
You gotta be kidding
Yeah, shut up, shut up. Himiko would never do something like that. I know her best, right, Himiko?
No.
No, actually, it's Atua that knows me best. This is the part where you agree with me.
Anyway,
Himiko, can you at least tell us the trick behind the underwater escape act? And please don't give us, like, any BS of, like, oh no, a magician never reveals her tricks.
because
If we know how the trick works, we can try to figure out how the culprit killed.
It's impossible.
That's not possible.
Huh?
Not possible? Why not?
It's magic.
There's no trick to the underwater escape, because it was my magic. Look, I understand from a branding perspective, you want to, like, keep the spirit, the wonder of the magic alive. But simultaneously, someone did die, so I think at this point, you are kind of legally required to reveal your tricks to the court of law for the purpose of the investigation. How long is that donkey-lipped midget gonna keep saying that? Himiko, in order for us to find the culprit, it's plain to see we need your help.
Cut it out.
Yeah, my answer won't change no matter what you say.
Cause I'm amazed.
There's no trick to my magic, cause it's magic.
Seriously?
How long are you gonna keep up that bullshit? Listen, if we don't catch the culprit, we're...
Cut it out already.
That's enough! If Himiko says it's magic, then it's magic. I'll use my Neo Akido to obliterate any degenerate male who bullies Himiko.
What?
I'm not bullying her. It's her fault she's being so stubborn. Well, it's fine if you don't want to tell us. I'll just find out myself.
right.
Actually, that sounds pretty fun.
It seems as if.
To solve this mystery, we must first learn the trick behind Himiko's underwater escape act.
We must do it.
We have no choice in the matter. He's right. We have no choice. We have no choice but to find the culprit who killed Ryoma. This investigation is to save all of our lives, because we're risking our lives in the class trial. Alright. Well, let's get on with it.
Shuichi!
Hey, Shuichi, you got a sec?
Huh?
What's wrong?
I mean,
Before we start the investigation, there's something I gotta tell you.
alright!
You're my sidekick from now on. Well, I'm no one's sidekick, alright? I am the Holmes here. If anything, you are my Watson, if I so deign to allow such a thing. Okay?
Huh?
Your sidekick?
You know,
I'm more of a scientist kind of guy, so I'm not really cut out for investigations. Exactly, which is why you're my sidekick. I am the ultimate detective. Like, in the narrative of the game, but also, I've played 3 Danganronpa games, so, like, as a player, I've got the ludonarrative synchronicity of that I am also an ultimate detective in real life, in a certain sense. That's a good quality to have for an investigation.
listen up.
Plus, the only stage fit for Kaito Momoto, luminary of the stars, is the universe itself. So, any stage, then? So I'll leave the details to you. Pave the path for my success. Okay.
But
But I don't know what to do as a sidekick.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I'll make all the tough calls. You just gotta do what I say. He loves to make decisions on his own, doesn't he?
I mean,
So,
leave it to me.
I'll take full responsibility. Since you're my sidekick, there's nothing to worry about.
huh?
Huh. I don't know. Kind of seems like you're trying to seize control of the investigation from the obviously most qualified individual here. Like, come on. Kyoko wasn't getting run over by, like, all the people when she was investigating stuff. She had respect, and no one even knew she was the ultimate detective until, like, chapter 4 or 5 or 6 or I think it was 5 or 6. Anyway, like, I knew immediately, but, like, no one else did, technically.
Got it.
Alright, let's get started. First, we gotta check the Monokuma file.
Okay.
Yes, right. Standard investigative procedure. I'm familiar. Kaito making me his sidekick like this. Could it be... I'm scared. I try hard not to be, but I'm scared. Can't stop thinking about the pain and sadness that comes if I reveal the truth. That's what I'm afraid of. Is he trying to help me?
Hey!
Hey, what's the matter? Let's check the Monokuma file already.
Okay.
Right. At Kaito's behest, I looked over the Monokuma file. The victim is Ryoma Hoshi, the ultimate tennis pro. The body was discovered in the gym. The cause of death was drowning. His body was consumed by piranhas until only bones remained. Alright, that is already a very important piece of information. That means he was already dead before the piranhas ate him, right? The piranhas were not the cause of death. Drowning was. Which means that opens up the window of when he could have been killed significantly. Right? Like, he could have been murdered last night and then just stuffed in the tank for a dramatic reveal. Now, the question is, why would you do that in the first place, right? If you already drowned him before the magic show, which had to be the case, because the timer of the magic show was not enough time for someone to drown to death. At least if they were, like, actively trying to drown. So he had to have died before the magic show took place, and then was then placed in the tank in the magic show for this big reveal. The only conceivable reason you would do that is if you were trying to shift blame onto the organizers of the magic show, right? If you are the organizers of the magic show, this is the exact opposite of what you would do. Now, it could be a sort of reverse psychology play of, like, oh, obviously if you organize the magic show, you wouldn't plant the body to be found at the magic show, and therefore you draw suspicion away from yourself when you actually were the killer. Like, that's plausible, but it's a bit of a stretch. No other injuries can be confirmed at this time. Okay.
Come on, man.
What, there was less written here than before. We've got a bad feeling about this. Look, relax. It's not Star Wars, alright? We're fine. The time of death isn't written here. Exactly.
Remember.
The previous Monokuma file indicated Rentaro's time of death, correct? Victim is Rentaro Amami. It doesn't say what his ultimate talent is. The victim's body was discovered in the library. The estimated time of death is 9:10 p.m. The victim was subjected to blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, resulting in cranial fractures and immediate death. No other injuries were detected. But the Monokuma file this time doesn't indicate a time of death.
What?
Did Monokuma mess up?
No.
No, this was intentional. Monokuma told us that he wouldn't give us any information that would reveal the culprits.
But...
Thinking about it that way, it implies that the information would be damning evidence for the culprits. So that means the key to this case is the time of death. Well, one of the keys, presumably.
Well done.
Ha, there you go. I knew I picked a good sidekick. There's one more thing in the Monokuma file that catches my eye. Ryoma's cause of death. It says drowning, but if that's the case, we might be able to unravel the case from there. So immediately I'm thinking we want to investigate the pool. Pool is the most likely place for a drowning to occur. And there was I forget what the rule was. There was a specific rule about the pool where you would, like, die if you went swimming after hours, I think? So, like, that rule wouldn't have been given if it wasn't relevant somehow. Alright, now that we've done with the Monokuma file, we can get started on the investigation. My first command to my new sidekick is... Investigate everywhere and find clues that will lead us to the culprits. Did you think I was, like, not going to do that, absent your instruction? He's pretty commanding, as I expected. Not very specific in his commands, though. Okay. I mean, let's start with the water tank. If there's if there's some trick to the trick, then it's likely to be found in there. It's the large water tank from the escape trick. The glass is broken. It's in bad shape.
Come on, man.
Do you guys really need to break the glass? Everything's soaked now.
But
Well, if we had left Ryoma's body there, we wouldn't have been able to investigate.
That's right.
I guess it would have taken way too long to just empty the whole tank with the buckets.
okay.
It was a lot of cleanup, but at least we can investigate the tank now. There might be a clue around here. I should take a closer look.
Got it.
Yeah, you're right. Because we broke the glass, there isn't much of anything left in the tank. But I should investigate the area thoroughly. There's bound to be something. Let's start with the belongings. Ryama's belongings are all gathered together. His clothes, his monopod, the key to his room.
Ah,
That's it. If we use this key, we can investigate Ryama's room. What's in his room to investigate? Well, we don't know, but that's why we want to investigate.
remember.
The motive video. We should find out whose video Ryoma had.
Oh.
Then, you think Ryoma was killed because of that video?
No.
I can't say for certain, but we should check just in case. Although, he might have had my video. If that were the case, I might be a suspect. Well, no point in thinking about that now. Okay. The body, of course. Ryama's body is nothing more than a skeleton now. Not even a shadow of what he was. What the heck is this? Is this really Ryoma? I didn't see the moment it happened, so I can't believe it.
Okay.
I'm certain of it.
Remember.
Everyone watching the show witnessed it. We saw Ryoma become nothing but bones.
Damn.
I can't believe he died in such a gruesome way. Well, technically he didn't.
Well,
The water filled with blood so fast we didn't see the whole thing, thankfully. But the skeleton is unmistakably Ryoma's.
Jeez.
Jeez, I know he wanted to die, but he didn't have to actually go and do it.
no.
No, I don't think that's right, Kaito. Ryoma wasn't trying to die, he said as much. He was jealous of us who wanted to live.
Huh?
Huh, what do you mean he was jealous? I'm positive that Ryoma wanted to join us. That's why he needed a reason to live. So that he could have the same feelings we do. So that he could have that reason to keep going. To fight alongside us. That he was a real idiot. Who cares if you don't have a reason to live? Can't your reason for living be something simple like good food or your friends?
Damn.
Damn it, that idiot. Obviously, there's the handcuffs. He was in handcuffs. Why? If he was already dead. What are the handcuffs for? Handcuffs? Why are there handcuffs here? Did Himiko also have handcuffs for her trick, I think? Still locked. And there are small scratches on them. The cuffs appear to be stainless steel, so not too hard to scratch. Are they real or are they like a magic prop? Right, because there are those handcuffs that are like magic props that are actually like really easy to just open. They must have been scraping against something hard or sharp.
Huh?
What are those handcuffs? Were they in the tank? But I've never seen handcuffs in the warehouse. Where'd they come from? That's true. There weren't any in the warehouse, so where did they come from? If they weren't in the warehouse, another place that might have had handcuffs is... Could it be... He's a prisoner? Ryoma's lab wasn't just for the Ultimate Tennis Pro, but also for the Ultimate Prisoner. So perhaps some elements of that was in his lab as well. Nah, I'm thinking magic props is more likely. A panel of glass. Alright, that's got to be something to do with the trick. Huh, there's a square pane of glass at the bottom of the water tank. It doesn't look like a broken piece. The other fragments are far more random than this. It's nearly impossible for the broken water tank to produce such a perfect square of glass. Then what exactly is this pane? And I've got to assume that's maybe like some sort of like escape route. Figuring out how Himiko did the trick is going to be maybe important too. If not important, I'm at least curious about it. Is there anything suspicious about this curtain?
Hey!
It's been bothering me. What was that curtain for?
That's...
It was in order to hide the water tank. When Himiko was performing her escape, this was closed to prevent us from seeing.
Ah!
Oh, so that's what it is. Yeah, then is it some kind of clue? I don't believe so. I don't see anything suspicious about it. Okay, is there anything else in here? I mean, there's the bucket of piranhas. It's a bucket full of piranhas. Gonza said he picked up all the piranhas and put them in here. I can't believe Gonza would do that with his bare hands. Oh, wait, yeah, I can. When I think that Ryoma is inside their stomachs, I don't even feel like eating them. Why would you even consider eating them in the first place? Is piranha a delicacy? Only the strong can survive in this world that Atua has created.
Amen.
The least we can do is pray for Ryoma's soul so that he may enter Atua's kingdom.
Come on, man.
Can he really go there looking like this?
But...
Those piranhas sure were a miraculous mystery. Maybe Atua was behind those videos too.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Uh...
I noticed it right as the show started.
What a surprise!
I feel like there are more piranhas today than yesterday when we were preparing. So the piranhas bred?
No.
More piranhas?
Huh?
What, did they multiply overnight? No way they could reproduce that fast. And it's... Do piranhas get pregnant? There are like some fish that like bear live young. I don't think piranhas are one of them. But compared to yesterday, the piranhas look super crammed into that tank. Ah, so they looked more crammed together. As if perhaps something else was in the tank with them. Maybe the body.
Dear.
The water was too murky, so I couldn't tell how many more piranhas there were.
Oh my!
But anyway, it was super crammed.
What a surprise!
Super crammed. Jeez, we get it. More piranhas than yesterday. There might be something to that. So obviously the body was in the tank with the piranhas. Already. Which... Yeah. Which displaced the piranhas such that it appeared there were more than before. Alright, that's all I wanted to see around the water tank. Now let's talk to the witnesses. Starting with Himiko. Yeah, my magic was supposed to make everyone smile.
Himiko!
Don't worry, everyone is smiling! I don't think any of us can smile right now. Himiko, if it's alright, are you ready to talk about your underwater escape trick? We need to understand how your trick works if we're going to solve this mystery.
What are you saying?
There's no trick to my underwater escape act. It was magic.
Come on, man.
You're still saying that? Do you understand the situation we're in?
Stop it.
No matter how much you guys threaten me, my answer won't change. It was magic.
Huh?
But...
I'll protect you!
Okay, your time's up. The Q&A session is now over. Unless you want to feel the full volcanic wrath of my new Aikido.
Jeez.
Man, this guard is more strict than the security at idol events. Okay. So she's not going to tell us how the trick works. Wait. The panel must have come from the Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's right. We need to ask Angie about the stage.
Angie!
Hey, Angie, I wanted to ask you some questions at the stage. Yep, I was in charge of all the art. I even built and painted the stage.
Then
Do you know anything about Himiko's trick? How it worked, perhaps?
No?
No, I don't know the trick. Himiko only said it was magic. I see. I suppose she didn't tell Angie the secret either. Which is odd if Angie was in charge of stage construction. Right, I'm not a stage magician by any means, but as I understand it, a lot of the trickery that happens in magic shows, particularly disappearing acts, a lot of it does have to do with, like, the workings of, like, the stage. And, like, oh, there's a trapdoor here and I appear over there or some such, you know? Not all, but a lot. By the way, you asked other people to help you with the preparations, right?
Yep.
Yep, we started the prep work yesterday. Lots of people helped out. Like when we were moving the heavy tank and the stairs from Himiko's research lab.
Yeah.
Me and Kiba helped with that. The tank had a pulley, but because it was so huge, it was still a lot of work.
Right.
And I asked Karumi to sew the curtains, because I hate sewing.
Thanks, B2A2A.
So basically, it's all thanks to Atua that the show was a success.
Ah.
No, it's all because of us. Was it really a success? By the way, the prawn is your idea?
Because.
On its own, the Underwater Escape Act is no different than a normal magic show.
So divine.
I thought it would make the show more exciting and divine if we used piranhas.
Atua has
That's what
spoken.
Atua told me. So Atua gives you that kind of advice too, does he? And about the piranha tank and the timer, those were from Himiko's lab, correct?
Of course.
Yep. According to the piranha tank's manual, it's synced up with the timer. When the timer goes off, the bottom of the piranha tank will open automatically. I see. That means that most of the equipment came from Himiko's lab.
And then?
And right when we finished the prep work and were about to take a break, Gonta captured us, so we couldn't rehearse at all. Okay, so that would be... I guess, yeah, we should figure out when the last time anyone saw Ryoma alive was.
Jeez.
Hello, Kenji. Welcome. When Gonta let us go, it was already nighttime, so we couldn't go back to the gym.
You know,
Oh yeah, you can't enter the gym at nighttime.
Yup.
So we decided to come to the gym today before the morning announcement.
Thank you.
Himiko and I were waiting for the gym to open. Oh, I was so relieved the set was intact. So no one could have snuck into the gym before those two got there.
Ah.
What's up, Shuichi? Are you worried because of this confusing incident?
But.
Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Huh?
What?
Atua has.
Atua has spoken. You have nothing to worry about. Well, I mean, your faith is admirable. However, I'd like to put my faith in slightly more tangible things. Like actually knowing how this case played out.
Huh?
Nothing to worry about.
No.
Nothing can escape Atua's sight. Not even the culprit. Well, yes, but none of us are Atua. Atua is truly a divine force to be reckoned with. Angie is starting to sound more and more creepy. Okay. So there's definitely a window during the Gonta Kokichi incident. Could Kokichi have come in here when he was grabbing all the, it did take him a while to come back. So when he was grabbing all the motive videos. Maybe. What do you say, Samugi?
Like I thought.
If Himiko doesn't tell us how the trick works, we won't know how Ryoma was killed, right? That actually might not be all that important, because he died before the trick even happened, so... But the way she is, how do we convince her?
Could it be?
Oh, what if... Ryoma was a former apprentice of Himiko's master and vowed revenge on him. And he murdered a lookalike of himself in order to sabotage her show. What?
Yeah.
Or something like that. It's happened before, probably. I don't think so.
Hey!
Hey, Flemwad! There's something I need you to tell me. That's not a very polite way to ask someone for something.
You know,
It's got nothing to do with the incident, but I heard Gonta captured you guys last night. The hell is that about? I was running around, so I got no clue what happened.
Got it.
Oh yeah, tell me too. I was also running, so I still don't know what went on. How did Mia escape from Gonta? She's not strong enough to fight him.
why you?
Chop chop, you slimy shit!
Uh,
Well, I suppose you could say that Gonta was tricked into kidnapping us? The first ones to get captured were Kibo, Kyo, Smugi, Tenko, and I. Himiko and Angie were brought in later.
Huh?
From the gym, right?
okay.
Exactly, and Kokichi left the room after around 9 p.m. So they must have been brought in about 5 minutes before that.
If I remember correctly.
We were all forced to participate in Gonta's insect meet and greets. We were freed about an hour into nighttime, around 11 p.m. So I'd give it an hour for Kokichi to potentially do something. An hour for basically anyone to do something with the magic trick.
I see.
So from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., everyone there had an alibi. And then those people without an alibi are me, Kurumi, Maki, and Ryoma. Haha! I see you've learned what an alibi is thanks to the previous incident. Well, what the fuck is this insect meet and greet bullshit?
Why?
By the way, Mio, how were you able to get away from Gonta?
What?
Well,
Um,
I had to use my secret woman weapon, and let's just leave it at that. What?
Huh?
Secret woman weapon?
Wait!
Hey, what's a secret woman weapon? Wouldn't you like to know? Is she trying to laugh it off?
Come on, man.
Sure, would you? Let's just leave her be. Listening to her will just tire you out.
You're right.
You're probably right. Perhaps it's better to get the truth out of her at the class trial. And obviously the implication they want you to, like, jump to there is like she flashed him or something. But I think that's not actually what happened. Probably. Maybe the secret woman weapon is just her quick thinking mind. I should investigate the stage. I'm sure there's a clue there. Okay. Well. So this would be the floor. Here's the tank. When I stood on stage and looked up, the piranha tank was directly overhead. It was set up so that the bottom would open when the timer had reached 0. The bottom is open now, and the tank is empty. It doesn't look as though it has a lid. I can see the ceiling straight through. And only the front side is glass. The other sides are made of wood. So the piranha tank had no lid, and only the front was made of glass.
Hey, so
Oh yeah, that tank was from Himiko's research lab.
Ah,
Hey, Kaito, you helped carry supplies for the show, right?
got it.
Yeah, me, Kibo, Himiko, and Angie. It was a lot of work. But I just helped carry it. I wonder how they hung it up from there.
You know,
It was a heavy tank full of water and piranhas. I couldn't have been easy to lift.
that is.
It seems this is where the lighting head batten for the gym is attached.
ah,
Ah, Kurumi!
It seems as if.
The control panel on the side of the stage allows you to raise and lower the batten. It seems they lowered the batten, attached the piranha tank to it, then raised it again. Huh, I never knew lighting battens were sturdy enough to lift a tank like that.
That is correct.
Since it was built to lift heavy objects, it is probably quite sturdy. Okay. No lid is interesting. Closed curtain? What have we here? There's a curtain covering it, but I believe there's a window on the other side. A window to where?
What's the matter?
What's the matter? You want to check that window out?
Okay.
Yeah, but
Ah,
it's too high up to reach, huh? Yeah, it's pretty high, even higher than the piranha tank. Higher than the piranha tank.
yeah.
That's right, there was a ladder next to the stage. I'll go get it. Kaito quickly headed off to the stage. He returned carrying the ladder that was set up beside the stage over his shoulder.
Hey, so
But you know, shouldn't the sidekick be the one bringing the ladder?
Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose so. Thank you. After setting up the ladder on top of the stage, I climbed up the rungs. Now we do need to be
Just barely
careful.
reached the window with this.
Last
And if
person
you
who...
open the curtain.
Okay. Last person who climbed the ladder was the killer, so... This does not bode well for me. They wouldn't do it twice. Surely. Surely they wouldn't do it twice. And I had no opportunity this time, right? There's no way it's me again.
The window is open.
Well, that's concerning.
if the window's open, does that mean the culprit used it?
It's plausible. The culprit may have gone in and out through this window.
So what's on the other side of the window?
Is that the pool?
I can't see much, but I think it's the pool.
A pool, huh? I heard we had one here somewhere. All right, let's check it out later. The culprit probably went through there.
Maybe. I mean, it does line up pretty well. You drown him in the pool, throw him into the piranha tank via the window, and then just let him die to piranhas? Obviously, you need a way to, like, separate the body from the piranhas. But that's, like, in theory, if you had the glass panel, maybe you could, like, put him on top of that or something? I don't know. If the glass panel was buoyant, you could just sort of rest him on top. If the water was unfilled all the way to the top, maybe.
Oh, wait. What is this?
What's up?
Nothing. It just looks like marks on the window frame.
That could be relevant. The window frame has distinct abrasions, perhaps scratched by something. The cuffs also had scratches. This might be related to the case, and I should remember it. Okay. I climbed down from the ladder to the stage.
Hey!
You done investigating the window? Then I'll go put the ladder back.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, Kaito.
Jeez.
Shouldn't the sidekick be doing this? He complained, but he still put the ladder back for me. I've investigated everything I wanted to on the stage. We all done here, then let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. But didn't talk to Kurumi.
Hey,
You were helping set up the show, right, Kurumi? Did you hear anything about the trick?
I do not agree.
No, I did not hear a word. Furthermore, my help consisted of sewing the banner and curtains. So I do not know the details of her trick.
well,
I see. Well, that was useful. Gonta, hey.
How can this be?
Gonta could have saved him. No, Gonta should have saved him.
what happened?
Gonta, what's wrong? When piranhas attacked Ryoma, Gonta dived into tank. If Gonta dived into tank, then Gonta could help Ryoma, but Gonta got scared. Too scared to do anything.
Gonta, idiot.
Sorry, Gonta, really sorry.
Come on, man.
A man shouldn't apologize so easily. And even if you had jumped in, they would have just eaten you too.
That's true.
And from what I read in the Monokuma file, you couldn't have saved him anyway, Gonta. Huh? Really? Does it say in Monokuma file?
You know,
You haven't even read the Monokuma file yet?
Gonta not
No, Gonta not really understand it. Gonta not smart enough to be help.
dumbass.
What are you talking about? If you got time to apologize, you got time to read the file. If you think you can't, then work till you can. That's what you can do.
You're right.
That's right, Gonta. You're a huge help. There's some information that only you know, after all.
Huh?
Information only Gonta know.
Remember,
Remember during the show you went up on the stage? That was about 20 seconds before the piranhas dropped, right? Yeah, because gone to worry about Himiko.
Could it be?
Did you see inside the tank? Did you see Himiko or Ryoma?
No.
No, gone to see no one in tank. Gone to kind of surprised. Ah, you can't do that. We are still in the middle of the show. But if gone to do nothing, Himiko gets eaten by piranhas. Huh?
But you know.
But when the piranhas were dropped and the curtains opened, Ryoma was in the tank, right? Yeah, that's right.
So.
Then when did Ryoma get in there? You didn't see it happen?
Oh, going to see.
Gotta do, no. Everyone see Ryoma in tank when piranhas drop in after that.
Sorry.
Sorry, Gonza should have watched tank better.
Dumbass.
Like I said, a man shouldn't apologize so easily. Yeah, you right.
You know.
But this is a problem. Now I'm even more stunned. Even if Himiko disappearing was part of the Underwater Escape Act, how did Ryoma get into the tank? Was that part of Himiko's trick? I'm positive that mystery will be an important point in this case. Okay, well clearly he was, like, in or on top of the piranha tank. Like, that's obviously the answer to that question.
Hey,
I'm glad Himiko made this game more difficult. Now I won't be near as bored.
all right.
Time to work hard to solve this mystery. Get ready, culprit, because here I come. I hope he's the culprit. I don't have any evidence pointing that direction, but I hope he's the culprit.
However.
I never would have imagined such a cruel murder happening at such a fun show. Why did the culprit commit such a barbaric act? Did they wish to see us panic?
No.
I don't think that was the sole motivation. There's some other reason for it. That reason must be related to Himiko's magic show, somehow.
I see.
So that means the culprit knew of Himiko's trick and made use of it, yes? If that's true, did Himiko tell someone? Someone who thinks the trick is actual magic?
Well then.
Since the show was used, we must investigate the trick as well. Kyo murmured almost to himself, then walked to the back of the stage. Is there anything to investigate backstage? Let's follow him. We should investigate the entire area anyway. We followed Kyo backstage. Okay. Interesting. This is a pretty long rope. What was it used for? I estimated it roughly 65 feet in length.
Huh?
You can tell just by looking at it?
But of course.
I am well versed in ropes. I once visited a village where their use was commonplace. When it was time for me to leave, the women of the village begged me to stay. I found that deeply disturbing, but I have to focus on this investigation. Anyway, what is this rope? Could it be related to the case? Okay. So stairs back here. This staircase goes up to the top of the stage. At first glance, there's nothing particularly suspicious about it. There might be some trick to it, but only a magician would know. And then there's the tank, of course. Oh, there's definitely hinges for a door on the stairs. There's nothing strange about it from behind, other than the large size. It's a normal tank.
I see.
All sides of the tank seem to be made of a special type of glass. I see no hidden doors, aside from the ones with the stairs. Very mysterious. How, I wonder, did Himiko escape from the tank?
That's right.
Well, if we figured it out easily, it wouldn't be a magic trick.
However.
I believe that if we figure out the route Himiko took, we will discover how Ryuma got in there. I disagree, but I'm curious to see how the trick works. That is true. There is a high probability that they use the same route. No, I think there's actually almost a 0 probability they use the same route, but we'll go with it. To reveal how Ryoma got into the tank, I need to reveal how Himiko managed to get out of it. A puddle. Interesting. What? There's a puddle behind the staircase. This isn't a puddle from where we broke the tank. The floor around it is completely dry. Perhaps someone who was wet was here doing something?
That's true.
Changing wet clothes?
But
But how would you get from the water tank to this space behind the staircase?
could it be...
This may be a vital clue for understanding the underwater escape trick. Okay. Anything else of note here? I guess we could talk to Kyo.
Listen,
Since the show was used for the murder, we must investigate Himiko's trick as well. Perhaps there are clues here. What do you think, Kaito? Is there something here? Now let's decide that after we search it. Investigate anything that stands out. I think we hit everything. We got the tank, we got the stairs. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, never mind. There's still things to investigate. I mean, we investigated the rope, the puddle. Did we investigate the tank directly? There's nothing strange out from behind. Other than the large size, it's a normal tank.
I see.
Okay, yeah, no hidden doors. Okay.
However,
What about the wall? Anything weird at the walls? The staircase again. The staircase goes up to the top of the stage. Inspecting it close, I can see that some places on the side are wet. That might have something to do with the puddle next to it. I have investigated just about everything to do with the stage. But I still don't know how the trick was performed.
Hey, so
Hey, how long are you gonna investigate here? We still gotta find the culprit, you know. Come on, let's go.
Kaito!
Oh, wait, Kaito! Kiba, what do you say? Although there are many unknown variables, the first thing we need to make clear is, when was Ryoma murdered? Well, in the middle of the show, obviously. The culprit knew how Himiko's trick worked and took advantage of it to kill Ryoma. In other words, everyone watching the show isn't suspicious.
But...
Kaito, you didn't attend the show either, did you?
well, that's
No, but I'm still not suspicious. I forgot the promise. I was just eating breakfast.
of course.
You got it. I'm not suspicious.
dear.
I do not understand how that explanation is supposed to convince me. Kiba does have a point. I believe we've investigated everything we need to for now. Well, our investigation's over now, so who's the culprit? Well, we need to investigate some other locales first.
no.
I can't say for certain yet. There are other places I need to investigate.
Come on, man.
What? You still don't know? I never thought detective work would be such work. So where else do we gotta investigate?
That's...
First, the pool next to the gym. They're connected by the window above the stage, so that needs to be looked at.
that's true.
After that, I want to go to Ryoma's room and find out which murder video he had. Then I want to investigate the Ultimate Tennis Pros lab. I have deduced that the handcuffs we found in the water tank probably came from there. I still disagree, but okay. Is that everything? We should investigate Maki's lab too. Like, it's not directly implicated in the case, but it is kind of suspicious. And, I mean, this is the sort of environment where we can probably get a warrant, so.
Ah,
Last of all, to the Ultimate Magician's lab. I want to know more about Himiko's trick. If we go there, I'm sure there'll be some kind of clue. So, we've still got a lot to do then, huh? Good luck, Shuichi. After all, it's gonna be you doing all the heavy lifting here.
you're right.
Ah, right.
Don't screw around.
What do you mean, right? Are you saying I'm useless? Is there a right way to respond to that? I don't think we talked to Tenko, technically.
Hey, degenerate man!
If Himiko says it's magic, then it's magic. Got it? I'll use my Neo Aikido to obliterate any degenerate male who bullies Himiko. But if we don't understand the magic trick, how can we possibly survive the trial? Alright. To the pool. I wonder if they sourced the water for the tanks from the pool. That would make some degree of sense. I just realized that we have our names on these. I think some of them are slightly spelled differently than... Yeah. Probably not relevant. What is relevant is the pool, which is like... We still can't get in there, which is weird. Which way... Are we sure I can't just take a look at the Magician's Lab, like, now? It's right here. Perfect. Huh, so this is Himiko's research lab. What are we gonna investigate again? The trick that Himiko used in her magic show. I need to figure out how it worked.
You know...
Well, you say that, but what if it was real magic with no tricks or mechanisms?
That's...
Well, that would be a problem. But it's not just about the trick. I need to ask that guy some questions. Okay. Birdcage. This is a birdcage. I might fit inside this. This has nothing to do with the case. You got a body sewing box. Is this used for magic tricks too? I've seen it in magic shows before. This has nothing to do with the case. Oh, another tank. Huh. It's a huge tank. It looks like the one that was used in Himiko's show.
So...
It looks like the same tank Himiko used in the show. I guess this one was a backup. That's what Himiko told me and Kiba when we carried the tank out of here. Then perhaps if we investigate this tank, we can learn the secret of the trick. Encouraged, I began walking around the tank. I was looking for anything that could be a switch or mechanism. Oh, what's this? There's a segment of the tank near the top that opens up. But why open up there? That allows you to slip into the stairs, which or maybe not into, maybe just onto the stairs, actually. Yeah. Oh, wait, perhaps it isn't well, it'd be up high so that you, like, because if it was lower down, you'd spill all the water out when you opened it. But if it's up high, then it's going to be maybe just slightly above the waterline, which is why the curtain always covers up that portion of the tank. The segment had to open up here. Alright, well, there you go. Magic trick solved. Sorry for ruining the magic, y'all, but had to be done. What a huge saw. It's probably used for the saw a person in half trick. What are you doing here? What are you doing here, Samugi? Oh, well, I'm investigating. I know I'm plain, but it's plain to see I'm investigating.
Okay.
Oh, is that so?
Hey, so...
So, did you find any clues?
I'm still thinking about that.
I don't think you can uncover clues just by thinking about them.
No. In fact, I still haven't found anything.
Then get to it. Looking around is how you find clues.
But I think leaving that guy alone is just plain bad.
Samugi gave Kokichi a meaningful glance.
So I've decided to plainly keep an eye on him. That way, even plain old me can help out.
You know, I like your thinking. Keep up the good work. Ooh, sword stabbing box. There are several swords stabbed into a human-sized box. But if there was a person inside, they would come out just fine. That's the trick, I think. I don't know, the swords look pretty deadly, pretty dangerous. Although, I think the sword stabbing trick, isn't that one of the ones where it's like... Because like, back in the day, I would sometimes watch this show that, like, revealed, like, the secrets of magic tricks. A surprising number of them, the key is just like, yeah, my assistants are contortionists, basically. Anyway, I think that this type of trick is like, it's like, yeah, actually, you just stab the swords in, but like, this isn't just like some like little like 5'3" contortionist that weighs like all of like 70 pounds or something, and she actually just can like sneak her body through to be safe from the swords. Anyway, this has nothing to do with the case. Just a little yeah.
Shuichi.
Hey, Shuichi, you wanted to ask me something?
Okay.
I'll tell you anything you want to know. You are my favorite after all. When he says that, it sounds like he means the opposite. It makes me nervous.
Hey.
I do, actually. It's about when we were kidnapped by Gonta yesterday. You snuck into our rooms to steal our motive videos, right? But is that all you were doing? You came back pretty late.
I see.
I see. You want to know my alibi for nighttime yesterday? That's a good question to ask. Gym is off limits during nighttime, so Ryoma was probably killed before or after that. Which makes nighttime yesterday so suspicious since everyone was doing their own thing.
Hey!
And what were you doing then? It'd be easier if I just explained step by step what happened while I was out last night. After you regained consciousness, Shuichi, Gonta brought Himiko and Angie. That was about 5 minutes before 9 p.m. Right after that, I left Gonta's lab and headed towards the dorms. I thought I'd be back in an hour, start of nighttime, but something happened.
Huh?
Something happened. Right, when I got to the entrance hall, Karumi spotted me. That was right after I left Gonta's lab, so I was right. It was right around 9 p.m. She started throwing questions at me, left and right, asking if I was up to no good. Then she was criticizing my behavior and lecturing me on my manners and relationships. Can you believe that? I mean, who does she think she is? My mom or something?
If I remember correctly.
Didn't you ask Karumi to be your mom earlier?
That's so mean.
She just kept talking, then finally let me go around 10 p.m. when nighttime rolled around. Okay, so these two have a mutual alibi. Prior to 10 p.m. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Because the gym closes at 10, sure. But if you use the window to effectuate your crime, then the alibi prior to 10 p.m. doesn't actually matter.
Huh?
A whole hour. Well, in this first half hour was a lecture, then we played tag for the other half. Really? She's starting to bore me, so I turned around to leave, and then...
Please wait.
Stop right there. Our conversation is not over yet. I'm gonna listen to you. You're not worthy of lecturing the Ultimate Supreme Leader. Come on, Miss Maid. Catch me if you can.
That is.
Is that a request?
So that means...
And then I guess Karumi decided to take the tag super seriously. I tried my best, but in the end she caught me a little before 10 p.m.
I'm disappointed.
Then she started lecturing me again and let me go when nighttime started. So, do your alibis still hold up even when she was chasing you around?
Maybe.
We ran into each other a bunch of times, so yeah, they should hold up. Then from 9 p.m. until nighttime, both Kokichi and Karumi have alibis. After Karumi let me go, I finally went to the dorms and collected everyone's videos. But by the time I returned to Gonta's lab, it was already 11. Then from 10 to 11, he doesn't have an alibi.
Ah.
Oh yeah, I did see something odd while Karumi was lecturing me.
Huh?
Something odd. Saw a half-naked girl wandering around the courtyard in her underwear. Really? It was too dark for me to make out who it was, but I saw her walk around for a bit. Wonder who it was. A girl in her underwear. What the hell is he talking about? Just another one of Kokichi's outlandish lies. What a guy.
By the way,
You didn't get captured by Gonta yesterday, did you, Kaito? Where were you? And what were you doing?
Okay.
I was running around the whole time. I had in bathrooms, bedrooms, all over the school. I see. I will say, it is kind of oddly suspicious that Kokichi and Karumi have such a perfect alibi for the suspicious time period, right? Because, and granted, I don't think it actually proves their innocence, because if you utilize the window to get into the gym, it doesn't matter that the gym locks at 10. Or you could have done it during actual nighttime. But if you're the killer and you want to make an alibi that seems airtight from the outset, you say, okay, no one can get into the gym after 10, so I make sure I'm with someone until 10, like on the dot, and then I go and commit my crime. So, if anything, the fact that their alibi is like specifically for the exact hour between when Angie and Himiko leave the gym and when the gym closes for the night, that's kind of suspicious. The fact that it's such a perfect alibi at first glance. Anyway, let's get out of here. Oh, we have the ultimate mage with us. Wow. Alright. Okay, I guess we'll check what? We want to check the pool, we want to check... I know Shuichi didn't mention checking Maki's room, but I kind of want to check Maki's room just because... Like, she's so secretive about it. It has to be relevant. Yeah, none of that stuff is relevant. Go over this way. Let's go up first. Because I think Maki's room is the closest place to get to. Yeah, right through here. And I guess while we're here, we can check out Ryoma's room too. I don't think it's going to be as important as, I guess, Kokichi. Or no, this is the maid lab. I kind of want to check out the maid lab too. What's the matter? This isn't related to the case, right? We don't know when the class trial is going to start. We can't just be going on a walk.
Okay.
True. I don't know. I mean, like I said though, the fact that Karumi and Kokichi's alibi is so specifically perfect for the exact times where you'd want an alibi makes me suspicious of both of them, to a degree at least. Like, it's almost as if one of them planned the alibi. Well, let's go to Maki's room first. Which, like, we're probably not going to be allowed access, but what if we were? What if we were? Oh, Karumi, you're here too. Oh, what are you doing here, Karumi?
Do you agree?
We all agreed to investigate with at least one other person present, yes?
As she spoke, she glanced toward Maki. Ah, so you're staying with Maki.
Got it.
That's good thinking. Hey, once we're done with the trial, can I get a massage?
May I?
But of course, since you are here, Shuichi may ask you a question. The time of death was not provided, so I'm questioning everyone in order to determine it.
What do you think?
When was the last time you saw Ryoma alive?
Right before I was kidnapped by Gonta yesterday. Around 6 in the evening.
So...
Last time I saw him was way before then. I didn't see him at all yesterday, actually.
Then you are fine, Kaito. What's important is the last time someone witnessed him alive.
Hey!
The last time someone witnessed Ryoma alive.
That is correct.
Gonta was the last one to see him alive at around 8 p.m. yesterday.
Interesting.
Ryoma managed to avoid being captured by him by using his Shukuchi method.
So Ryoma was still running around after I got captured.
Yes, of course.
Furthermore, 30 minutes earlier, Miho saw Ryoma as she was fleeing from Gonta.
In that case, Gonta's testimony is highly credible.
Yes.
Yes, we at least know that Ryoma was alive yesterday until around 8 p.m.
Okay. I guess until, yeah, so 8 p.m. Means I'm in the clear at least. Maki, what are you doing? Let us in! What's in there?
Hey!
Maki, what are you doing here?
Earlier
you said that you weren't going to help us investigate. Are you serious about that?
So what?
He'll be fine, even if I don't help, right? You're the detective, not me. Or do you think you can't solve this case on your own?
That's completely different. This is Ha! That's pretty harsh, but my sidekick is working his ass off.
Sidekick.
Got it.
Yep, Shuichi is my sidekick now.
Hey,
Shouldn't it be the other way around? The dumb one should be the sidekick. You know, Watson and Holmes type of deal.
So...
The dumb one. I'm more of a scientist type of guy, so this stuff really isn't my thing.
well,
Wouldn't being a scientist be helpful for an investigation?
You know...
More importantly, why have you been here the whole time? Is there a reason?
like I'd know.
Why do you care?
No.
Because it's been bothering me. You've been in here ever since this room opened up. Like, what's in there? Is it something good? Are you holding out at us, Maki? What if there's a bunch of candy in there that she's hoarding to herself? Almost as if you're keeping watch, making sure no one else enters. Huh? Sorry, I could have sworn I heard a knocking sound. I don't think there should be anyone knocking at this hour, though. Well, it sounded like it was on a window. Huh. Weird. Okay, anyways.
I don't understand.
Is this an interrogation?
No.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do. I just want to talk you to talk to me, Maki. It's been lonely. I think, like, the entirety of the first half of the chapter, I kept coming to your room, tried to hang out with you, and you just flatly reject me. It was kind of hurts emotionally speaking, actually. Anyways, if this has nothing to do with the case, please tell me so.
Hey,
It's true that you don't have to help us if you don't want to,
is that all right?
but you should at least cooperate with our investigation, because all of our lives are on the line.
Is that so?
Even if I did cooperate, I wouldn't be any help. Just because I've been in here for the last several days. I've only gone back to my dorm at night to shower, including last night.
Hey,
Then I can ask you this. Did you see Gonta at all last night? Gonta was searching the grounds last night, trying to capture all of us.
why?
How were you able to avoid being caught?
I see.
Gonta did stop by, but I managed to chase him off somehow.
You chased Gonta off. You? How?
All I did was tell him, if you lay one hand on me, you'll choke to death on your own tongue. That's all.
So Gonta got scared off by that. Well, I guess he would hold back against the girl. As I listened to Maki's testimony, a question grew in my mind. Why did Maki not want to leave so badly? What reason did she have for that?
Hey,
Are we done here? You're wasting your time talking to me. I don't know anything.
Okay, I'm done here.
Huh?
You are?
That's right.
Well, her alibi's a little shaky, but I don't think she killed Ryoma. That's what my instincts are telling me. This is an investigation. This is serious work. All right, this is not an instincts. This is not a vibes-based investigation. We're at hard facts and evidence.
Hey, so
But if you remember anything, be sure to tell Shuichi, okay?
I believe in you.
He's my sidekick, you know. He's pretty good. What is that expression? Like, she's like cross-eyed and sticking out her tongue. Like, I can't even do it. In the end, the only thing we were able to get out of Maki was that she was here the whole time. But no one else can verify that testimony. That might be a problem later. Maki, tell me, is she not actually like the ultimate like caregiver or babysitter or whatever? Like, this room just does not scream that in the slightest. Like, look at the story. But like, what would it be? Like, what are you, Maki? What are you? Is it something embarrassing? Something incriminating? I don't know. And why is there this giant pixel art door next to your area? Like, what is that about? Maybe she's the ultimate gamer. No, that doesn't make sense. We already had that in the previous game. And they don't normally repeat ultimate abilities, except for the Lucky Student and Detective, specifically, apparently. Alright. Now, I must be honest, I do not share Shuichi's opinion that this room is going to be pivotal, but he wanted to come here, so we'll be here. The Ultra Tennis Pro's lab. If I'm right, then the handcuffs that were found in the tank came from here. I don't think you're right, though. Like, what part of this screams handcuffs? Do you? I mean, aside from maybe that suspicious door over in the corner. And if the handcuffs came from here, then that means the culprit was here as well. They may have left a trace of evidence. This room is a little different from when we were here before. It feels off.
What's the matter?
What's the matter, Shuichi?
No.
Nothing. Anyway, let's figure out the handcuffs. We should take care of that problem first. Alright, let's start with the shower room. Showers are important. Okay, you know what? I take back. Have I ever been in here before? I don't think I've been in here. Okay, no wonder I didn't realize the handcuffs came from here. This is the first time I've been in here. It's a shower room, but it feels less like the Ultimate Tennis Pros. And more like the Ultimate Prisoner's lab.
Hey, so
Do you think it was made that way on purpose? Did they remodel the shower just for that?
Okay.
Yeah, I think they did.
ugh,
Jeez, Monokuma's got bad taste. Well, we already knew that. Well, here's the handcuffs. There they are, the handcuffs. Look, Kaito, handcuffs hanging on the wall. Oh, they look like the ones in the tank. Or wait, are they the same?
Because,
I think so. Here, look.
remember,
See, one empty hook. The handcuffs we found must have been hung here. That means the culprit was definitely here. Okay. Interesting. What else we got here? I mean, we got the sink. And he could have been drowned in the sink. Look at those scratch marks. This is a pretty big stone sink. You could fill it up with a lot of water. Oh, what's this? Scratches on the stone. Like something was scraped against it.
so
You're right, what made them? These scratch marks are clearly not natural. They must have been made by some kind of metal. That is interesting. You can drown in a relatively small body of water, especially if someone is holding you down. Like, it's conceivable that he was drowned in this very sink. Huh. The Old Prisoner's Research Lab.
ugh,
Jeez, Monokuma's got bad taste. Well, we already knew that. Okay, not these outfits. Okay, those are irrelevant. Oh, there's a window! But where does it lead? This window has no vines, or barbed wires, or bars holding it. There was that one window I could see from the pool area. This is probably that window. I should open it up to make sure. Yeah.
just as I suspected.
Hmm.
The window you can see from the pool is the window to Ryoma's lab.
That's interesting. Huh, pool. Oh, wait, up. We're on the 3rd floor, so we're pretty high up, yeah? If you did it just right, I think you could jump right into the pool from here.
You're right,
Yeah, and you can swim at any time other than nighttime.
but
It said that in the school rules, and the rules in the pool area as well. I see, well, I don't want to swim, so that doesn't really affect me. Wait a sec, what's this? Huh?
hey, so
Look, there's weird scratches on the window frame.
okay.
You're right, there are definitely abrasions here. This is a lot of scratch marks. Why? These marks are similar to the ones that were on the gym's window frame. I'm positive these marks aren't the result of opening and closing the window normally. The window frame is sturdy as well. The gym's window frame was the same way. It looks like it would hold even with a lot of weight on it.
Shuichi!
Now you understand, right, Shuichi?
Huh?
Oh, there is a length of rope. There is the length of rope. What?
Got it.
How amazing I am to have noticed such a super ultra important clue.
I'm Kaito Momota.
It's all in a day's work
Luminary of the
for
stars.
Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars. I mean, I found a pretty important clue too, but I wouldn't say that. Okay. Why the top of the window? That's weird. We came here to confirm my suspicion about the handcuffs found in the tank. But we found even more important clues than I expected. Together with the fact that this is Ryoma's own lab. There are too many points of concern to be mere coincidence. It must be important evidence.
Hey!
Seems like you figured something out. You seem more confident.
All right.
Alright, then on to the next place. There's no point staying here.
Okay.
Right. Huh. Trying to figure out how this opens specifically. So it like opens out. It's like clearly you could tie a rope. Maybe? Well, no, you couldn't. You'd have to set it up so thoroughly beforehand. Well, I mean, I guess you could tie a rope here to climb down into the pool area. And maybe you have like a ladder or something to get up the other side? I don't know. The shower room, though,
Hey,
it's
so...
possibly the scene of the murder. So where should we go?
Whoa!
Oh! As he came out of the shower room, Kaito tripped and fell to the ground.
Hold up.
The hell? Something's caught in my leg.
That's...
Ah, it looks like a cable.
Ah.
Is this for the tennis net? Man, whoever left this here should have put it in the corner. Wait, the tennis net? I see, so that's why this room felt odd. I should investigate this detail. Oh, the net is not taut. The reason I thought this room felt off is because of the net. When I came here last time, the tennis net was up.
Okay.
But now the cable's been removed.
Huh?
It's like someone took the cable off. Why would they do that?
Hey!
Kaito, can you help me? I have to measure how long this cable is. No need, it's just about 50 feet long. Does everyone here have an ability to just look at a rope and know how long it is?
Huh?
What?
Ah.
Oh, I was in the tennis club till middle school, so I know how long the cable is. You were in the tennis club?
That's right.
That's why it pissed me off so much that Ryoma was acting like that.
Hey!
Did you know Ryoma from before?
Ah.
I never met him, but I heard a lot about him.
You know...
I mean, these days there's no one who played tennis that hasn't heard of him. He's been a tennis legend since middle school. He was like a hero to every tennis kid.
Jeez.
And once I finally got to meet him, he became a coward. That pissed me off so much I ended up being too hard on him.
Damn.
But regretting that now won't help. There's nothing I can do.
So...
So what's suspicious about the length of cable? Did something that bother you?
No.
No, nothing specific. I was just checking. So detectives get bothered by small details, huh? Like an overbearing mother-in-law nitpicking a young wife. What is that analogy? Okay, so clearly you could have used the cable to descend through the window in the other room. Alright, I've searched the whole area now. I should move on to the next one. There's still other places left to search. Indeed. I guess we need to go down to the pool itself. feel like depending on what evidence we find there, a lot of this is gonna come together. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way into the pole from inside the building, so we're gonna have to go around. You know, I almost feel like the field of view in this game is just like slightly too small. Just a little bit, just a touch. Yeah, the bathroom. There's no need to hold the whole investigation. Hurry up and get it over with. Okay, well. I don't know, I mean, you gotta check everything, right? Alright, the courtyard. Alright, we also wanted to investigate the rooms. Dorms. Let's do that first. Okay, I know this is the wrong one, but yeah. Okay, your wish, the promise that we would make it out of here together. Promised you, but...
Shuichi!
Shuichi, let's think later. First we gotta deal with Ryoma's case.
Okay.
Alright. I feel like a lot of these rooms could be relevant in theory. This is... We'll start with Ryoma's.
So...
This is Ryoma's room, huh? So where is his video? I don't see it sitting out anywhere. Maybe he put it on his bookcase. Kaito opened all the drawers one by one, checking each of them. Oh, that's weird. I can't find it anywhere.
You're right.
I see. So we can't find it. That's alright. That's a clue in itself.
Huh?
And what do you mean?
Hey!
You see, if we suppose the motive for the crime was the video, there's a high possibility that Ryoma had the culprit's motive video.
Remember.
If their motive video was left at the scene, they would be immediately suspicious. There's no reason the culprit would leave behind that kind of incriminating evidence.
Ah.
That's true.
Okay.
Now, the video is not in the room, which means...
Got it.
So it's just like we thought, that video was the motive.
Okay.
Yes, that's the best explanation I can think of.
That's my sidekick.
Alright, that's just what I'd expect from my top sidekick. Didn't one of the Monocubs return the videos? Is it possible he returned them to the actual people who were supposed to have each one? The belonging?
Shuichi!
What's the matter, Shuichi?
No.
Yeah, nothing.
So...
By the way, I was thinking,
I mean...
maybe we all should have watched those motive videos after all.
Huh?
What?
Nah.
They showed the most important people to us, right?
That's right.
So maybe we should have watched them. Without looking away from the truth.
I mean...
At the time I agreed with Kiba, but after thinking about it, I changed my mind.
That's right.
If we were worried about watching them alone, we could have just watched them together.
Um...
Watch them together?
Got it.
Yeah, we should have gathered together and watched all the videos. Share everybody's motives. Even if it's something you can't bear by yourself, it'd be possible with everyone.
Yeah.
That's what cooperation is, right?
Ah.
That's what Kokichi was trying to do.
Huh?
Hey!
Kokichi was trying to get us to participate in a motive video viewing party of sorts. That's why he forced us into the same room. Do you think that was his way of cooperating? Do you think the same way?
Nah.
Nah, if that's what he wanted, he could have just asked us.
Jeez.
That's what a normal person would have done, but the thing is, he is a not normal.
That's right.
Maybe he did want to cooperate, but there's no way to know for sure. He'd never tell us. That's true. It's impossible to know what Kokichi is thinking. But I suppose he could have been acting in our favor for once. No, don't make me feel complicated feelings about this guy like with Nagito, alright? I just want to hate him. I don't want to have like a begrudging respect for him or something, okay? I should investigate here as well, just in case. When I opened up the closet, I discovered several identical sets of clothes, just like Ryoma wore. Just like my room.
Ah.
Yeah, my closet's like this too. It's packed with nothing but my uniforms. Really? I don't see the same for everyone.
That's right.
There's no Cubs pad here, so the culprit must have taken it. Okay, I don't think there's really anything else in here that we could investigate realistically. Thoughts, Kaito? Ukichi's just not normal. Jeez, what a pain.
Let's go.
Well, forget about Kokichi. We gotta focus on the investigation. Let's move on. Okay. I'm kind of curious at Miu's door. I don't think it's connected to the case, so never mind. What about Maki's door? It's not connected to the case. What about Karumi's door? This is Karumi's room. If I remember correctly, I don't think it's connected to the case. Okay, I don't think... Apparently none of these doors are... What about Kokichi's room? Okay, not connect... What about Maki's room? Or Kimiko's, rather. Okay, well, we're out of here. So we're not going to get a look at any motor videos, which is interesting. Hey, Kaito, want to go gambling? I know you got a bit of a problem, but...
What's the matter?
What's the matter? This isn't related to the case, right? We don't know when the class trial is going to start. We can't just go on a walk.
Okay.
True. Sorry. Kaijo being, like, a gambling addict, though, is one way. I don't know. Some people just want to see the world burn. Just want to see the gamblers fall back into their sin. Alright, there was not always a inner tube in there. Is it? I feel like it's even lower than before. Like, this is like no water at all. This doesn't look like a normal school pool. More like a pool at a resort. The pool's deep, but it isn't filled up all the way. Still plenty of water to swim in. The water level hasn't changed, but I can see something. Okay, apparently it hasn't changed. My memory is just off. Something's floating in it, though. Oh, whoa, what do we have here? There's an inner tube floating in the pool. It looks like a big, sturdy rubber one.
I see.
Let me guess, some idiots didn't clean up after themselves.
Rise and shine or sign.
What's this about? Don't look at us. I don't like water. I prefer juice.
We get heavier when our cotton absorbs water. It makes losing weight a nightmare.
I want to play in the water with everyone. It sounds fun. You know, Monodem might be onto something. I kind of want to go in the pool now.
Yeah, who cares about losing weight?
You stupid.
Idiots, we're not here to play. We're here to smack these bastards into the pits of hell. We're the Monocubs, the meanest, nastiest, cruelest mascots around.
Dumbass.
If you don't get it, I'll throw you all into the pool myself.
Ah, please don't.
Can't we all get along?
Monosuke, please stop. Can't we all just get along?
What?
You saying that if we don't get along, I'll end up like Monokid? I'm not saying that.
So long, farewell.
Well, that was useless. So then it was one of us that put the inner tube there, not the Monocubs. Did anyone ever think it was the Monocubs? Well, it doesn't matter. The inner tube probably isn't related to the case. Isn't related to the case. If we're just for playing around, then why is there a rope tied to it? What could that be for? That is intriguing. What is the rope tied to? Just the tube? Is it tied to anything else? What was that? Huh, there's something else floating in the pool. It looks like a little piece of fabric.
Jeez.
It's just trash, right? Nothing to be worried about.
You know...
We're looking for the culprit. We don't have time to pick up trash.
Okay.
Yes, but... Perhaps it's just my intuition, but it does bother me. I should learn to trust it sometimes. My intuition as the ultimate detective. Okay, a black piece of fabric. Where could that be from? That's the rules. Some pool rules are posted here. There's one that I find peculiar. There are also some specifications written here. The pool is 82 feet in length and 39 feet wide. The pool side is 13 feet. Oh no, hold on. There's math. There's math, guys. Yeah, okay. There's something bothering me at the rule. Let's okay. Oh no, jumping into the pool, especially at nighttime.
Whoa!
Whoa, where'd you come from? I mean, jumping itself is fine. If you want to jump in front of a car or a train, that's on you.
No.
But the pool is off limits at nighttime. No swimming at nighttime.
That's...
That would be a violation, right?
Hey,
If anyone violates a school regulation, a campus-wide siren will blare. And then that person will be ripped apart by the exosols.
What?
You'd go that far.
oh yeah.
Well, so far that siren hasn't gone off, so no one's needed to be ripped apart. Yet. Since that's the case, we can assume no one was in the gym or pool at nighttime.
Oh yeah.
Well, the rule is you can't go swimming, not that you can't enter the premises, right? Well, at the very least, no one alive. No swimming at nighttime. That just might play into this case. Okay. Alright, so the dimensions of the rule.
You guys.
No jumping in the pool, I repeat. No, look, I'm trying to get the dimensions of the pools written down. It seems important. Especially at nighttime. Yeah. Whoa, he's back. If anyone violates the school regulation, a campus-wide sign will blare. That person will be ripped apart by the exosols. Shut up already, we get it. Don't need to repeat yourself. No signs have gone off. And no one has been ripped apart. Can we then assume that no one was in the pool or gym at nighttime?
Hey.
Well, at the very least, no one alive. Okay, look, I was just trying to get the dimensions of the pool. Because it seems kind of important. Okay. Chad, what were the dimensions of the pool? Anyone remember?
Whoa! Shut up!
Maybe it's already in my evidence somewhere.
Hey.
Oh, I guess hold on, I do have... How do I access my, like... I can see previous dialogue, right? How do I do that? How do I look at that? View regulation... There we go, okay. So the pool... Okay, so the pool is, pool. So it's 82 feet in length. So length is this way. Yeah. So if it's a rectangle, like, facing this way. This side is 39 feet. Then the lengthwise is 82 feet. But importantly, there's also the 13 feet on each end. So, like, then if we imagine the outside of the... then the walls of the room must be... So if it's 13 feet on each end, it's going to be 82 plus another 26, which is going to get us to 108 in total length of the room. And for 8 feet on each side, it's going to be 39 plus 16, which will give us an even 55, which is an odd number, quite literally. Don't think math is important in this case unless it's stated in the truth bold. Hey. Now, Grant, people said the same thing about the packets of blood in Danganronpa 1 Case 3, alright? Those are not a truth bold, but they were extremely relevant to the case. So I do not let truth bolds decide what is and is not relevant to me. What I know for a fact is they give us extremely detailed specifications of this room specifically when they never do that. And we have seen 2 instances now of lengths of rope that have been given specific lengths down to the foot of how long they are. Meaning, this is going to be important. Anyway, You don't think they make us do math? They make us do Wordle. Make us do all sorts of puzzles. Anyways, so the important thing here, though, is that the length of the pool room, or the width of the pool room, is 55 feet. Now, if we go into our evidence, we can know, because we have some important evidence here. First one being the tennis net cable is around 50 feet in length. Around, I wish it was more specific. So around 50 feet. That's not quite enough to comfortably reach 55 feet across. On the other hand, we do have the rope, don't we? And it's also worth noting, too, with any length of rope, if you're tying it off to something, that's going to take part of the length away. Now, the rope itself... Did we not get the rope as evidence? I think the rope was like 70-some feet in length, which would be closer to what we're looking for here. Might have to go back in and take a look at the rope again, just to be sure. Diving board, hello. It's a large diving board. It looks like something you'd find at a resort. Nothing about it has changed. Oh, the storage room, that could be relevant. This is the pool's equipment shed. I'll take a look inside just in case. Huh, is that an electric air pump? So that would be for inflating the inner tube, presumably. I see. You could easily fill a large inner tube with this. There doesn't seem to be anything else worth inspecting. Okay, so I mean, that proves the inner tube was inflated. Didn't really need evidence to prove that, but okay. Is there anything else we're missing here? The pool, the inner tube. Ah, yes, the window. The windows, of course. You can see the gym's window over there. That's the window we were investigated from on top of the stage in the gym. And it's pretty high up. You wouldn't be able to reach it with just a ladder.
Okay.
I agree. The ladder only barely reached the window, and it was on the stage. If that's the case, then it might have been hard for someone to have gone through there.
Okay.
Yeah, you might be right.
Hey, so
Hey, Shuichi, does this pool really have anything to do with the case? We all psyched up about it, but it doesn't seem like there were any clues here.
But
Well, that inner tube is still bothering me. I don't know what it tells us, but I feel like it is related to the case.
but you know,
If that inner tube is related to the case, the culprit is pretty careless. If it was related to the case, why didn't they clean it up?
so
Just leaving it sitting out like that, don't you think that's straight up careless?
no.
No, even if they wanted to put it away, they couldn't. There's no pole or anything around here that you could use to get the inner tube. Right. Okay, yes, this gives us the implication that this is where the rule comes in. This, whatever was happening in the pool happened after 10 p.m. Because if it had happened prior to 10 p.m., they would have just fished out the inner tube to leave less evidence at the scene. The fact that they couldn't implies whatever was going on happened after 10 p.m. Okay.
Remember,
The water level is so low you couldn't grab the tube even if you did manage to bring it closer.
but you know,
Then why not just jump in and fish it out by hand? Oh, that's right, they couldn't get in the water. Couldn't get in the water. Yes, I suppose you could think of it that way. That or implies that they never physically entered the pool, but I
Already
don't
tired of
necessarily subscribe to that
investigating?
idea.
Oh, you've been tired of it for a while now?
What? No, we've been having fun here.
Well, that's how it goes. Investigations aren't all that fun, you see. But it's a necessary step before we can move on to the main event. Kind of like searching the internet for that perfect porno video.
Oh.
In fact, some people think the search is the best part. Weird, huh? The class trial is starting soon. Please gather at the Shrine of Judgment in the courtyard.
Yep, trial time. Here we go.
See you later.
Shuichi!
Looks like it's time, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Hey, why do you look so worried now?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, you can do it. I believe in you. Believe in me?
Why?
Why? Why do you trust me, Kaito? There's a chance that I'm the cult.
Idiot.
I believe in you because I want to. Do I need a reason other than that?
Huh?
What?
Listen up.
Is that why you believed in Kaede? Well, yeah. She was the culprit, though. I mean, she had the best of intentions, of course, but... yeah. I mean, sure, I might get betrayed in the end, but...
I believe in you.
if I worry about that, I won't be able to believe in the people I want to believe in.
Shuichi,
Shuichi, we're still young. I can't die before I've had my first drink or gone to space.
let's do it.
If you're not going to get yourself in gear now, then when? Now's all you've got.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Kaito, I know.
Keep your chin up.
Yeah, that's the expression I want to see. That's my sidekick. He's right. I just have to do it. I have to believe in myself. I have to believe that I can do this. I'm going to survive. We're going to survive. Together.
That's it.
Maybe I don't really understand it. Maybe I don't have a reason. Oh. I don't want to live. I want to die with everyone else. What? Huh? No, I want to live. I want to live a long life. I don't want to die. I can't die in a place like this. Never. Alright, well, here we go. We've got a lot of evidence about kind of how things went down, but the issue is a lot of it, thus far, I don't think it doesn't clearly point to any specific person yet. Don't worry, you can do it. I believe in you. Now let's go to the Shrine of Judgment. And I think the timeline is going to be important. Maybe. Now, it might not even be that useful, because if we assume the bulk of the crime happened after hours, probably most people's alibi is going to be, well, I was sleeping at the time. So, yeah. And what we really would like, because we've narrowed down, it has to be... and technically, we've narrowed it down that it had to have occurred after 8 p.m. and before whenever morning starts, like 8 a.m. or something. And realistically, we've basically determined it had to have happened after 10 p.m. If we could get something limiting that on the other end, like between 10 and midnight or something, then that could help us significantly, but I'm not sure if we're going to be so lucky. Hey guys.
Everyone.
Is everyone ready? Not like we have choice, right? You are quick to understand. It's as though Monokuma has you trained.
What?
We got nothing to worry about, right, assholes? We'll figure out the culprit, won't we?
Don't worry.
Of course, we don't need to worry. The top suspect is super obvious this time.
Hey,
Right, Himiko? How dare you bully Himiko, you degenerate! You want me to Aikido chop your head off, huh?
Wait,
That's not even Aikido anymore, is it?
either way.
This matter will be discussed in due time. You should save your arguments until then.
That's right.
Yeah, let's put an end to this at the class trial.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Do I have to...
all right.
This guys was so easy, especially with how obvious the top suspect is. Right, Emiko? I hear males pick on girls. They like to get their attention, which means Kokichi must like Himiko.
Oh?
Huh, how'd you know? Actually, why don't we focus on the class trial and save that conversation for later? This is turning out to be not so boring after all. Don't worry, Himiko, I'm on your side here.
Really?
This whole thing is shaking like a big old vibrator. Himiko's scared, poor little thing. This vibration is perfect. Get you quit looking at Himiko like some kind of degenerate male. Okay, we need to talk to Mio just to get that look off her face.
Hey!
Hey, Detective Dumbass, you've pinpointed a possible culprit, right? Well, not quite. We have nothing to worry about.
Cause Atua is watching over
Atua
us.
sees all. His divine deductions will solve this mystery right away. Gaunt's are not gonna suspect friends.
Certainly.
Himiko's so suspicious, she's gotta be a red herring, right? But I don't even know where to start unraveling the truth. I should have played more point and click adventure games.
How you doing being so fourth wall breaking?
Well,
Sorry, but I don't know anything. If you think a child caregiver can help solve a murder case, then we're all in trouble.
What if she's actually like the ultimate murderer or something? I guess we already did that in Danganronpa 1,
Say.
technically.
This matter was also triggered by Monokuma's motive, was it not? Which means there is a reason the culprit was desperate to live, yes? And Ryoma, who became the victim, had no reason to live, correct?
What are you implying?
If so...
To kill because you have a reason to live, to die because you have no reason to live. Which, I wonder, is correct.
Jeez.
You're thinking too hard about it. Living things just gotta live. Anyway, no matter what happens to us, we gotta live.
Right?
Yeah, you don't really need a reason to live. That's just the icing on the cake. A reason to live.
no.
Himiko's not the culprit. No way, no how. I know Himiko better than anyone. I know all her secrets. I know her gender, her hair color, even her height. It's like the 3 most obvious things about a person. None of those are secrets.
I did not calculate that we would gather here under these circumstances again. What would Kaede say if she saw us right now?
Well, it's not exactly how we gamed it out, I guess.
Do you agree?
This matter will be discussed in due time. We should save our arguments until then.
Listen up.
Shuichi, before we head over there, let me give you some advice. Hero to sidekick. If you want to give up, wait until after you've done everything you possibly can.
Of course.
Wait, no, that's still no good. Okay, I won't forgive you if you give up. You got it?
Okay.
Yeah, got it, Kaido. He's right. I can't give up. I made a promise to Kaido. Alright. Let's do this right. This is a weird case. Like, I've got so much evidence about the events of the murder, but I don't know, none of it actually points to a specific person to have committed it, as of yet. Like, normally I feel like I've got it narrowed down to a handful of suspects before we get into the trial, but this time, I guess it's all going to come down to who had the opportunity in the first place to do the actions that we know must have happened. The door appeared before us with pomp, as if sending heroes off to war. After a pause, we all stepped toward the door.
We were silent. All I could hear was our unsteady breathing. Just as we passed through the door, it started up again. Normally I wouldn't mind the shaking, but I'm feeling especially sensitive to it now. Each of us felt that trembling through our entire bodies as we sank further still. Man, this perspective really shows how massive Gonta is compared to everyone else. Yeah. And so without sure footing, I'm positive I would have fallen as well. My breathing was becoming more ragged, and my heart pounded harder and harder. Well, I guess one thing we could think about is, like, who could it not have been? I don't think Gonta's intelligent enough to have, no offense, to have committed this particular crime. I don't think it's gonna be Himiko or Angie, because the way the crime was set up to frame whoever was doing the magic show. So obviously they wouldn't frame themselves. It's obviously not me, because I didn't kill someone. Great, that logic didn't work great for me last time, but like this time I literally didn't have the opportunity. Like, there's no possible way they could have used like little tricks in the prose to make me think I had not killed him when I actually did. And yeah, that's about it. It's technically plausible that everyone who was in Gonta's and Kokichi's little group has an alibi that's airtight, but we don't know that for certain yet. Just when I thought I would pass out from the nerves, the elevator came to a stop. But this wasn't the end, no. It was only just beginning.
Welcome!
Well, to be clear, Alex, I'm not saying that I like always pinpoint the killer with precise accuracy before every trial, but like normally I've got some theories as to who it could have been. I feel like. And welcome, you've hopelessly arrived once again. You want to come here again because of how wonderful it is? Isn't it wonderful? I put so much effort into building this place, it should be a monument. Actually, we're the ones who used the exosols to build this courtroom. But Father just took all the credit.
Wonderful.
But I am happy to be used as a slave by Father.
What are you saying?
You idiots are really committing to this henchman bit.
They're so cute.
You guys are just so cute that I can't help working you to the bone. You put a lot of elaborate detail into this courtroom, almost like it's for show.
Oh?
For show, huh? That's an interesting way to put it.
Is this just for show? Are you showing this to the people outside and...
Those people aren't with us, so you don't need to worry about them. Aren't with us is an interesting way of phrasing it. Get it? They're not with us, and they're no longer with us. You know what I mean.
Hey,
In other words, you 13 are the only ones left in the world. Now show me just how you intend to bargain for your lives.
Then the class trial began. Ryoma Hoshi, the ultimate tennis pro. After falling from his former glory, he told us he had no reason to live. But even so, he said he wanted to fight beside us, to get out of here with us. For that, he was trying to find a reason to live. He might have been a little stern, but he wasn't a cold man at all. And the person who killed him is here right now. I want to believe that's a lie. I don't want to believe it at all. But if this is where I find the truth, I won't avert my eyes anymore. This is the wish she entrusted to me. I will find the truth to get everyone out of here.
alive. I'm going to survive. Can't die here. In order to keep my promise to her, I will fight. I will fight for my life in this trial of truth and lies. Alright, let's save, yes. Okay. Well, let's, I guess we'll take a look at our skills, see if there's anything we want to update. So we have 7 things worth of buying stuff. Is there anything we, like, really were annoyed at previously? And we don't really actually have that much buying power at the moment. Keyword in the first speaker's argument will be shown from the start. Debate scrum was pretty easy. Instantly silences loud voices, effective during mass panic debates. Silences all conversations except those. Reels V points, effective during non-stop or mass panic debates. Psyche tax. Did we do Psyche Taxi last time? I don't even know. Refute. Makes it easier to push the opponent back during blade lock. That was something that annoyed me a bit in Danganronpa 2. Let's grab Power of Life and Death. And equip it. There we go. Alright, now as for our handbook. Let's run over the evidence, get a theory of the case before we jump into this. Alright, so. Right. The victim is Ultimate Tennis Pro Ryoma Hoshi. The victim's body was discovered in the gym. The cause of death was drowning after the victim's body was consumed by piranhas until only the bones remained. So, he was not killed by the piranhas. He was killed by drowning. Drowning must have happened, I'm assuming, prior to the... well, yeah. The drowning clearly happened prior to the events of the magic show. My best guess is he was drowned in the sink in his own ultimate lab, and then the body was transported to the gym, likely via the pool because of the open window, which would have occurred after nighttime had transpired. So yeah. Who did that? Not a clue. Locked handcuffs that were in the water tank for the Underwater Escape Act. Since it was made out of stainless steel, it was difficult to leave any marks, but small scratches were still visible. It seems to have been taken out of the shower room in the Ultimate Tennis Pro's lab. I don't know what this proves. We do know, based on the scratch marks at the sink, if we're assuming he was drowned at the sink, the cuffs would have been on him prior to the drowning. Which makes sense. I mean, obviously it would be easier to drown someone if they were cuffed. What doesn't necessarily make sense is how were the cuffs placed on him in the first place? If he was still, like, alive and well. Like, this is the guy that was able to give Gonta the slip, let's not forget. So, it would be strange to me to find out that there was someone who was able to handcuff him if he was resisting. Which is odd. And we know, because of the scratch marks on the sink, these must have been on him before he died, right? It wasn't someone, like, put the cuffs on the body after the fact as, like, a staging device. Though they would have also been a staging device, because they could have well, I was going to say they could have taken them off. They might not have had the key. Alright, the square glass pane that was at the bottom of the piranha tank, where Ryoma's body had appeared. The other bits of glass were shattered, but this pane remained perfectly square. This is currently my leading theory for how Ryoma... Because clearly the body was in the piranha tank before the trick, but didn't get consumed. I am assuming the body was placed on this glass pane, which was probably, like, floating on the surface of the piranha tank. And that's why the piranhas didn't consume him until the trick actually occurred. Though the thing is, we know... Well, do we know? Well... No, that doesn't make any sense, because we know that the glass painted must sink. Otherwise, his body would have just been on the surface of the... Okay, that's a tricky one, that's for certain. Alright, the crammed piranhas. Like, it's possible maybe it does sink and was just resting on the piranhas. I'm not sure if the piranhas could take that for all that long, but maybe? There's the piranhas that ate Ryoma before the magic show. Angie said it looked like there were more piranhas compared to when she prepared for the show the night before. Insect meet and greets. Okay, so this is our alibis. The night before, Shuichi and some of the others were forced to stay in the ultimate entomologist lab by Gonta, who was tricked by Kokichi. Himiko and Angie were brought in 5 minutes to 9. Kokichi left at 9. Shuichi and the others were forced to participate in the insect meet and greet until after 11. So, honestly, this is the only set of alibis that might be relevant. The 9 to 11 alibi. And even then, it's not necessarily definitive. Because all of this stuff could have, in theory, happened after 11. Though, do I necessarily believe that Ryoma would have been wandering around that late? That's a bit hard to believe. But yeah, it's clear. The 9 to 11 alibi is what actually matters here. Okay. The water tank that had the piranhas inside it was kept in the Ultimate Magician's lab and was carried over by Kaito, Kibo, Himiko, and Angie. So these 4 would know about the workings of the tank the best, which automatically sort of makes them the most likely culprits in a certain sense. Among them, though, again, Angie and Himiko seem unlikely because the way they would have chosen to frame the murder frames themselves, and that doesn't really seem like something they do. Kibo has a pretty good alibi, so that would make Kaito among these 4 the most likely culprit. Now, it isn't necessarily one of these 4, but these 4 do have the inside loop on how the piranha tank works. So, during the magic show, it was hung over the water escape tank using the controls panel for the stage lights. Only the front side was made out of glass, the other sides are made out of wood. It looks like there was no lid from the start. The window frame of the top window in the gym, it had distinct abrasions as if it was scratched by something. There was the same distinct abrasions on the window frame of the Ultimate Tennis Pros lab window. The window faced the pool and gym. Like, that almost, to me, seems like maybe there was, like a rope between the two. The tough thing, though, is that's, like, gonna be a hard thing to execute. Like, how do you do that? Wait a minute. Is that why the handcuffs are here? Still, I don't know. That or just 2 ropes, like, climb down one side, climb up the other. That could make sense. I guess the thing is with the gym side, right? We don't have, like, grapple hook technology. So, like, suppose you had the cable from... Yeah, that's a tough thing, right? If you're trying to get from the tennis room to the gym via the pool, right? Because there's 2 ways you can think of. You can either do, like, zip line across type tech, straight window to window. Or you tie off one window, climb down, tie up the other window, climb up. The problem is, how do you actually execute that? Because we don't have, like, grapple hooks or something, right? So you're not going to be able to just, like, throw a rope up and have it catch, right? That's not going to be reasonable to have happen without specific equipment like a grapple hook. So you're in the tennis room. You climb down using the cable. Now, you're not going to be able to untie the cable from the bottom. So you don't have access to the cable to then get to the gym. And again, even if you did, you're not going to just be able to toss that up to the window. And we didn't see any evidence of like a ladder or something that could have been used in the pool. Which implies to me, whoever did this must have tied off a rope in the gym in advance, knowing that they were then going to use that rope to climb back into the gym via the pool. Could you really have planned it that far in advance, though? Right, because the whole point of why you would do all this in the first place is you're trying to basically create an alibi by the fact that no one was... that basically, you're using the fact that no one can enter the gym after 10 to create an alibi for yourself. I suppose you could have killed Ryoma sometime between 8 and 10, tied off the rope in the gym before it closed. But no, was anyone in the gym alone? But that's the only way this makes sense. Okay. During the magic show, and when the timer hit 20 seconds, Gonta went up on top of the stage. No one was in the tank during that time. Gonta didn't notice Ryoma inside the tank until after the piranhas were released. Again, this is obvious. Ryoma was clearly being held, like, in the piranha tank somehow. I'm not quite certain exactly how they didn't eat him before he was dropped, but they must have had some way to separate him from the piranhas. So this one's pretty obvious. Behind the stairs that led up to the stage, there was a puddle. The stairs themselves were not wet in certain places. It doesn't seem like the stairs could have gotten wet when the water tank broke. So this is just the trick. Yeah. And honestly, I don't think the mechanics of the trick are really that relevant to this case. Honestly. I think the first, like, couple bits of this case is going to be talking about Himiko's trick. But honestly, to me, that seems to me like it's going to be a... sort of echo back to Danganronpa 1 Case 5, where we started off the first couple issues we resolved was like, oh yeah, by the way, Kyoko's not a ghost. Why are we even talking about this? Like, I don't think the mechanics of the trick are actually relevant to this case, but we're probably going to have to explain it, just to move on with our lives. People demand to know. And this is how the trick works. Hatch near the top, Himiko slips out onto the stairs, dries off. Then makes her grand reveal. Okay, Kokichi's account I don't think can be trusted in the slightest, but, well, I mean, actually, he is making an alibi claim, and the other person's likely to back him up, so. Immediately after Kokichi left the Ultimate Entomologist Lab at 9 p.m. last night, he was caught by Kurumi in the entrance hall. He stayed with her until 10. After he went to the dorms and returned to the Ultimate Entomologist Lab at 11, he saw the figure of a girl in lingerie wandering around the courtyard a few times. That's probably Miyu, I'm gonna assume. Yeah. And again, this alibi doesn't really do much for me, because I think this whole killing was designed to make it so that an alibi up until 10 seems like it's useful, but it actually doesn't prove anything. Which I guess would technically then make probably Kokichi and Kurumi are top suspects. Because this alibi here seems almost, like, intentionally constructed. However, if I had to pick between the two of them, and I hate saying this, Kurumi is probably the more likely one. Because based on Kokichi's testimony, it seems like she was the one that was pushing for this alibi to last, like, until 10 on the dot. Now, granted, can we trust Kokichi that much? Probably not. But additionally, Kokichi had a better alibi at the ready, right? If he really if his goal was get the alibi from the 9 to 10 hour, he just stays with us in the entomologist lab for a bit of extra time before going to get the stuff, right? Like, that'd be a way better alibi for him. So it doesn't really make sense for him to go find Kurumi to get this alibi. So I guess Kurumi would be jumping up the suspects list then. The last person who saw Ryoma was Gonta. It was around 8 p.m. last night. Miyu also saw Ryoma 30 minutes before that. Okay. That gives us our kind of bounds as to when he could have been killed. Right, he had to have been killed after 8, at the very least. Maki was standing guard in front of her lab last night. She stayed in her dorm room only during nighttime. Okay, yeah. Sensible. The sink in the alternate tennis lab looks large enough to fill a good amount of water into it. There were small scratches on it as if it was scraped by something. So this is the murder weapon. Found on the ground in the Ultimate Tennis Pro's lab, the tennis net cable was properly set up when Shuichi came to the lab the first time around, but the wire had been taken out. The wire was around 50 feet in length. And this makes it so you can't do the just stretch directly across deal. It's not long enough for that. Like, it's long enough for descend and then reascend. But again, the issue is you don't have a way to ascend back up into the gym unless you've prepped a rope from the gym ahead of time. And I'm not sure if anyone had the time to do that. Right? As far as we're aware, the last people in the gym would have been Himiko and Angie as a pair. And obviously, if anyone was there, being there as a pair kind of precludes you from setting up anything into it. Well, I say that, but didn't stop Kaede, so that doesn't necessarily prove anything. And I guess there is... Okay, I guess here's the thing, though. They leave the gym at 8:55. So, that's oddly specific, right? The fact that that just barely doesn't line up with some of the other alibis kind of... It gets me a little suspicious. Like we got... Anyways, though. So that does give us an hour and 5 minutes where we don't really know who was in the gym, right? Anyone without an alibi could have been in the gym during that time. In theory. So that actually helps the rope theory quite a bit. Which would then give us, like, our big suspects then would be the people who don't have the alibis from 8:55 to 9, which technically would still include Kurumi and to a lesser degree Kokochi, because we know where he was coming from, and that's not really close to the gym. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch to say that Kurumi, like, somehow, like, snuck into the gym, tied off the rope to climb up from the pool later, and then left and ran into Kokichi within 5 minutes. But if anyone's efficient enough to do that, it is probably her. Aside from that, your obvious other suspects during that time frame would have been Kaito. Who else doesn't have an alibi? Basically, Kaito and Miyu would be the other big ones. And again, Maki as well. So that's probably our 4 suspects then. Kaito, Maki, Kurumi, and Miyu. Maybe Kokichi, but I doubt it. Just because the logistics of him... Like, Kurumi is already a stretch. Kokichi is, like, breaking the laws of physics to say he could have done all that in 5 minutes, knowing where he was coming from. Okay, anyways. We have a black piece of fabric. A piece of fabric that was floating in the pool. At first glance, it looks like trash. I have no way to know how this is relevant. Entering the pool is prohibited during nighttime. Well... Technically, no, entering the pool isn't prohibited. Swimming is prohibited, technically. Let's keep that in mind. It's swimming that is prohibited, which I think is being generalized here of like, because I do believe it was clarified of like, touch the water during nighttime, you're done. But it's important to note, being in the pool room itself is not prohibited. It is only if you enter the pool. Okay. So. Alright, I'm glad we did this. I think I've got a better idea of the case. Now that we've gone through this. I think we've narrowed down to like 4, maybe 5 suspects. And I guess we'll see where this goes. I think I've got a pretty good theory of the case going into this. I mean, it's no Danganronpa 2 Case 3, but... I feel alright. I don't feel lost.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial. During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person...
Thank you, Heather. I will try my best here.
I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone.
I wonder when that rule is going to become relevant. Because it's a weird thing to add now in the 3rd game in the series.
Now, let's get this crazy awesome to the max trial underway!
I think we all know who the most suspicious one is. It's...
Let's combine our power and work together, everyone.
The person who's most suspicious is...
Now lend me your energy, everyone, so we can catch the culprit.
Doing God's work here, Tenko. Keep interrupting him.
Because the murder happened during the magic show, the culprit can only be...
Hey-ya! I'm in top form today.
Okay, if you're gonna filibuster, please say something relevant so you can, like, justify your filibustering.
Tenko, why are you interrupting me? We can't have a good trial if you talk over me.
Huh? I'm not interrupting you. Whatever you have to say is probably worthless anyway, because all males want to talk about is S.E. Himiko seems suspicious.
Angie, you're betraying Himiko?
Hey! Angie, how can you accuse Himiko?
I did not expect Angie to be the one to accuse her.
Aren't you her friend? I'm just telling you what Atua is telling me. He is using his divine knowledge to show us the way to survive. You should thank him, lest he pour his holy wrath upon you all.
Okay.
Screw Atua! That guy's got nothing on me. I'll protect Himiko!
But it does point to Himiko being the most suspicious.
Ryoma died during Himiko's magic show. His body appearing in the water tank leads one to think the escape trick played a part. It's only natural we suspect Himiko. She was the one performing the trick.
Well, yes, but it's too obvious, right? This is clearly someone trying to frame Himiko, and therefore it's clearly not Himiko. And you're falling for the obvious play here, right? And the reason we know this for sure is because the piranhas were not the cause of death. Drowning was the cause of death. And since drowning was the cause of death, it means the murder happened at a time other than the magic show. So the magic show was not actually used to murder him, and if that's the case, if he was died in some other way beforehand, why the heck would Himiko frame herself by then placing him in the magic show? Right, this is the logical reasoning of why it's almost certainly is not Himiko.
No, that's wrong. The underwater escape wasn't a trick. It was magic.
It's not the part you need to deny. You gotta tell us you're not the culprit.
I mean, I just noticed this, like, interior of his coat has, like, stars and nebulas and such. That's cool.
Magic, huh? That's so cool. What a mysterious miracle. Now, did you kill Ryoma, Himiko? Atua will hear your confession. Stop it! There's no way any of that is true!
It's true, though. Himiko used the underwater escape trick to kill Ryoma. But I still don't have a clue how Himiko did the trick.
There's no trick. That really was magic.
I mean, I'm gonna be so sad exposing Himiko's trick, though. Like,
No, maybe it really was magic.
Oh, stop it. If you don't
Hello,
reveal
welcome.
your trick now, then we'll vote you as the culprit.
Stop picking on Himiko! A cute tiny flower like her couldn't kill anyone. I get that you want to defend her, but that might be a bit much.
as I expected, the others suspect Himiko. But I have my doubts. I can't let this case get derailed by misunderstandings. I'm the ultimate detective, so it's up to me. Okay, it's gonna be the water tank
Atua has
trick.
blessed me with an epiphany.
Or,
The
yeah.
culprit used the underwater escape trick to pull off a sneaky switcheroo with Ryoma.
After that, the time ran out. The tank above Ryoma opened and piranhas came pouring out.
And he was eaten alive!
Eaten to bone by piranhas. savage way to go.
No, that's wrong. The underwater escape was no trick, it's magic.
Okay.
I heard you the first time, Titless. No one cares.
But what am I contradicting here? Rio's body was eaten by the piranhas that fell into the tank. That is a fact, but that doesn't mean it was the cause. Oh, we're doing this first.
Atua
Okay.
has blessed me with an
Gotcha.
epiphany. The culprit
So it's
used
the Monokuma file,
underwater
then.
escape trick to pull
Yeah,
off a
okay.
sneaky switcheroo with Ryoma.
After that, the time ran out. The tank above Ryoma opened and piranhas came pouring out.
Well, they did, yes.
And he was eaten.
He was not eaten alive. Okay.
That's wrong! No, Ryoma's death was not caused by the piranhas.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Following my train of logic here, actually. Like, cause of death was not the piranhas, therefore death happened early, therefore the body didn't have a reason to be placed here, therefore why would Himiko frame herself? Good job, Shuichi.
The Monokuma file indicates the cause of death is drowning.
So it wasn't the piranhas then. He was drowned.
Ooh, I see. I haven't checked the Monokuma file yet, so that's news to me.
Why?
You lying little brat! Telling lies is what turns you into a degenerate male.
So what? Ryoma drowned, Himiko changed places with him, and then the piranhas ate him, right?
Well, yeah, but you don't... The timing of things, right? There was not enough time... Well, he didn't drown during the trick itself. So why... If he died early, why would she place the body in the trick that would obviously frame her?
No, Himiko only had 60 seconds to escape from the tank. Even if they'd changed places at the start of the show, that's insufficient time to drown someone.
I technically probably could drown within 60 seconds, but...
If that is the case, then when did he drown?
When did Ryoma drown? It was obviously... the piranhas drown. That was before the show even started.
That's it! Ryoma was already drowned before the show started.
Agreed.
Frame yourself as a 500 IQ move, nobody would expect it. I suppose. I don't know. Seems a bit of a risky play. But... Well, I guess the other issue, though, if you frame yourself, right, the reason why we end up, you know, these framing jobs don't end up working in the end, and we end up getting someone else, is because, you know, there's evidence of the framing, and then there's, like, actual evidence that then points to the real person. If you frame yourself, then you've just added more evidence on top of evidence against you, right? So once we get to the real evidence, it's not like, oh, you must have been framed. It's like, oh, and also this adds up with that. I guess you can make it self-contradictory, but still. Not how I would play the game.
Before being eaten by the piranhas, he made no attempt to escape the water. To be precise, he made no movements whatsoever. Yes, by that point, he had already joined the ranks of the dead. Could that mean his body was hidden until the culprit made it appear in the tank?
Hidden? Where?
The culprit would have had to hide the body near the tank, and then show it during the act.
I guess the other issue with framing yourself in a Danganronpa context specifically is someone has to be convicted, right? This isn't like innocent until proven guilty sort of standard. It is like we just need to convict whoever seems to be the most likely. So if you frame yourself and just put a whole bunch of evidence against yourself and there's no evidence against anyone else, even if the evidence against yourself turns out to be a little suspect, like if there's no alternative, we're still voting for you, probably. So yeah.
Easier said than done.
Was there a place on stage where the culprit could have hid the body? Oh wait, Himiko should know since she performed the underwater escape trick.
Himiko, why won't you just explain it to us?
'Cause it's magic.
Yep, we're on the trial.
You know, maybe it really was magic.
How much have you missed? Oh, we only just started the trial. We've only done like one non-stop debate so far. Obviously missed the entire investigation.
Shut up.
And Maki is no nonsense.
Himiko is committed to her act, but those who deal in dreams are oft liars.
Why is everyone still picking on Himiko? You're all worse than a drunk dad's ramblings.
You know, I'm starting to see where your man-hatred comes from. Okay, good to know, Tenko.
We should let him vent. After all, it's tough being the man of the house.
Man, we gotta figure out how the trick works to find where the body was hidden.
But Himiko does not wish to tell us how she performed her act.
Then let's work together to reveal the secret behind Himiko's trick!
So, not real magic?
No, it was real magic.
Hazard was Kaito Momoto's sidekick. I mean, kind of feel like that was just my title. Like, he needed to save face. He had to be the one in charge. Like, realistically, like, come on. Ultimate Detective here.
Magic.
Hey, no. Power of hypnotic suggestion is not magic either. That's just hacking the brain.
Oh no! It's Himiko's curse! Her curses are really powerful!
Aren't incantations usually more, complicated than that?
Anyway, we first need to determine how Himiko performed the trick. We can't figure that out. This case is going nowhere. Okay, well, this is now we get to expose Himiko. It's gonna do the water tank trick.
How did Himiko escape the water tank?
Maybe she just climbed out and no one noticed.
It actually is that
She
simple.
definitely would have been caught.
Well,
Perhaps
not quite
the
that simple.
mechanism was set up on the stage.
That'd be a
The
contradiction.
curtain covering the tank was certainly suspicious.
What about that square pane of glass we found in the tank?
Maybe the tank had a secret hatch.
Agreed. There actually is one. Good job, Maki. I never like you. Yeah, you got a good head on your shoulders there, Maki.
Maki is correct. There was an escape hatch on that tank.
I see. So it did have one.
That's right. I discovered a similar tank in Himiko's lab. There was a panel on the side that could open. That was her escape.
Mind over strength!
What? What's your argument? Like, just because it had hatch doesn't mean she used it?
Wrong, Shuichi.
How?
What do you mean?
And you don't even know why you're wrong either. Typical degenerate male.
Well, if I thought I was wrong, I wouldn't have posed the theory in the first place, so.
I'll smash in your face with my fists of hot burning steel!
This is a non-combat sport? I would prefer rhetoric, please. Okay, how does this work again? Wet staircase is definitely going to be what we need.
Being open
Okay,
have
right.
anything to do with Himiko's escape. She didn't use an escape hatch.
Your evidence?
I know she didn't do that. And now, I'm gonna punch you.
No, don't. Ow. She punched me.
Wait a second. Before you punch me, what makes you so sure she didn't?
Because if she escaped from a hatch in the tank,
Oh,
the water
I
would have
missed.
gushed out with her.
Why can I
There would
shoot?
have been water everywhere.
Well, there kind of was, in a certain sense.
That wouldn't be magical at all. The whole trick would be ruined. With that out of the way, I'm gonna punch you.
Could you not? It's true that if she opened the tank, water would come rushing out. That's exactly why there was a second step to this trick. If I figure out why the hatch was in that exact spot, I'll know the answer. Oh, maybe the water is like...
If she escaped from a hatch in the tank,
the stairs...
water would have gushed out with her.
Yeah.
There would have been water everywhere.
Sorta.
I'll cut
In a
through your
sense.
words.
That's why it's so high up. And maybe the stairs... Oh, maybe they absorb water.
There was a reason the room wasn't flooded with water. The staircase that was attached to the water tank. Try to remember how the staircase was positioned. It was aligned perfectly with the tank's escape hatch, meaning the water tank was connected to the inside of the staircase.
Yeah, there we go. And then she left through the stairs.
Inside staircase? His body was in stairs?
No.
Knowing that, it's clear how Himiko made her escape from underwater. There was a curtain covering the tank during the performance, allowing Himiko to enter the staircase from the hatch undetected. Any water that spilled out would have simply funneled into the staircase.
Right.
So how do you get out from the staircase?
There's a door.
The staircase also has an escape hatch, one facing away from us. It's placed so that the water would not drain from the staircase.
In which case, a person could exit and leave water inside the staircase.
Precisely.
However, that person would be soaked, meaning that some trace should be left.
That would explain why there was a puddle around the stairs.
So when Himiko came out from the stairs, her wet clothes dripped water all over.
Ha ha, bitch! Caught you soaking wet and red-handed.
Miko's adherence to being magic despite everyone's life in danger makes you dislike her. Well, I can get that. Simultaneously, though, I do think it's kind of endearing. Right? I mean, she's the ultimate magician. You think the ultimate magician would reveal her tricks? It's a dedication to the craft that you gotta respect.
Judging from Himiko's reaction, you hit it right on the bullseye.
But Himiko's clothes should have been wet when she left the water tank.
Behold, the magnificent underwater escape.
Her clothes were definitely not wet.
We all have multiple identical sets of clothes.
Of course. That's because my underwater escape wasn't a trick. It was magic.
No, magic had nothing to do with why her clothes weren't wet. She changed the uniform. We all have multiple.
That's it! It's because she changed her uniform.
Wouldn't her hair still been wet, though?
The dormitory is stocked with uniforms. Did you hide one behind the stage in advance?
I remember seeing Himiko go to the gym this morning, carrying a uniform and a towel.
Ah! Why would you say that?
I see. She had a towel too. She may not have had time to fully dry her hair. But her short hair and hat ensured we were none the wiser.
The hat would help with that. That's clever, actually. Yeah.
Himiko can't get wet, because her body repels water.
Says who?
Huh? Like a duck?
Himiko, come on. Give it up already.
Fine. You win.
Oh.
It's just like you said. The water tank and staircase both have mechanisms.
So I was correct.
But that doesn't mean I used them. I didn't need them, because I used my magic.
Sure you did. Okay, now can we move on?
Again with the magic crap. Were you dropped on your head as a kid?
Now that we understand how the trick was performed, let us move on.
Yes, let us proceed. Where did the culprit hide Ryoma's body? From our discussion earlier, His body could have been in the space inside the staircase.
I guess that's possible, but I don't think that's likely.
But that's where Himiko would escape from, right?
And Ryoma's a small dude. Like, and Himiko's pretty small herself, so like...
So Himiko went in the stairs with the body? What kind of kinky shit is she into?
That seems unlikely. There isn't enough space for 2 people to fit in there.
Yeah, the stairs are pretty cramped. It'd be hard to fit even Ryoma and Himiko in there.
I don't disagree with the point. To be clear, I don't think Ryoma's body was in the stairs. I will say that the point would be a lot better if this case wasn't involving, like, the 2 smallest people in the entire cast.
Who says they went in together? She could have made the switch as she was leaving the tank.
Oh, no, but,
At the same time, she could have pulled out the body from inside the stairs.
this is where Ganta's testimony comes in.
That way, she'd have room to put herself in there. See how... I think that explains how Himiko changed places with Ryoma's body.
Man, Angie's going hard against her latest convert. Jeez. Thought there'd be some, like, loyalty? But...
Wait a minute! Why did you automatically assume it was Himiko?
Who else but Himiko could have done it?
Angie, you spent more time with Himiko than any of us, so why are you accusing her?
You may think you're protecting Himiko, but what if she really is the culprit? We'll all die, and it will be all your fault. Atua will lose precious devotees.
When technically Atua... If we assume that Himiko is the culprit, technically Atua loses the same amount of devotees, regardless of if Himiko is executed or the rest of us, because there's only 2, Angie and Himiko. So...
Are you okay with that, Tenko?
I'm totally fine with that.
What?
I don't care what anyone says. Himiko would never murder someone. That's what I believe more than anything. I want to believe in her, no matter what. If I can't do that, then I'd rather just die.
Look, I know the feeling, but you gotta go where the truth takes you. We can follow the evidence here, not our hearts. That being said, I do not think the evidence will ultimately lead to Himiko's execution, so hang tight, Tenka. We got you.
So until this body takes its final breath, I'm gonna keep believing in Himiko.
Alright, what do we got here? Ganta's account is definitely going to be the evidence here.
The only one who could have switched out Ryoma's body is Himiko herself.
When Himiko was escaping the tank, she dragged out the body hidden in the stairs.
I'm not sure if that's our contradiction.
Simply switched places with it.
Are you telling me you saw that happen?
No one could have seen that. It would have occurred in the middle of the show, when the tank was covered with a curtain.
So basically, no one saw anything.
Okay, this is what we're going to contradict. I do kind of want to see this dialogue through, though.
Ryoma's corpse wasn't in the staircase.
Quit lying, you donkey-lipped con artist! She's not lying! She's not a con artist, and she doesn't have donkey lips!
The presentation of the dialogue, I really appreciate it. It just adds a little bit of an extra character. Cinematically here. It is possible that Himiko and Ryoma switch places in the water, but I feel like I'm forgetting an important point. So, I think, and technically we have 2 ways we could approach this. We could either agree that Himiko's not lying by virtue of Ganta's account, or we can just directly contradict Kichi with Ganta's account, which I think is the right call here.
Himiko herself.
Because it's a more direct contradiction.
The tank. She dragged out the body hidden in the stairs. And simply switched places with it.
Are you telling me you saw that happen?
Make her font here.
No one could have seen that. It would have occurred in the middle of the show, when the tank was covered with a curtain.
So basically, no one saw anything.
Not correct.
That's wrong.
Maybe the show was designed so no one would see anything, but someone did. Someone who doesn't quite understand the
Someone did see
decorum and
inside
norms
the
of
tank.
magic shows.
It was Gonta. Gonta had climbed onto the stage and was looking into the tank from above. Isn't that right, Gonta?
Yeah, Gonta saw down into tank, but saw no one in there.
No one was in there?
Yeah, no one. Guess that clue no good, huh?
No, it's pretty good.
No, that's actually a great clue.
Because absence of evidence is evidence of absence in this particular case.
If Ryoma's body was hidden inside the staircase, Himiko would have had to pull him out before she went inside. There certainly wasn't enough room in the staircase for both of them. But that means, if the tank was empty when Gonta looked, Ryoma's body must not have been hidden in the staircase.
What if they squeezed into that space with Ryoma's body to avoid getting caught?
She had no need to worry about us witnessing her at that point. For the entire stage was hidden behind a curtain. To all but Gonta, anyway.
Then the culprit never would have considered hiding inside the staircase with the body. Entering the staircase after moving the body is much faster, and seems more rational too.
Right. Additionally, she has to have time to perform the entire rest of the trick, right? Like, she can't wait to, like, just throw Ryoma in at the last second, because she needs time to exit the stairs, dry off, change clothes. Like, that's why she has the 60 seconds timer on the trick in the first place, I imagine.
Then Ryoma's body wasn't hidden in the stairs?
Someone better say where the fucking body was hidden, or I'm gonna start cutting throats!
Where is Ryoma's body hidden? Need to pin that down. It's clear that it was not inside the staircase, but where? Probably Piranha Tank, I'm assuming.
Where were you hiding Ryoma's body?
It wasn't really in the stairs, was it?
After all, there was only enough space for Himiko.
Okay. We already established
Well,
that, yes.
how about behind the curtain?
If there was a way to enter the tank from there, then it would be plausible.
There's not.
Or maybe the body was in the tank all along, but we just couldn't see it.
We would have seen it.
Impossible. You need top-notch visual effects to pull that off.
And what of the tank containing the piranhas?
No way! If you put a body in there, the piranhas would have eaten it way before we saw it.
Not
But
wrong.
if the body and piranhas were separated,
Okay, this is our thing. We use the
then it wouldn't have been
square glass
devoured,
panel.
correct?
Okay. Why was he not eaten by the piranhas even though he was in the same tank? I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I'm surprised we're jumping straight to he was in the tank. Like, there was one piece of evidence. Yeah, I know.
Where were you hiding Ryoma's body?
I feel that hint is too much. Because in theory, you, as a player here, you're supposed to be figuring out not just how was the body in the tank, but like where was it in the first place? And the hint's just giving, like, I already knew it was in the piranha tank, but the hint giving that away, I think, is a bit much in this case.
Or maybe the body was in the tank all along, but we just couldn't see it.
Impossible. You need top-notch visual effects to pull that off.
And what of the tank containing the piranhas?
No way! If you put a body in there, the piranhas would have eaten it way before we saw it.
But if the body and piranhas were separated,
They
I
were?
agree.
Kyo's hypothesis is correct. The body and the piranhas were separated. This was accomplished using the square glass pane found in the tank.
Just as I thought. Using that glass pane as a divider, a safe space could be created in the tank.
Holding it at the diagonal. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
It is in such a space that the body could be stored, separated from the piranhas.
Then that means Ryoma's body was hidden in the piranha tank the whole time!
So Ryoma's body fell into the water tank with the piranhas?
Gonta knew it!
He did?
What is it, Gonta?
Gonta was above stage when piranhas fall.
Right.
That's why Gonta sees something no one else could. When piranhas fell, Gonta sees some big thing fall into water tank with them.
Right when the timer hit 0, the buzzer went off. And then... the bottom of the suspended tank swung open in the murky water and shadowy shapes inside. Fell straight into the water tank Himiko was swimming in. Huh?
You know, now that Gonta think about it, Gonta maybe see Ryoma's body.
When the piranhas dropped from the tank, I thought I saw something bigger drop as well.
Alright, everyone wanted... now that I've proved how things happen, everyone wants to get on board after the fact. Thanks.
The water tank on the bottom is made completely out of glass, correct? You can see what is happening through the glass. Can you really hide a body in the tank?
Is it made of glass? I thought...
Even in murky water, a dead body would still be visible in a glass tank.
the piranhas were really like... the piranhas were blocking the view.
Unless a certain something was used to obscure the body.
Piranhas.
A certain something?
We all agree that the glass pane was used to separate the body from the piranhas, correct? Well, that method has the added benefit of hiding the body from view.
Yeah? How could you hide a body like that?
How was the culprit able to conceal the body in the piranha tank? Oh, geez, okay. Because... oh, wait, no, I was trying to scroll. There's a trick to the piranha tank. We were expecting you to provide us with an... okay, sorry, I was trying to...
wrong.
I was doing the right-click scroll thing. Sorry, it's left-click scroll on this menu. My mistake. Okay, what we want here actually is the crammed piranhas.
This is it.
They really...
It was the piranhas.
why'd they mess with the UI so
Piranhas were
much?
obscuring the body.
And the controls. Like, they were working fine in the other games. Okay.
Huh? The piranhas?
That's right. Remember what Angie said during the investigation?
I noticed it right as the show started. I feel like there are way more piranhas today than yesterday when we were preparing.
They increased that significantly? I didn't know piranhas fuck like rabbits.
It seemed that way, but it wasn't that the actual number of piranhas increased. The glass pane divided the tank nearly in half, right?
Which would appear to double the number of piranhas.
The piranhas got crowded together, making it look like there were more of them.
The more densely the piranhas are packed, the harder it is to see past them.
Because of that, it was difficult to see the body hidden in the tank.
That glass pane was the lid from the piranha tank.
Hmm.
It was really easy to detach that lid, so it's no wonder they used it as a divider.
Makes sense.
Gee, thanks for telling us that useless detail.
What the heck are you saying? That detail was super useful. Sure, the lid looks a little big, but if you set it diagonally, it would fit perfectly.
Right, that is how I did not... yep, diagonals.
Nice job, Himiko! Your explanation was awesome!
With this much evidence, it seems like the body was definitely in the piranha tank.
Agreed.
Congrats, Himiko! Now there should be no reason for anyone to suspect you.
Well, I mean, technically, Himiko could have still put the body in the piranha tank. I just don't think it makes sense motive-wise. At this point, the guy is already dead. Why would you then frame yourself?
Really?
Yeah, because if you didn't switch places with the body, then you couldn't have killed him.
It only means we now have other suspects. You are not cleared of suspicion just yet.
Okay, but still, that's way better.
That's wonderful news, Himiko. Atua is happy for you.
Apologize, Angie. You and your Atua better tell Himiko you're sorry right now.
Atua is sleeping. He went to bed angry because you all doubted him.
Well, rightfully so.
What a petty-ass god.
Well, no, they set that up without losing a finger. I mean, it probably wouldn't be that hard. Like, you just gotta be careful. Like, slide the glass in from, like, the edge or something, and then just, like, kind of push it. I could see it happen. Slide it in on the edge, you know?
No, it's okay. We shouldn't be mad at Angie. We should be mad at this class trial, at this killing game.
Oh, Himiko! Bless your sweet, kind heart.
That's what Atua said anyway.
What?
It's too bad that the handsome god went to bed angry, though.
Himiko's still brainwashed! But I'm not giving up just yet. This is gonna be a breeze. Great, now what are we gonna do? We're back to square one.
And why are we back to square one?
Because any of us could still be the culprit. Jeez! You flunked out of Tard school or something?
Jeez. That is a brutal insult. You had to say that?
Nuh-uh. Not everyone. We can narrow it down to whoever doesn't have an alibi yet.
Eh? What alibi?
We need to know the time of death, though. Which is difficult.
I guess I should have known a dumb whore pig like you wouldn't understand. So let me explain.
Who you calling a dumb pig?
If there's this much evidence, then there's no mistake the body was hidden in the piranha tank.
Okay, that's correct. Now it's late for him to say something ridiculously incorrect.
But for someone to plant the body in there with such limited time is pretty tricky.
I don't disagree. Kokichi brings up a valid point. There's only one time the culprit could have set up the scene. Okay, look, here's the deal. I think it happened during nighttime, but I think the answer they're looking for right now is before nighttime. So I'm going to give the wrong answer because I think right now it's the correct answer.
That's it.
To be clear, I don't think this is right. I think that's just the answer they want me to give right now. I don't think they expect me to have realized that it happened during nighttime yet. Okay? So.
Ding, ding, ding! The ultimate detective gets it right again!
Oh, wait. How do you know it was before nighttime yesterday?
Well, again, I don't think it was, but for now, that's the theory we're going with.
Stop asking me dumbass questions. It could have been solved with the process of elimination.
And I will say, assuming I'm right in my theory, I am slightly miffed if you have to get the wrong answer to progress the storyline, if you've already figured out where this is going. That is a mildly annoying game design choice, even if I didn't fall for it.
Jeez. Fine. I'll explain it to the itty-bitty pea-brained bitchlet.
The bitchlet?
First, the gym was closed during nighttime, so no one could have entered.
Allegedly.
Because if you try to enter the gym at night, it'll go off.
You talking about my butthole?
No, she means the alarm.
The alarm, eh?
After nighttime passed, morning came. But hiding the body before the show was...
Again, impossible, yes, we know.
Impossible! Himiko and I were waiting in front of the gym before the morning announcement.
Which leaves only one possibility. It was done before nighttime yesterday. Anyone who doesn't get this is just as stupid as the whore bitchlet over there.
Like, you're on, like, understanding level, like, 2, Kokichi, but you gotta get to understanding level 3 to actually crack this case. I'm sorry. Imagine if I'm actually wrong after being so smug about this. But no, I have to be right given the evidence.
So the culprit placed Ryoma's corpse in the piranha tank before nighttime yesterday? Which means he was also killed during that time frame.
Yay! Now we know what time the crime happened, right?
I still don't really get it, though. Can we narrow down the time of death a bit more?
I'm sure we can narrow it down more if we consider the source of the information. Well, we know it had to have been after 8, at least. And even if you don't believe Gonta, which I don't know why you would doubt him necessarily. At the very... Miu says 30 minutes before, so at the very least, 7:30.
This is it! If we can find out who last saw Ryoma alive, we can narrow down the time of death. Kirumi, you were asking everyone when they had last seen him, right?
Yes, Gonta was the last person who saw Ryoma.
What? Really?
And when was the last time Gonta saw Ryoma?
When Gonta was inviting everyone to insect meet and greet, so... Gonta think that was maybe 8 p.m.?
Love more confidence, but okay, we'll work with that.
If he was last seen at 8 p.m. and was killed before nighttime officially began...
Then we can assume the crime took place between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock at night.
Again, this is working under the assumption that they did not have a way to enter the gym after hours, which is incorrect, but we'll keep moving.
So all we must do is find someone with no alibi for that time period, yes? Simple enough. After all, most of us were detained by Gonta then.
Yes.
If I recall correctly, the only people that weren't there besides Ryoma...
That would be the 4 of us. Myself, Kaito, Miu, and also Maki.
Right.
Well, Kirumi, you would tell the truth, even if it screwed you over.
I do this for everyone. It is my duty to unveil the truth, so I do not care if people suspect me.
Well, that's kind of you.
Ah, beautiful! Your spirit of self-sacrifice is just too beautiful!
Well, I mean, technically assuming that she is not the culprit, then... Right, it's still in her interest for the truth to be discovered, because if we get the wrong person, then, like... Right, I guess she would know that she's not the right person anyway, so, like, you might think, oh, nothing to hide, I'll just, like, yeah. I don't need to worry about the fact that I don't have an alibi, but, yeah.
I will also say this. The crime took place between 8 and 10 o'clock at night, and I was at the gym during that time.
Really? That is... It's not a great thing to admit to. Huh. Wait, that directly contradicts Kokichi's alibi. Did he just straight up lie and make up an alibi? What the... Look, I know he's a jerk. I know he lies about everything, but I assumed he would at least tell the truth about something that's so easily confirmable. Like, rule number 1, you don't lie about your alibi, because then I ask the person that's your alibi, and they say, no, I wasn't with him, and now the whole thing's falling apart. And you look even more suspicious than if you just straight up didn't have an alibi.
But I was only there for about 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Why would you even say that, though? You're tying a noose around your neck, you know.
I don't care if it was 5 seconds. It's way too suspicious that you were alone in the gym.
And I'm come to think of it, right? 5 minutes. That's definitely enough time to tie off that rope. She's got to be our suspect number 1 at this point. Obviously, obviously you got to take into account Kaito and Maki, because they don't have any alibi at all. But what pushes me over the edge for Kurumi here is the fact that she then goes out of the gym after like 5 minutes and devises and gets like the perfect alibi with Kokichi, right? Like you get an alibi that goes like exactly to 10 on the dot. Like that's suspicious. Like your alibi is too good. And now 5 minutes would probably not have been enough time to do the whole murder and set up the tank thing, but it's definitely enough time to tie off the rope.
I think the cleaning lady here is the culprit. You killed Ryoma, didn't you?
Now granted, again, it's not definitive though. Like it's kind of suspicious, but the fact that we do also have 2 people with no alibi whatsoever, we got to clear that up first before we can really confidently say it's Kurumi. But I'd say she's top of my suspects list right now.
It's too soon to tell. We should hear what everyone has to say, right?
Fuck that noise!
But Mew, you don't have an alibi for when the crime occurred.
Alright, Mew too, right? Got it, Mew, yeah.
You think I'm suspicious? I don't even know where the gym is.
Really? That's your excuse?
Doesn't telling such obvious lies make you more suspicious, Mew?
The other 2 without alibis are Kaito and Maki. Let us hear your testimonies.
I was in my research lab the whole time. I didn't go to the gym.
It's not really good evidence, but it's believable to me. That's very Maki of her.
But that cannot be proven, can it?
Can it?
What about Kaito? Only murderers grow out creepy facial hair like mustaches and goatees.
What? My goatee's not creepy. It gives me a glamorous celebrity vibe.
Anyway, among those 4, the culprit must be the one who doesn't have an alibi.
Tenko. There are suspects because none of them have alibis.
I apologize, but given the circumstances, we have no choice but to suspect you.
Suspect who? Who's the culprit?
Wait up! Why are you guys suspicious of me? I've been helping the whole time!
Yeah, well, so did Kaede, so... Helping with the investigation, it's actually a pretty good tactic to keep suspicion off yourself, in a certain sense.
Oh wait, I remember now. I do have an alibi.
Well, that's awfully convenient.
You will see whether or not I am suspicious as the trial progresses.
I'm
No
not
way
the
I'm the
culprit.
culprit!
Oh no, the mass panic debate is gonna start. That's what you're thinking, right? Well, you're exactly correct, buddy, but let me give you another tutorial first. Why, we've already done this. The mass panic debate this time around will have loud voice dialogue. It's when one of your opponents shouts their opinion in a loud voice. That blocks out everyone's arguments. Even if you see a weak spot, you can't refute it. Okay. What do I do then? Oh no, what do I do? What do I do then? That's what you're thinking, right? This game has my number. It's bordering on creepy. Luckily, it's just like white noise. Shut him up with your left-click silencer. After that, all the arguments will be audible again. Then you just shoot the truth bullet at the weak spot. You know the drill. Am I that predictable? Am I just that much of just like an average normal person? Because I always thought I was kind of a unique little snowflake, but like, I don't know, maybe not. Alright, we're gonna focus on Mew, so I think she's most likely to have the most useful stuff this time around.
I was running away from Gonta!
What is your alibi?
Hiding in the classroom.
When I was running from
I even tried hiding in the girls' bathroom.
Things got a little heated if you catch my drift. Filthy male pervert!
Okay.
What's Maki's alibi?
Then right before nighttime, I got tired and fell asleep.
Did you really leave the gym at 9 p.m.?
I was
Are
in my
you
research
sure
lab
you
the
did
whole
not
time.
stay at the gym?
No, in my own room. Jeez.
Could you, like, stop? I need to sort out everyone's statements just like Kaede did. Need to calm down, focus on one at a time.
I was running away from Gonta.
What? Hold on, what? So we got
I
Gonta's
tried hiding
account.
in the classroom.
Oh, Gonta's account, right?
When I was running from
I even
Gonta,
tried hiding in the girls' bathroom.
things got a little heated if you catch my drift. Filthy male pervert!
What's Monkey's alibi?
Then right before nighttime, I got tired and fell asleep.
Did you really leave the gym at 9 p.m.? Are you sure you did not stay at the gym?
No, in my own room. Jeez.
Oh, okay, it's Kokichi's account for Kurumi. That's what it is.
I was running away from Gonta.
What is your
I tried
alibi?
hiding in the classroom.
When I was running from
I even
Gonta,
tried hiding in the girls' bathroom.
things got a little heated if you catch
Until
my
they
drift.
left with
Filthy male
Gonta.
pervert!
What's Monkey's
That was
alibi?
5
Then
minutes
right before
9
nighttime, I
p.m.
got tired and fell asleep.
Did you really leave the gym at 9 p.m.? Are you sure you did not stay at the gym?
No, in my own room. Jeez.
Get this out of here, and then Kokichi's account. Yeah,
I heard it.
there we go.
No, I think Kirumi is telling the truth. Kokichi's story proves it.
Right when I got to the entrance hall, Kurumi spotted me. That was right after I left Gonta's lab, so it was right around 9 p.m. She started throwing questions at me left and right, asking if I was up to no good. She just kept talking, then finally let me go at 10 p.m. when nighttime rolled around. A whole hour. Well, only the first half hour was a lecture, then we played tag for the other half.
Kokichi met Kirumi at 9 p.m., and they were together until nighttime.
Gonta went to the gym to catch Himiko and Angie 5 minutes before 9 o'clock. After I left Gonta's lab, I ran into Kirumi. I'm pretty sure Kirumi stayed at the gym 5 minutes till 9 o'clock.
Okay.
This information could have been told to us beforehand.
Sorry, forgot. I definitely didn't keep it a secret to make the trial more interesting.
Forgot? It seems far more plausible that you were telling another lie.
And he told me about it too. And there's no benefit to being a co-conspirator. So.
Unlike robots, we meatbags can't pull out our memories from our hard drive.
Was that supposed to offend me? Your irrationality fills me with pity.
If I am the culprit, that would mean I killed Ryoma within 5 minutes.
I agree that would be a stretch, but I don't think that's what we actually need to establish occurred during this time frame.
Transported him to the gym, and hid him in the piranha tank. This seems highly unlikely.
If you called Ryoma out to the gym and killed him there, you wouldn't need to move him.
Technically true. But it's a tight window.
All you would have to do is hide him in the piranha tank.
Gonta was in the midst of heading to the gym to capture Angie. Are you claiming I took advantage of that and called Ryoma for a rendezvous at the gym?
That'd be pretty difficult. We should probably look at other possibilities.
Maybe someone snuck into the gym while Kirumi and I were busy talking.
The only ones capable of that are the other three with no alibis.
Mew, Kaito, and Maki! Ah! You're including me too?
But there's actually one person we can rule out of the suspects list.
Okay. Who?
Right? There's one person who's totally not suspicious. Say who it is already.
Me, obviously. One person can be eliminated as a suspect according to Kokichi. It's probably me, actually. Right, because of Gonta's. Right, she had a run-in with Gonta, didn't she? Unless you're talking about the figure he saw, they certainly would have an alibi. Right. We need to pin down who that was. The key to that fact lies in Kokichi, Gonta, and Miu's statements. According to what we know, that figure Kokichi saw must be... Miu. Yeah.
That's it! Kokichi, you're talking about Miu, right?
What? Mew?
Yeah, you can take her off the list. She actually has an alibi.
Booyah! Suck it, nerds!
Wait a sec. Since when does she have an alibi?
If you compare everyone's statements, there's no other possibility.
Oh yeah, I did see something odd while Kurumi was lecturing me. Something odd? Saw a half-naked girl wandering around the courtyard in her underwear. It was too dark for me to make out who it was, but I saw her walk around for a bit.
A girl walking around half naked.
Yeah, it sounds like Miu, definitely.
Who else could it be but the horny exhibitionist Miu?
And to be fair, we have evidence aside from just character evidence, to be clear.
We can't just jump to conclusions like that. He just saw a shadow, right? That could have been anyone walking around in women's underwear. Even me.
I mean, you going with that?
That'd be a whole different issue.
No, it's Miu, without a doubt. Miu and Gonta's statements prove it.
Oh, Gonta see Miu, but Gonta's face got red hot, so Gonta could bring her. Your face got hot? You mean you were hot on her trail, right? No, she used her, what's she called? Secret woman weapon, and then... well... I had to use my secret woman weapon, and let's just leave it at that.
I see. It sounds like Gonta got an eyeful,
What? Why the heck were you in your underwear, Miu?
Well, 'cause, I'm
Pretty stacked, so...
I figured I'd take my clothes off so Gonta would be too flustered to touch me.
Guess it technically worked. And here I was thinking that'd be like...
And I'm sticking to it, you cockroaches!
I was thinking that'd be like subvertive, like, you thought we were talking about that, but it was actually something else. Nope, that is just straight up what it is.
Anyway,
Oh,
I think the
sheesh.
blood rushed to both of Gonta's heads because he got super embarrassed.
Miu was in her underwear, and Gonta got weird feeling. So Gonta ran away.
Fair enough.
Well, when you got the body of a goddess, it's only natural to want to flaunt it. I show my panties to the boys all the time.
Do you? I haven't
And I
invited.
mean all the time. So you're welcome, Gonta. Think of me during your next tug session.
Did they have to draw it? I guess technically not. Did they want to draw it? For sure.
Most of that was unintelligible nonsense, but it would seem that Miu has an actual alibi.
Yep, it took a while, but at least we got everyone's alibis cleared up.
Well, aside from Maki and Kaito.
We should remember all of this in case we need to recall these events again.
Alibis for yesterday has been recorded to the monopad.
That leaves Kaito and Maki as the only ones with no alibis.
Then one of them must be the culprit. But which one, I wonder?
Is anybody playing Danganronpa for the fan service? Probably not. I don't know. Doesn't like how long have we been playing to get to that scene? Just doesn't seem like a very efficient use of your time if that's your primary motivation. We've got to be approaching like 20 hours at this point, if not have well beyond that.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch the culprit by it.
Look, Angie, you're not Nagito. We can't just decide who the culprit is randomly and have that be correct.
Hold up! Don't decide just yet!
Two prime suspects, Kaito and Maki. But something inside me doesn't want to accuse Kaito. I want to believe Kaito. Until he's proven guilty, I will trust him. Now Maki, on the other hand...
Maybe we should determine the sequence of events. The culprit
No, we should do something more fun. And I have the perfect idea.
It sounds stupid. What?
We narrowed it down to 2 people. And one of those 2 is the culprit, right?
I still disagree with this, but the game has not caught up to my supreme logic yet, so, well, we'll let it slide.
Since we don't have to randomly accuse each other, finding the truth just got much easier.
How so?
So let's find the truth with a more effective method.
And what is this effective method?
If one of them is the culprit, then the innocent one should know who the guilty one is. Yeah?
This is so dumb. They're... Like, you're technically correct, yes. If we have literally narrowed it down to 2 people, then if I know I'm innocent, I know the other person is guilty. But that's not helpful in the slightest, because they're both just going to say, I'm the innocent one, the other one is guilty. Like, it doesn't help anyone else, because we can't inherently trust either of them. Kichi, are you actually this dumb?
Because if you know you're not the culprit, then you can just accuse the other person.
Okay, yeah, but if you know you are the culprit, then you'll just accuse the other person. You see the problem here, don't you?
Yes, that is true.
Which means there is one person among us who definitely knows who the culprit is.
Yes, and we have no way of knowing which of the 2 people they are, and so they'll just accuse each other, and the rest of us will be just as lost as we already are.
To that someone who knows, do your best to convince us. Work harder.
Work harder?
Have the 2 argue for their innocence. That's how we'll decide our culprit.
I mean, I guess it gives us some extra testimony, so it's not as stupid as it seemed on the face of it, but, like, it's still kind of stupid.
Even if we did that, wouldn't they just pass the blame back and forth?
And...
So therefore it's ineffective. There's, like, no truth value in anything either of them say, because they could both just be lying to try to seem innocent.
Huh?
You guys talk about cooperation and teamwork, but you're all afraid. You're too scared to point your fingers at others, so you hide behind the word trust. How do you expect to find the culprit when you're all worried about each other's feelings?
Well, it's not a feelings thing. It's a facts thing. Like neither of them are inherently trustworthy over the other one, so both their claims are equally valid. Like, all we're doing here is we're just gonna give the... Like, what if the killer is just really rhetorically gifted?
If you're planning to expose a liar, then you have to corner them psychologically. Only then will they reveal their true self as a liar, hiding beneath a layer of deceit! If we want to find the liar, I suggest that the 2 suspects argue against each other. No more pointless deductions. All we need is for them to fight for their lives. So let's host an argument that's totally not boring but super fun! We'll catch the culprit in their lies when we find a contradiction.
Okay. Guess that could work, in theory.
We'll scare the culprit until they screw up!
Unless the
That's
pressure...
how a true class trial works.
Well, here's the issue, though. It's the same problem as why people say torture is ineffective, right? There's argument that torture is ineffective because once you're put under that type of pressure, you'll say anything just to make it stop, right? Same thing here. Right? We're putting them under so much pressure, and if you don't have a good alibi, right, maybe you just start making things up just If you've lost faith in the idea of the truth will set you free, you just start making things up just to have a stronger case because you know the other person's guilty, and gosh darn it, I've got to do my best to prove it. And then you just throw nonsense out there, and who's to say the innocent person doesn't end up lying in the process? Or just messing up.
Right, Monokuma?
Kokichi,
A development like that would liven things up a bit.
Yeah, I kind of miss Danganronpa 1 and not having just this constant presence of a character that just is annoying and screws everything up.
Yep, I totes agree.
You're agreeing with Monokuma? Just whose side are you on?
I'm on your side. I don't want to die either, you know. That's why we need to take this seriously. A hot debate to smoke out the liar.
And how do you expect us to start this?
If you guys need some help getting started, I can give out the first topic.
Went out of Byakuya, that's what he did? Kinda. Not to the extent of Nagito and Kokichi, though.
Our first topic is this! Ta-da!
The Cubs pad?
Not just any Cubs pad, but the one given to our latest victim, Ryoma. When we started investigating, I went straight to his room to borrow it.
So it wasn't the culprit who took the video from his room. It was you.
Okay.
And the reason why I brought it out just for this occasion is because one of these two had Ryoma's motive video. Dun dun dun!
Really? How do we know this?
One of these two had it?
Oh, I guess you collected all the motive videos, didn't you? So you would know.
And for us to figure that out, we need to know who this motive video belongs to. Take a guess, everyone. Whose motive video did Ryoma have?
Well, it's gotta be Maki, right? Because I had Kaito's. What? The motive video that Ryoma had, was it Kaito's or Maki's? I should answer. I should know the answer. I mean, he must have had Maki's. If he had one of them, it would be Maki's.
That's it.
It was Maki's motive video, right?
Oh, how did you ever guess?
Well, I've got the other one, so.
Ooh, I know! It's because the motive video that you have belongs to Kaito.
That was the implication, yes.
Process of elimination wins again. The obvious answer was Maki, right?
Is that true, Shuichi?
We agreed not to share motive videos, alright? Don't act like this is some sort of betrayal. No one was sharing motive videos.
Yes, you're right.
And what about that? Just because Ryoma had my motive video, that doesn't make me the culprit.
Finally, you said something! This is how a debate should be.
I'm kind of worried for Kaito going up against Maki. I feel like, because Maki's generally pretty like reserved and quiet, but like, I think we corner her, and she's the type of character that I think she's gonna be brutal when push comes to shove.
I only brought up the motive video to make you talk.
Excuse me?
Okay, now that we got the party rolling, let's get you and Kaito ready to argue. Remember, if you're not the culprit, then that means the other one is. Got that? Let's start this extreme death debate. Tear up the other's lies, rip each other apart.
I'm kind of curious what my role is going to be, like, interaction-wise here. If they're mostly just debating each other.
Wait just a minute. What are you trying to...
Quit screwing around! We don't need to debate who's a culprit!
Really?
I'm not the culprit! That's for sure.
Which means...
Kaito, wait. Maybe Kokichi is wrong. Maybe he...
But Maki isn't a culprit either.
Okay. Kaito for the win.
Huh?
What?
Huh? Really? You're saying neither of you are the culprit?
Now, please have some actual evidence, Kaito, to back up your claim.
Then what would be the point of this whole debate?
Who cares about that? All I know is that neither me or Maki are the culprit. It's just a hunch I've got.
That doesn't really hold up in a court of law.
Hunch? Are you being serious? You do know all our lives are on the line here, right?
Yeah, please, Kaito, give me something more concrete. I don't like agreeing with Kokichi.
And you're betting our lives on just a hunch?
You don't get it. This isn't just any hunch.
Okay.
This is an official hunch from the Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars.
I don't care who you are. This is not a restaurant. You're not going to get a better seat reservation because you're a celebrity, okay? We need evidence.
What?
How illogical. This is even more difficult to comprehend than Kokichi's antics.
You're totally not serious. You can't be that stupid, right?
No, he might actually be that stupid. Damn idiot!
A damned idiot!
Jeez. Man, Kaito's getting lit up. Rightfully so, but...
Hey, don't call me an idiot. Anyway, me and Maki aren't the culprit.
Okay, I know you know that you aren't. And you think you're a trustworthy dude. And maybe you're a trustworthy dude. But, like, how do you know anything on Maki? I mean, like, let's be honest, personality-wise, she's a bit prickly. Like, if anyone could have killed in cold blood, I think it's probably her. But it's just from a kind of personality perspective.
There's no doubt about it. I believe in Maki.
But, like, why her specifically? We know one of us is the killer, right? Why do you specifically believe in Maki? As opposed to anyone else here?
What?
Like, is there some history between you two I'm unaware of?
You believe in her? But based on what?
Huh? I don't gotta base it on anything. No matter where the clues point.
Kaito, this is not how we do an investigation. Look, I know how you feel, man. I understand it. But, like, this is not a road you want to go down of just, she's not guilty because I don't want her to be. I've been down that road before. It's not fun.
In the end, the only thing that matters is what I believe, right?
What is this postmodernism, modern crap? Like, no, that's not how objective reality works.
Whether I believe or not, whether I want to believe or not, that's the only thing that matters.
And to be clear here, I don't actually, like, Maki's not my leading suspect right now. But she's, like, probably number 2 or 3 on the list. Like, if we're gonna clear her, we need actual evidence.
So, you do not have any evidence?
Only baseless conjecture.
Now, Maki, you could be helping your case a bit if you would open up a bit of what the heck you've been doing the last, like, 4 days. In your room.
But I totally get where he's coming from. Because I want to believe in Himiko, too.
Okay, well, we can't just believe in everyone, alright? Someone here killed someone. And we can't just blindly believe in people. What to believe, huh? Yeah, I think I understand that.
Wanting to believe in someone is a beautiful act, yes. However, it is a sentiment that has no place in a class trial.
He's an idiot after all.
It's okay to be idiot, as long as you believe in people.
Oh my god, so you two. Guys, good feelings aren't gonna protect us.
Guys, I said don't call me an idiot. Really hurts my feelings.
It's true. That's not what a class trial is about. And I mean, believing in who we wanted to not be guilty, that worked out great last time. Just saying. You're supposed to think logically. You can't let your feelings into it. It's absurdity. Total absurdity. Then again, that absurdity saved me before, right? Did it? I mean, Kaito was still the killer last time, despite how much I didn't want her to be. Like, I believed in her motives and stuff, and that turned out okay, but, like, in terms of the actual result of the trial, it was tragic. Why? Why do you trust me, Kaito? There's chances I'm the... I believe in you because I want to. Do I need a reason other than that? What? Isn't that why you believed in Kaede? I mean, sure, I might get betrayed in the end, but... if I worry about that, I won't be able to believe in the people I want to believe in. It's sweet, but this is a savory dish here that we're serving. If I can trust my logic, maybe I should trust Kaito's feelings too? This is my character arc for chapter 2? What? Why? This is... no. Yeah, it'll work out in the end, so... oh, am I gonna have to lie to back him up?
I'll believe in Maki as well.
Okay.
What?
You know, maybe this is what we need to do to make Maki open up to the rest of us.
That's our Kaido, right? Making us think with our hearts.
Okay, maybe...
You too? How could the ultimate detective believe in someone without proof?
And the thing is, this is really tearing me up here because, like, in a certain sense, this character arc that Shuichi's going through of, like, should I expose the truth if it's hurtful? Should I believe in the people I want to be? In a sense, like, it's kind of meta in a sense, because that's kind of the character arc you go through when you're playing Danganronpa games. And I've been through that arc enough times to know where this road leads, and it's not a good place.
But there's no proof linking Maki or Kaito to this crime either.
Right. We don't have direct evidence of that, so we could, we should look at where the evidence leads, right? And this is why I don't necessarily believe either of them. This is why Kurumi's top of the list, because her alibi is too good, which means if the crime happened when it's not expected to have happened, she's actually shoots up the suspect list because she would have designed it that way.
I believe in innocent until proven guilty. For now, they are innocent.
Okay, thank you. Shuichi is talking some sense here. A sensible version of what Kaito was pushing, at least.
Right on, Shuichi. I knew I picked a good sidekick.
And by the way, I might be the ultimate detective, but I'm in training. I told you that, didn't I? I'm just an apprentice, not a real detective.
How do you plan to get closer to the truth without suspecting either of them? Unless you have evidence to the contrary, these two will remain suspect.
So I just have to turn it around, right?
Okay.
Huh?
It's not like I owe that idiot a favor or anything just because he defended me. But that hopeless idiot may have encouraged me a bit.
Seriously, enough's enough! Stop calling me an idiot!
What are you trying to say, Maki?
I didn't want to say anything, but I can't stay silent forever.
Okay.
So I'll tell you.
Oh? Tell us what?
I met up with Ryoma during nighttime yesterday.
Okay. Thank you. Why are we only now mentioning this fact? Okay, there we go. We're back on track.
With Ryoma? At nighttime?
So Ryoma was still alive at nighttime?
I thought the crime took place between 8 and 10 o'clock at night. But that's wrong,
It's very
because I met
suspicious.
up with Ryoma during nighttime.
I guess that's fair, right? Yeah. She was the last person to be seen with Ryoma. Yeah, I guess I thought that. And then with suspicion already on her, okay, I guess I can see why she wouldn't necessarily be too forthcoming with that. That's fair.
If that's true, then we have no basis for suspecting only Kaito and Maki.
That's right. Everyone suspected them, because they have alibis for those times.
That means me and Maki aren't suspects anymore.
Well, no, it means everyone is a suspect yet again.
Quit fucking around! You think I'm dumb enough to swallow that line of crap?
Yes, this seems too convenient.
Like your alibi, Kurumi.
But why did Maki wait until now to mention that?
It's totally obvious! Maki's so desperate that she has to lie.
Do we have any evidence? I don't think we have any evidence to directly back up her claim. We have evidence to back up the idea that the killing could have taken place outside of during nighttime. We could lie. Was that a lie? Did Maki lie to us? No, I believe her. I believe her. I do think the killing took place after 10 p.m. It's true, we don't have all the facts. But why would Maki say that now of all times? If I trust her innocence, I should believe her statement. But should I? Whoa, intermission. Do you want to save? Yes. So, I guess it is now at this point. I guess unless things turn back around. But at this point, I guess it's basically confirmed that, like, I was correct in my suspicion that the alibis mean nothing. 10 p.m. happened after that. So, it is annoying. You had to answer incorrectly to get through the first thing. Through that one question. And I don't really like that mechanically. And I guess it's kind of unavoidable because these cases sort of lead you down the garden path, but I feel like that's a particularly egregious example. Right? Because I feel like a lot of the times it's more like you're presenting evidence that's like... So it's like, oh, wait, no, this could have been the case, but... Oh, we got to consider this possibility, but like to outright just have a question of like, when did the murder take place? And you have to answer wrong to progress? Like, I don't know, that doesn't sit right with me. I worked it out, but like still. Yeah. Like, I don't feel like the game should punish you for kind of getting ahead of the curve and understanding the case more deeply earlier on than they expect you to. Anyway, we're on intermission, so I am actually going to utilize the intermission as an intermission this time. We'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. Alright, we are back. We're back. Yeah, it is getting pretty late. I do not begrudge people for sleeping. I mean, there's always the VODs. If you want to catch up later. I don't want to be ruining people's lives from lack of sleep or anything. No, it's not overwrites. There we go.
Now then.
It seems the voting has finished. Now then, let's see the results. What? No, we're not in the voting part yet. Who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
The hell you saying?
Wait a second, what result? Voting time hasn't happened yet. Yes, it has. Don't you remember, Momosuke? No, it hasn't. You're the one who doesn't remember, Monotaro.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, you're right. Silly me, I'm so forgetful. Wow, I didn't expect you all to get so worked up over such a small lie. Uh-oh, I see. You're throwing shade on Maki. How dare you? Her name sounds delicious. She must be telling the truth. You kids are pretty gullible, huh?
Now then.
Well, anyway, let's just skip this trial and jump ahead to Chapter 3. No! That's a lie, right?
The hell you
Wait a second, we don't know the culprit yet. Yeah, who killed Rentara? How dumb are you? That was Chapter 1's case. How can you be this forgetful? Also, we're being really meta right now, in a way that I don't think was the case in some of the other games. It's kind of strange. Like, I don't recall Danganronpa 1 ever referring to chapters directly, or even Danganronpa 2, and that one was literally a video game canonically. So, really makes you think.
Another shocking truth revealed.
Back to square one.
Square one?
N-
If square one, they wouldn't have got eaten by the competition.
After that terrible movie, they had no other choice.
What are they on about?
Wow, what does that mean?
It means he doesn't want to get involved in another pointless argument, like this one.
We shouldn't listen to anything Maki says. She's just gonna throw out more lies.
But if we don't ask her for more details, how will we know for sure?
Yeah, we should ask, right? If she says anything that contradicts the facts, then we'll know she is not to be trusted.
I told you already, we don't need to. I hate liars. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
You're one to talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Maki, just ignore that lying little degenerate. We'll listen to what you have to say.
It must have been a little after midnight last night. He visited me at my research lab.
Oh, did you actually let him in?
He wanted me to show him the motive video that I received.
I'm curious.
Motive video?
If Ryoma came to ask about that, does that mean you had his motive video?
As I recall, Ryoma had Maki's motive video, correct? Does this mean you and Ryoma received one another's motive video? Maybe. I actually didn't check the one I got, so I wouldn't know.
Really?
Maki admitted earlier that she hadn't checked her Cubs pad.
Then why did Ryoma think that Maki had his motive video?
If he went around asking at random, he might have asked some people besides Maki.
Right.
He never asked me. He probably never asked you guys either, right?
Did he ask me? I don't recall.
Then, who was it that told Ryoma about his Cubs pad?
Who told Ryoma that Maki had his motive video? Well, Kokichi? It would have to be someone who knew who had each pad. And if it's one of us, then it must be Kokichi. And this is why you're so against the idea of Maki's version of events here, because all of a sudden you're implicated.
It's you! That would be Kokichi.
Cub says, gotta catch 'em all. I even got the pads belonging to the people who aren't here. And everyone can watch their motive video.
So, you saw the motive videos. Did you tell Ryoma that Maki had his?
Well,
When males get this quiet, they're either caught in a lie or thinking dirty thoughts.
What happened then, Maki? After Ryoma asked you for his motive video?
I told Ryoma just to take it from my room. I keep my room unlocked.
wait, so you're super private and concerned about your lab, but your room you just keep it. What is? You are so weird, Maki. You're a mystery wrapped in an enigma, and it fascinates me.
Wow, Maki, that's super careless. Aren't you scared someone might kill you in your sleep?
And then what happened?
I don't know what happened after that. I'm not even sure if he saw his motive video. When he asked me, he said that he would show me my motive video in return.
Mm.
But I wasn't interested, so I declined. And that's pretty much it.
So you don't even know if Ryoma saw his motive video? What a bunch of crap.
Can we see his motive video now?
If Maki met with Ryoma at nighttime, that proves he was still alive then. Which means, even though we don't have alibis from 8 to 10, Maki and me aren't suspects.
Well, not any more so than anyone else.
If that story is true.
It's true.
Then why did you wait until now to bring that up?
A fair point.
I didn't say anything until now because I wasn't in the mood to be suspected.
Suspected? What for?
Hirumi said it earlier. It seems that Ryoma and I had each other's motive videos. That's pretty fishy, right? So I didn't want to mention it to avoid suspicion.
Fair.
You didn't say anything because you weren't in the mood?
It is quite selfish to keep this information hidden because you were not in the mood.
Well, whatever. Either way, let's just believe Maki.
Yes, yes! Those who believe shall be saved!
We're not talking about a tour right now.
No, we need to wait. There is still more to confirm.
Well then, why don't we ask Kokichi?
Indeed.
Huh? What now?
You never answered my question. Were you the one who told Ryoma that Maki had his motive video?
Is that really important?
Yes, it is important. Because if Kokichi told Ryoma,
Then it makes sense he would talk to Maki.
it becomes more likely that Ryoma visited Maki during nighttime. I see. Kokichi's response may help corroborate Maki's testimony.
What if he lies to us, though?
Now you understand why I don't want your charade. I want the truth.
Well, Kokichi, did you tell Ryoma?
Well?
You said it earlier. I don't want to die, right? If you really don't want to die, then you better tell us the truth.
Here comes the dramatic turnabout. Now I'm the one pressured by Maki. Okay, it's true. I told Ryoma.
When?
Just as I thought.
Like, it would have had to be. After 10. So you knew... He knew all along that the alibi time frame was BS. This guy.
But that's not a bad thing, right? He wanted to know, so I told him.
Well, no, the problem isn't that you told him. Well, it's somewhat a problem. But the problem is that you didn't tell us.
Have you seen everyone's motive video?
No, not yet. I was gonna wait until we hosted like a movie screening party. I just checked who had whose so I could give them back to everyone after.
I see.
Anyway, if Kokichi told Ryoma that, then he must have gone to see Maki. That means Maki's telling the truth. Ryoma was alive during nighttime.
No, we cannot be too sure about that yet.
But we can, given Kokichi's testimony, right? If Kokichi told Ryoma who had his motive video, he could only know that once he acquired the motive videos. And he only acquired the motive videos after he left the thing, the screening party zone, Gonta's lab. And you specifically held him up from being able to acquire those videos until after 10 p.m. So it's your fault, Karumi, actually, that now we know for certain Ryoma was alive after 10 p.m. The only way that isn't the case is if both Maki and Kokichi are lying in this case, which seems unlikely because one of them has to be innocent and it would be against their interests to mislead the investigation. Not that stopped either one of them in the past, but hopefully they've put that behind them now.
Even if Ryoma and Maki did meet, it does not mean it was during nighttime yesterday.
So you still suspect me?
I am saying it could still be a possibility. If there is still a small chance of you being the culprit, then I cannot trust you entirely. Because everyone's lives are at stake.
Then which is it? A lie or not lie?
She's not lying. Can't you tell just by looking at her?
If it was that easy, we'd be done by now. No, this is a world of lies and betrayal.
Himiko! It breaks my heart to hear you say depressing things!
I find Maki's testimony suspicious. It's far too convenient for her.
Another testimony that's rather convenient, I must say.
This is difficult to determine.
Maki is lying. Like I said before, a liar like me knows their own kind.
I'm not lying. I did meet up with Ryoma during nighttime. I'm telling the truth.
Is it a lie or the truth? This is the turning point. This will change the fate of this case. And I said I believe in Kaito. That means believing in Maki. That's going to snowball into believing in everyone, and then no one's the culprit, and that's just not going to work. But for now, we're believing in people. And that means I have to do it. I need us all on the same page. I have to change where this argument is going, just like Kaede did. Am I gonna lie? No. Well, no, I've got actual evidence that implies the reason I thought it happened after 10 in the first place is because I have evidence that implies as such.
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
What a load of crap!
Maki only sees
This could be
Ryoma
us.
at night?
Yes, I didn't meet with anyone else.
Did anyone see those two together?
Surely they would have come forward already.
If no one can prove that this meeting took place, then there is no reason to believe your testimony, I'm afraid.
As expected, Maki is lying to us. If you can't prove your claim, then it's the same as an outright lie!
Okay, so I think I need to lie and say that or I can't say the two of them at the house. That's too obvious lie. Okay, never mind. So I can convince them that Maki met up with someone.
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
Like, what does our truth both say? So, okay, we have Maki alone. Maki was standing guard in front of her lab last night. She stayed in her dorm room only during nighttime. Okay. What else do we have here? We got alibis, file, Gonta's count, insect meet and greets.
Yes, I...
So, alibis. This is just alibis. We can't really contradict this. This has all been basically proven, and I don't think it helps Maki in any case. We've got Gonta's account. That is just about the stage. That doesn't help us at all. What else do we have? The file. And I could point out the file. So isn't it weird that the time of death is not listed here. Maybe. There's one more thing, right?
Didn't meet with anyone else.
Did anyone see those two together?
Insect meet and greets.
Surely they would have.
What's the insect meet and greets? The other night. Wait, this is different from the alibis? Hold on. Wait, what's... So, alibis. So we were at the meet and greet. Kokichi was there. Okay, so that's that. And what different information is the meet and greet? Okay, this is just when everyone arrived. Again, though, this is something that really can't be contradicted in the slightest. Although, like, there is the point that if you combine the meet and greet with the alibis, right, it implies Kokichi must have, if he spoke to Ryoma, it would have had to be after nighttime. I'm not sure if that's what they want here, though.
Come forward already.
If no one can prove that this meeting took place, then there is no reason to believe your testimony, I'm afraid.
As expected, Maki is lying to us. If you can't prove your claim, then it's the same as an outright lie!
Okay, let's think this through. Can't say the two of them met. Now that's too obvious a lie. So I can convince them that Maki met up with someone.
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
What a load of crap!
I kind of like alibis for yesterday on
I didn't meet with anyone else.
a given claim.
Did anyone see those two together?
So this would be where I could maybe
Surely they
lie
would have
about her
come
being
forward
alone.
already.
If no one can prove that this...
This is weird, but like, okay. I mean, my logic there is just the timing of the alibi. If we're assuming that... If Kokichi is telling the truth about Ryoma, it makes sense he would go then talk to Maki. And we know Kokichi must have talked to him after nighttime because there's no other time Kokichi was available to do so. After that it did take place, not that it could. I don't understand. Does this mean Maki met no one that night? She met with no one, then she certainly did not meet with Ryoma.
Damn it!
Okay, let's think about this.
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
Alright, what's this? So Maki alone specifically says Maki was standing guard in front of her lab last night. She stayed in her dorm room only during nighttime. I believe the source from that is just Maki's own testimony. Which doesn't really seem all that useful. I can twist this into a lie and say that I met with her or saw them meet or something. I guess. How could I know that? I have no evidence that would make it so I know that. Sorry, I don't even think this is, like, necessary to set up the theory of the case, but whatever.
Yes, I didn't meet with anyone else.
Okay.
Did anyone see those two together?
Okay, well, yeah. I can't... Why'd you wait until now to reveal that you saw Ryoma? There's no reason to keep that information to yourself unless you are lying, that is.
Damn it!
Okay, so I can't just blatantly lie about that.
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
Alibis. Could I lie about the alibis? If I lied about the alibis... But the issue is no alibi relies on my witness specifically, so I can't really contradict the alibis. And the file doesn't state a time, but that doesn't prove anything. Oh, this is kind of annoying. I can't lie about the insect meet and greet, like everyone was there. Right, that's the thing.
Maki only see Ryoma at night?
Like
Yes,
this, everyone was there, so I can't lie about it because I'd be caught out immediately. This is too blatant.
Surely they would have come forward
These alibis don't rely on my
No one
witness,
can
so
prove
my
that
word
this
has nothing
meeting
to
took
do with
place.
it.
Then there is no reason to believe your testimony, I'm afraid.
The file just proves
As
that, like, he
expected,
could have
Maki is
died.
lying to
later.
us.
I didn't
If you
lie, though.
can't
I
prove
fired
your
normal
claim,
bullets. True.
Then it's the same as an outright lie!
She responded as if I had lied, though. So, like, I don't know. I guess I can try it again.
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
What a load of crap!
Maki only see Ryoma
Oh wait,
at
hold on.
night?
That drains my life.
Yes, I didn't meet with anyone else.
Okay, I gotta
Did
time
anyone
that properly.
see those two together?
Sure. Okay, no. Why did yeah? Wait until now.
I was wrong.
This is
I
annoying.
met with Ryoma that
Alright, what-
previous night.
It's got to be Maki alone,
What a
right?
load of crap!
Maki only see Ryoma.
Well, what
at
else
night?
could we do?
Yes.
We can say that yes, I saw them. There's also
Anyone see those two together?
what does Kyo say?
Surely they would have come forward already.
If no one can prove that this thing took place,
Proves that the meeting took place. How can I prove the meeting
there
took
is no
place?
reason to believe your testimony, I'm afraid.
As expected, Maki is lying to us. If you can't prove your claim, then it's the same as an outright lie.
I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe we just lie about Maki being alone again, but on the different dialogue. I'm not sure that changes anything, but again, of what we have alibis that don't rely on us to confirm them, so we can't lie about that. We have the fact of the insect gathering thing, which a bunch of people were at, so we can't lie about that. We've got Gonta's account, which I think is based on the magic show, so that's completely irrelevant to this. And then the Monokuma file, which has the absence of a time of death, but that doesn't prove anything. I mean, you can make the inference that, like, since there is no time of death, that means time of death was suspicious, but we already kind of, like, you don't need, right? Oh, the ambiguity in the Monokuma file was already answered with Kate, with the first worldview of the case, where, right, because the obvious thing is, oh, he died right in front of us with the piranhas, but actually he drowned beforehand, right? The ambiguity proves that. It doesn't necessarily then prove, actually he died at night. So, I think the only thing we can lie about that, and we can't lie about the contents of the Monokuma file, obviously. So we gotta lie about Maki being alone. Maybe just on the other statement for some reason?
Maki only see Ryoma at night?
Yes.
This is assuming it's a lie. I mean, they've hinted pretty heavily that it's a lie based on the kind of lead up here. And this is the only thing I can lie about.
If no one can prove place.
Okay, why is
The truth.
What? What am I lying about?
I might not be able to prove they met, but I can prove Maki wasn't alone.
How? I have no evidence to back this up. Okay.
Oh, please explain.
Well, Kaito and I train together every night.
Okay. Oh, Kaito's gonna back me up because he believed in her. Okay.
And yesterday, because of the insect meet and greet, we started late. Huh?
Go along with it.
Ah, Kaito, don't worry. You don't have to say anything. Anyway, we were doing some frog squats on the school stairs when we heard two people talking.
People talking?
We knew one of them was Maki, but we couldn't pick out the other one. But now that I think about it, it must have been Ryoma.
What?
Yeah, maybe. That was probably around midnight.
Wait a minute! If you heard their voices, then that means...
So Ryoma and Maki did meet up.
No, hold up! Why'd you sit on that info for so long?
I don't know. I mean, it's fair points.
Because until just now, I didn't think it was relevant. I had no reason to bring it up.
Now. We don't know if Maki was really talking to Ryoma, right?
That is true. If I knew for certain, I would have said so sooner. But considering the circumstances, I can't imagine it being anyone but Ryoma. None of us were talking to Maki last night, correct? So it must have been him.
And nobody say you suddenly remember talking to Maki. It's way too late for that.
Yes, yes. Quite late for that.
And you two did not confirm who Maki was talking to at the time?
And Maki's a little prickly.
If I overheard a conversation in the middle of the night, I surely would have checked.
Well, not everyone's you.
We are still part of a killing game after all.
Whoa, whoa, chill out. Why the scary face? That was my bad, but it's not really manly to eavesdrop, you know? I wouldn't do something so uncool.
Anyway, I know that we heard those voices. Maki is not lying.
Then Gonta will believe friends.
You're gonna believe him? Just like that? But Shuichi has no reason to lie.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes. If his lie leads us to the wrong culprit, he will join us in eternal sleep. Unless he wishes for death, we should be able to believe him.
That's right. You can believe me.
Yeah, you're right. I'll believe him too.
And we got 2 folks backing this up. And at this point, 3 people know about Maki's conversation with Ryoma. Like, come on, guys.
Belief shall set you free.
I'd be so surprised if Shuichi was a liar, especially after we believed him for so long. We wouldn't be able to trust anyone anymore. Well, it's not like he's lying anyway.
All right, that proves it then. Ryoma was still alive during nighttime.
I guess the thing that bothers me with the lying mechanic is, like, I don't think you needed to lie to get to this point. The rest of the evidence is sufficient. Right? I had the theory that it happened during nighttime before we even started the trial.
In other words, me and Maki aren't suspects anymore.
But I guess that means everyone's alibis no longer matter, yes?
Not quite. Because you still needed time to tie the rope. And I think it would take 5 minutes, maybe?
So, everyone is culprit again?
So, we're right back where we started. What a pain.
However, it should be clear now that the crime occurred after nighttime began.
Kyoko is a good example. Yeah, Kyoko. I'm definitely living in Kyoko's shadow here as the ultimate detective, that's for sure. I need to be more assertive. Just move the conversation where I want. It's like, no, we need to talk about this. This is what's relevant right now.
But then when was Ryoma's body placed inside the piranha tank?
Sometime after midnight.
Well, the gym is locked at nighttime, so it must have been the next morning.
Nope, nope.
That's not possible. Himiko and I were at the gym, remember?
So did we fuck up by thinking the body got stuffed into the piranha tank?
I don't think so. We have evidence to prove that's what happened.
Then when did the culprit throw the body into the piranha tank?
When did Ryoma's body get placed in the piranha tank? Maki was with Ryoma around midnight, so it couldn't have been before nighttime. And if it couldn't have been the morning after, that leaves.
The only time they could have done it was during nighttime, huh?
Yes.
Did you forget the gym's not open at nighttime, Dick Cheese?
Dick Cheese?
But that's the only possibility, because by morning we were already at the gym.
But what if you used a non-conventional mode of egress, eh?
It may be possible they slipped by without you noticing.
No one can slip by me. I'm known far and wide as the snoozing sorceress.
You don't see the snoozing part being a problem there for your perception ability? Okay, whatever.
What a terrible title for a guard.
Are you positive that you did not see it? You cannot enter the gym at nighttime.
Himiko would have seen it. She might strike out, but she always keeps her eye on the ball.
I don't even play baseball.
But we can't disobey school rules, right? The body was probably moved in the morning.
Not possible.
Calm down, everyone. Gonta sure if we discuss disagreement.
through your arguments.
What?
Disagreement?
What are you doing? Let us debate.
What? A disagreement?
Oh, okay, this is fun.
Split down the middle again? Then the Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Yippee! We've been waiting for this!
Jeez, we gotta do that whole crazy thing again?
It seems like our opinions are split on this matter. But if we focus on the evidence, the facts will become clear. You know, I'm wild theory on my part, but like, so obviously there's a bit of a tradition going on that Chapter 3 gets a double murder. Like, that can't happen, though, in this game. Because we need an even number of people at every trial for this mechanic to work. Therefore, predicting it right now, Chapter 3 will not have a double murder. All I have to do is show them and make them accept it. It'll have a triple murder instead! If we can't get them to see the truth, now my lie would have been for nothing. I won't fail. Split opinion. Do we? Yeah. Because we specifically need to counter each person with a different thing. I guess technically we could get around it by just having one neutral party who's like, I don't know, it could go either way, I'm not really invested on this. Actually, I just realized there's currently 13 people, so yeah, never mind.
Did the culprit move the body just before the morning announcement?
Okay, announcer is going to
Is it
agree on
not
there.
possible you simply missed the culprit?
Missed.
Remember, the rules state that you can't enter the gym at night.
Rules.
The
Announcer
piranha
missed
tank is
rules.
too far from the gym's entrance.
Entrance.
But pool next
Tank.
to gym also off limits at night.
Off limits.
But should we trust Maki's testimony in the first place?
Testimony. Okay. Announcement missed. Rules. Smokey's the only one talking about the announcement. We should focus on the simplest statements first and argue accordingly.
Did the culprit move the body just before the morning announcement?
Yes!
Angie!
I was in front of the gym with the others before the announcement.
Next is rule?
Is it not possible you simply missed?
Missed.
Himiko!
We were right in front of the door. There's no way we could have missed them.
Remember, the rules state that you can't enter the gym at night.
Kaito!
Who cares about the rules?
Rules probably don't apply to corpses, you know.
The piranha tank is too far from the gym's entrance.
I've got this! You might be able to reach the tank from the window above the stage.
Yep.
But pool next to gym also off limits.
Maki!
Who cares?
Entering the pool at night's what's off limits, not the pool area itself.
Exactly.
But should we trust Maki's testimony in the first place?
Tenko!
It's okay, because we have Shuichi's testimony too.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess we just... Oh wait,
Oh no!
Forgot that was a mechanic. No, their arguments are too overwhelming. Just a bit more. Okay. Gotta do this again. Okay. What if they just start doing like a K or something? I guess I don't need an even number. Never mind. There's gonna be a double murder next job. Confirmed.
It's true that you cannot enter the gym at nighttime, but a corpse could. I am positive that the window was how the culprit moved the body.
That window's higher than the piranha tank, and it's pretty close by.
Exactly.
The curtains might have been closed, but the window was open the whole investigation.
That means it was certainly possible to put the body in the piranha tank from the window.
However, I'm also positive the pane dividing the piranha tank was set up beforehand.
Yeah, that would have been tough to execute at the time. Could you do that in 5 minutes?
That certainly couldn't be tossed in. It would need to be placed carefully.
Even if the culprit were to throw the body from outside the window,
It's quite the shot.
The window is far too high. It cannot be reached from the floor.
But if you tied off a rope... The thing is, tying off the rope you can definitely do in 5 minutes. The pain, though... That doesn't seem like a 5-minute type of job. Maybe? I don't know. And how hard could be? You slide it in, tilt it a bit. I mean, you could do that in like a minute. I'd probably want to go more carefully. But like... It could be done.
Was small.
You'd also need to lower the tank, too.
Yes, but Gonta wouldn't do that. Gentlemen not chuck dead bodies.
Being a gentleman has nothing to do with it.
I know. They used the ladder in the gym.
From outside the gym. Brilliant.
You tested it out while you were investigating, Shuichi. That ladder reached the window, right?
Yes.
So the culprit just needed to put the body through the window to pull it off, right?
Right. No, I don't think that method is possible because... there's no time to move it? I mean, it clearly can be moved. Maybe I'm not... I don't think there was enough time to remove the ladder. Couldn't they have carried out the ladder at any point during nighttime? I think the culprit had enough time. Well, I guess the real issue is, like, you'd need it outside the window. So, the ladder clearly does reach the window. But you couldn't put it... What? I don't think ladder can be... Okay. What do you mean it doesn't reach the window? We used it to investigate the window! Oh, the ladder was easy to move. We used it on the stage. Am I misremembering that?
Oh no!
I've been staring. I screwed up. Dang. We used the ladder to investigate the window, did we not? Do you think I did it? That seems dumb of them. Oh, voting time. Woo.
Is this really the end?
Yeah, obviously we're gonna retry. Sheesh.
We can't let it end here.
Think it means from the pool?
It's true that you cannot enter the gym at nighttime, but I am positive.
That window's curtains might have been...
That means it was certain.
However,
that
Think it means from the
Even
pool?
if the culprit were to...
I'm not
The
necessarily
window is
certain
far
if the
too-
window is higher from the pool side.
Yes, but...
And my contention with why you wouldn't use the ladder is because, like, it would just... Like, how would you...
You tested it out while you were investigating, so the culprit just needed to put...
Like, the issue with the ladder would either be it's too bulky, so... Okay, well, I guess the ladder doesn't reach the window. The ladder that we used to investigate the window doesn't reach the window, apparently.
that's it. The only reason the ladder reached the window was because it was on the stage.
Yes. The stage existed at the time of the murder, though, that we're alleging, right? Like, they were making preparations, and they prepped the stage... The stage was one of the things that was prepared before nighttime, right? Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought that was the case. I thought they were working, like, yesterday on prepping everything. And then today was just kind of a, let's do it.
If you use the ladder on the pool side, it would not quite make it.
Right, okay. We're talking on the pool side. Gotcha. It doesn't really matter, because we're going with the rope anyway.
Barely reached the window when it was on the stage. And there is nothing on the pool side of the gym as tall as the stage.
I guess.
Finally, the ladder was found in the gym, correct? If the culprit used the ladder on the pool side, we wouldn't have found it in the gym.
And that was where you couldn't have moved the ladder. Like, I wasn't meaning, like, the ladder couldn't be moved. I was talking, like, you weren't going to be pulling that in through the window. That was my logic there.
And they couldn't have thrown the ladder back through the window because it's too heavy.
Then Gonta used his tard strength to throw the ladder or the body or something.
Sheesh, Mew.
Gentlemen not throw dead bodies. Or ladders.
The body could not have been thrown into the piranha tank to begin with.
Yeah, a bit delicate of an operation.
It would need to be placed carefully to prevent the glass pane from shifting.
Got it, Musclehead? Even if we injected tons of steroids into you, it'd be impossible.
Sorry, you're right.
You didn't need to apologize, Gonta.
How the culprit moved the body from the window?
It's the rope.
You guys don't even know that? What a bunch of dimwits.
Do you have the answer then?
But of course. Tell him, Shuichi. Blow him all away with the truth.
What's the rope?
I actually don't know that yet.
But it's the rope.
What?
The culprit definitely moved the body through the window, but I don't know how.
With the rope.
Seriously?
Serves you right! You just made a fool out of yourself after acting all high and mighty! Dudes just need to shut up and take their licks!
Could also be an exclamation for the handcuffs.
What are we gonna do, Shuichi? We gotta figure this out or we're done for.
I thought you said you had the answer.
Hey, you gotta do something, Shuichi.
Yeah, we're getting there, all right?
I know.
I mean, it's got to be
something.
It's got to be the rope, right? Either you climb up, toss it in from there. There could be a zipline type mechanic. Seems a bit fancy, but plausible. The issue is you need the rope for that, not the thing. I don't know what to do. I haven't figured that out yet. It might have been the rope. Just damn it. Am I really not good enough to figure out it was the rope that was just conspicuously lying on the ground in the gym near the stage? Am I no good? As a detective, I can't do this. I can't.
I don't think it really matters how the body got into the piranha tank.
It kind of matters. What?
Gonta thinks it matter. We won't know culprit's trick unless we figure out
that it was a rope?
We're getting sidetracked. It doesn't matter how it was done, just who did it.
Well, yeah, but this is why the rope is useful, because with the rope, right, the rope, you have to tie it within the gym beforehand. So that narrows the suspects down to just people who could have been in the gym beforehand, which gets it down to Kurumi, Maki, and Kaito. That's a very familiar pool of suspects.
We shouldn't focus on where we found the body. Instead, we need to focus on where he was killed.
Okay. Can change directions.
Wouldn't it be more efficient if we focused on the murder scene instead?
Yes, that's it. We were so caught up in where the body was found, when we should have been thinking about where the murder occurred.
The murder scene would definitely have more clues about the culprit. Why didn't anyone realize this yet? That's strange.
Perhaps the culprit steered the conversation away from that topic.
Then, culprit is someone in this room.
That's important to remember. It's not as if everyone here wants us to find the truth. One of us is trying to sabotage this trial.
Well then, let's discuss the crime scene to figure out who the culprit is.
Alright.
That's not a bad idea for a robot. The last time I heard such a good idea was when Nino told me to move in with her under the bridge to get out of the cold.
Who's Nino? What is all this Himiko lore all of a sudden?
Himikawa under the bridge?
If we can determine where this all started, we can determine how it ended. Yes, it's much too soon to quit. This trial has only just begun.
Thank you, Maki. That was a helpful insight.
I can't believe you didn't notice that. I guess that's why you're still an apprentice.
Yeah, whatever. A real detective. Kyoko would have figured out it was the rope.
First, let's establish the crime scene.
Wasn't it the dorm room?
No.
Ryoma was relaxing in his room when he got attacked.
But the cause of death was drowning. There's nothing in his room that could collect enough water.
He's got a toilet, doesn't he?
True.
Drown in toilets? Impossible.
Well, no, I mean,
We
that's
should consider
possible.
places where water is stored.
The only place that fits is the pool.
But the rules, though, he couldn't have... You can't drown someone in the pool in the middle of the night. Because they'd be killed by the rules of the game instead of by you.
The pool could not have been the scene of the murder. Ryoma was killed at nighttime. No swimming is allowed at nighttime, so a living person could not have gone in.
Yep, a dead body is fine because it's just an object. But if a living person entered the pool, I think I might cry.
Cry as loud as you want. I'll cry with you. We can spend the night together crying. In the morning after, I'll write goodbye on your mirror in lipstick before I quietly leave.
Only after you leave do I realize how much you really mean to me.
Okay, enough chatting about your one-night stand. Can we get back to the case?
Quit being so gloomy. This is the year of the Jets. Fuck the Patriots.
Oh, I got... What? Monosuke is a Jets fan, eh? Explain some stuff.
Anyway, we can conclude it's impossible for him to have drowned in the pool.
Where was Ryoma killed if not pool? Is there other place where water can be stored?
Yeah, loads of places. Basins, sinks, toilets, tubs. Where's Ryoma killed? I know there's some kind of clue. It was clearly... Oh, wait, I need the clue? I guess the clue that points to where he was killed would be the scratched sink. Sign of a struggle.
This is it! The sink in Ryoma's lab. There were distinct scratch marks on it.
Scratch marks on the sink?
And I believe those scratches were caused by...
The cuffs, obviously. Look at them. There we go.
This is it! The handcuffs. They were scratched as well, correct?
Oh yeah, sort of looked like they'd been scraped against something.
Exactly.
There's also the fact that the handcuffs were from Ryoma's lab. The marks on the sink came from the handcuffs in the same room. The size and shape of the scratches are consistent with the handcuffs, I'm sure.
How did those handcuffs get from the lab to the water tank?
Because Ryoma was wearing them, right?
Yes.
Yes, though they were only visible for a brief moment when Ryoma appeared in the tank. I am certain he was wearing the handcuffs at the time.
Drowning is a truly dreadful way to die? Yeah, it's one of those death methods, like, I feel like I hear conflicting things. Like, some people say it's the best way to die, some people say it's, like, the worst, and I don't know.
The handcuffs were left after the piranhas devoured Ryoma.
So, the culprit handcuffed Ryoma and drowned him in his lab sink.
I guess to an extent you can't really know, because you don't really have any witnesses of what it feels like to die by drowning. Because, you know, if you die by drowning, then you're not gonna be around to tell us about it. Well, I guess you have, like, some partial drownings and stuff, so...
Ryoma must have been pretty yummy. They chomped up his entire body. Arms, legs, brain.
Saying disgusting things. I don't want to hear it.
That crunchy texture with the fatty parts just right. Then when they bite down, it gushes.
Stop! Please stop!
But how did culprit handcuff Ryoma? He could have used Shukuchi method to get away, unless someone ambushed him?
It's possible they knocked him out before handcuffing him.
Makes sense.
Though there's no way we can be sure, now that he's not but bone.
Actually, it doesn't really make sense. I guess you could knock him out and then drown him? I guess that's plausible.
I doubt he was ambushed. I'm pretty sure the culprit got Ryoma by... Whoops. Don't pay attention to little ol' me. I'm just talking to myself.
When you talk to yourself, pretend you're eating and chew with your mouth closed.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll get a mouthful of peanut butter squid. It's so disgusting you'll laugh.
And this is relevant how exactly?
So we all agree Ryoma was drowned in the sink in his lab, right?
Okay, back to the actual case.
That sink could have held enough water to do it for sure.
Alright, I'm calling it. The crime scene is Ryoma's fucking research lab.
Yes.
But how did the culprit carry his body to the gym from there? Isn't Ryoma's lab on the 3rd floor of the academy?
Well, yeah, but they've got a rope there. There's a rope.
It's actually not far at all. Although, perhaps it's more accurate to say there's a shortcut.
Was there a shortcut?
What shortcut between Ryoma's lab and the gym did the culprit use? The window.
There!
Easiest picture of all time.
The
Chris was already on it.
Is the window in Ryoma's lab.
The window?
That's right. None of the windows in this school open. Except the one in Ryoma's lab.
Ain't that convenient?
And on top of that, the window faced the pool. You could see the gym straight across.
Do you think a culprit dropped Ryoma's body into the pool area from the lab window?
Well, no, you'd have to get... Either they did like a... I guess that would explain the handcuffs if they set up like an intricate little like... thing.
Then they could have thrown the body into the piranha tank through the gym window.
Right, yeah.
How's that? Mission complete!
Well, they wouldn't throw it in. You need the rope.
Your explanation contradicts some things we discussed earlier. The gym window was too high to reach from the poolside, even if one used the ladder.
That's right! I apologize! I must go on a journey to reflect on this!
We keep hitting dead ends, since we don't know how the body was thrown into the gym.
Well, because it wasn't thrown, because there was a rope.
Well, that didn't really give us any info about the crime.
Maki, help me. Not necessarily. We learned a lot of important information. Now that I'm sure the scene of the crime was Ryoma's lab, the case is becoming clearer. To determine how the body got from the crime scene to where it was found, I have to figure out how to get from the 3rd floor window to the gym. Alright then, I have to analyze the possible methods and find the most likely. Okay. When you have to deduce how things are connected, Psyche Taxi will start up. Question? Other cars? Time? Okay. The objective of this mode is to gather the letter cubes lying around to form the question. Oh, okay. Hold left click to accelerate and use A and D to steer left and right. By picking up letter cubes floating around, you can complete the question. So it's like... It's Hangman's Gambit with extra steps. Once you've completed that question, you head towards the escort that has the correct answer. If it's the right answer, they'll get in your car. If it's wrong, something bad happens. Also, there will be other cars on the road. If you hit those, you will take focused energy damage. If it gets dangerous, use spacebar to concentrate. Stay calm and avoid them. Please drive safely. Okay. Please respond at your earliest convenience. Alright. Oh, wait. I have nothing to go off of? Huh? Wait, do I just... Oh, I don't pick the letters. I just gotta run... Oh, I just gotta run into letters? Just generically? This is a lot more lame than I thought it would be. Body was brought from where? Well, that's the question, isn't it? Okay. Oh, it's just logic dive. I see. Lab window, lab door. Well, it's got to be the window. Okay, I was worried I like killed her. Also, when they said escort, I didn't realize they were going for well, I guess I thought they might have been going for this thing, but like I didn't think they'd actually do it. Are there supposed to be other cars? I think I've got the road all to myself here. Hey, can you imagine if you had to actually find specific letters in this gameplay mode? That would be rough. The something who brought the guy from where? The gym. The body was brought to the gym from where? The pool, obviously. No, not an ad. Don't worry, I don't think you're going to be missing much right now. If there's ever time for an ad, it's now. It was brought from the gym window, of course. The window. And how do you get it in there? With a rope. Okay. How did the killer scale the gym get into the gym window? Was that a car? If I got Mario Kart skills, I know how to play. Visuals are pretty cool here. I like this aesthetic. Ooh! Was that a Monokuma on the road? How was it moved from the classroom window to the gym window? Well, there's these little things called ropes. They're pretty useful. Via the pool or from window to window? We'll say from window to window, because that makes more sense with the rope theory. And that's why you use the cuffs. Okay.
I've got it! Ryoma's body was moved directly from his lab to the gym.
Directly? Don't tell me they threw the body from window to window. I mean, we're talking about a body. It's not like tossing a baseball, you know.
No, I don't believe he was thrown, but perhaps another way.
What do you mean another way? There's no other way to move it.
The culprit must have used some kind of equipment.
Like a rope.
Huh? Equipment?
With this equipment, they can connect the two windows and move the body to the gym.
Yeah, a rope. Equipment to connect the windows. I believe it was found near the body. A rope. The rope, guys! The rope!
There! The rope found behind the gym stage could have been used to connect
See?
the windows.
This is why you pay attention to things that aren't directly truth bullets. Like the specific dimensions of the pool room.
Oh, there was a mysterious mystery about that rope that only Atua can reveal.
Yes, quite mysterious, the rope.
What mysterious mystery? During last night's preparations for the show, that rope was in the wing of the stage.
What is the wing of the stage?
But the next morning, the rope had been moved backstage for some reason. It's a mysterious mystery. Only Atua knows the answer.
And you didn't think to bring this up before now. Thanks.
So, during nighttime, someone used the rope, then threw it into the gym window?
No, you'd have to tie it off. You need it. You'd have to tie it off from within.
So they did use the rope. That's how they bridged the distance between both windows.
Why is the specific dimensions of the pool important? Well, it's important to me because it proves it had to have been the rope as opposed to the cord in the room itself. Because the cord isn't long enough to reach all the way across.
Is the rope long enough to reach both windows?
Yes. Because the pool is 55 feet across in that direction, just so you know. And the rope, I believe, was estimated to be around 70 feet long. So...
The rope is roughly 65 feet in length. As for the distance between the windows...
55! This is why you do the math!
According to the sign at the pool, the width of the pool is roughly 35 feet.
I thought it was 39. Whatever. It doesn't change with the math that much.
And the distance from the edges of the pool to the windows is an additional 16 feet. Altogether, the sum total length from one window to the other is roughly 50 feet.
Okay, so I may have done the math wrong, but I was right.
And pool is only thing between research lab and gym windows.
See, you didn't need to remember. They told you regardless. Well, yes, but this helps me develop my theory of the case earlier on, which helps me play the game properly.
You bet it's long enough. That's what she said.
Wait, who said that?
Even if the rope was long enough, wouldn't it be pretty hard to tie them to the windows?
Not at all. Not at all. You just need to have tied it beforehand to one of the other ones.
Both windows were too high to reach. It would be like tying a rope from one cliff to another.
Not at all, right? You have access to both. Well, if you have access to both windows, which you would if you were in the gym for, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, would probably be enough time.
If the windows were closer together, then they could toss the rope across. But they're not.
No, going to think it would work. Just need one more rope.
Agreed.
Another rope. There was only one, though.
Oh, then it impossible. Sorry.
No, I'm sure there was another rope, or at least something that could be used as a rope. Yeah, and this is where we bring out the cable.
This is it! The tennis net cable from Ryoma's lab could serve as a rope.
How long is it?
Well, it doesn't... We already have a rope established.
About 50 feet or so. But how do they use it?
Okay, so... First, culprit hang rope outside of one window.
Exactly, yes.
And tie cable to other window.
Yep.
Then, after tying to each window, culprit tie rope and cable together.
Yeah, you could do it that way. I don't even think you necessarily would have to do it that way. You could also... Like, the way I was thinking is you would climb down from... You would have already tied the gym rope. Then you go to the research lab, tie the cable, climb down, now you grab the rope, and then you can climb back up with the rope and tie it that way. But this works too.
That how culprit make one rope that reach both windows.
That's amazing, Gonta! You're so knowledgeable.
Now, the only wrinkle is you need to have access to the interior of the gym before closing time.
It's nothing. Gonta used ropes a lot when looking for bugs.
Even if they did connect the windows with a rope, they can't carry a body on just that.
That's where the handcuffs go.
Eureka! I got it! Thomas Edison once said that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration.
Okay.
But in my case, it's 100% inspiration!
Sure.
You get it. Just tell us already.
They handcuffed the body to the rope and slid it from one window to the other, like Tarzan!
Agreed.
The body would reach the gym window, but it wouldn't land in the piranha tank.
True. This is where you climb up and just kind of finish the job.
Stop making such dumbass comments and keep your smelly breath in your dirty mouth.
Tarzan? But they also had to put the body in the piranha tank after they moved it, huh?
Well, this is where the fact that maybe it is the way I said to do it, right? If you... Because we've already established the rope from the gym is long enough to connect the windows. So all you'd have to do is you tie off the gym rope. Then you go to the tents room. You climb down. You grab the rope. You climb back up. You tie that off. And there you go. Now you got 2 ropes.
That is not feasible with just one rope.
Well, yeah, that's why it's important that the ropes are long enough to reach across.
Maybe the rope wasn't the only equipment the culprit
Like,
used.
are we forgetting the fact that the gym rope is longer than the distance we need to cross here? Not just the rope.
Well, anyway, it would have been pretty difficult to get that body in the piranha tank.
Yeah.
They wouldn't just throw it. The trick was a super crucial part of the culprit's plan.
Okay.
The culprit must have carefully placed the body into the tank with their own hands.
Sure.
But is there really a way to do that?
And couldn't you just use the cuff trick yourself after you sent the body over? Right? There's multiple cuffs in there. Just presuming you have a key to, like, get out. Right, if you can zipline the body, you can zipline yourself.
Kokichi, are you hinting at something?
Huh? Hint? What hint? Don't confuse me with your talk of hinting hints.
You're confusing me. You were definitely onto something. It's true that the culprit needed to place the body directly into the piranha tank. If the body were to fall, the culprit would not have been able to retrieve it. They would have only had one shot at it, no second chances. So obviously the culprit would have wanted to put the body in the tank carefully. Meaning they would have wanted to get as close to the window as possible. The problem is, how did they get near it? All we know right now is that there was a rope that connected the windows. Somehow the culprit used that to move the body, and were close to the window themselves. To make that work, they had to have used something else. But what would that be? What could they have done?
All right, Shuichi. The stage is finally set.
I'm assuming this is where, like, the tube and the cloth is going to come into play.
What?
Listen up. Do a good job here, and I'll be able to put an end to this trial. It all starts with you.
Kind of under the impression he's the protagonist of this game.
You be the opening act, and I'll be the main event.
Okay.
And then together, we're gonna save everyone.
Together?
You got this. After all, you are my sidekick. I believe in you, so I'm gonna leave the rest to you.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do this. I will solve this mystery and show everyone the truth. This is the main event. Something was used with the rope to move the body between the windows. Think, come on, think. Hangman's Gambit. So we have what? 7-letter word. I can't... What did the culprit fashion to move the body between the windows? He's got to be zipline, right? And that's not really a new revelation, but... Are there any Z's? Not seeing any Z's. Okay, maybe it's not zipline. What do we actually have available to us? Rope. No. I'm kind of at a loss here. Maybe an R to start off with, like a rope something. I don't know where we'd go with. Okay, all right, a rope something. I mean, it can't be rope bridge though. We got W's all of a sudden. A ropeway? And ropeway isn't a word in common parlance. Is what? It's a ropeway, guys. You know the term we all use on a regular basis. Ropeway. That's what was used.
Yes, that's it.
Just like a walkway and a driveway?
Something like a ropeway to move the body.
Like, I will say, in my multiple decades on this earth, I have never once heard the word ropeway used before. Like, I understand intellectually what it is, but that is not a word that is used commonly. I'm glad I figured that out.
A ropeway, huh? Are you sure about that? Wow, you got drain damage or something? You'd need some kind of vessel to use on a ropeway, and we don't have that!
No, there definitely was. The culprit used it to move the body along the rope. In scenes where you have to deduce an image, mind mine will begin. What? In this mode, the objective is to dig up the answer. Well, at the beginning, the answer will be completely covered by pieces. Use the mouse to move the cursor and left click to erase the pieces. So it's like Minesweeper? Pieces will be erased when 2 or more of the same color connect. So it's like Bejeweled? The adjacent pieces will then change color in the following order. White, pink, yellow, white. So white becomes pink, pink becomes yellow, yellow becomes white. It's a loop. If you do it right, you can remove all the pieces from an object. The trick is to predict how the adjacent pieces, so adjacent pieces change. When all the pieces on top of an object are gone, you can select the object as the answer. If you select the wrong object, your influence gauge will take damage, of course. And if there's just one piece left, you can repeatedly left-click on it to break it. But that will incur a time penalty, so don't just go clicking away like crazy. It might sound complicated, but trust me, you'll get it as you play. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, mind mine. So if I... Alright, so those... Gotcha. This... Yeah, there we go. We found it, guys. Okay. We found it, guys. Tube.
I see it. It's the inner tube. The rubber inner tube we found floating in the pool.
The inner tube?
Remember the inner tube we found in the pool with a rope on one side?
Right.
Maybe the rope was originally tied on both sides. The culprit made a ropeway by hanging the tube from the rope connecting the windows.
Alright. Logical.
And because the third floor window is higher up, gravity would have pushed the inner tube along.
Yes.
The inner tube is made of sturdy rubber as well. It could have supported 2 people.
Okay, I appreciate this. I still maintain, I think you could have achieved the same thing if you just put some handcuffs on yourself and ziplined down, but this is cool too.
The culprit used the ropes and the inner tube to construct a rudimentary ropeway. And used it to move themselves and Ryoma's body from the lab to the gym. Once through the gym window, the culprit stood on the inner tube to move the body.
Okay, I guess this is why. Because you want the extra standing space, I suppose. Fair.
Either that, or the culprit placed their foot on the windowsill.
Never mind, the windowsill would work just fine.
That way would be more stable, and let them handle the corpse more carefully.
Well, okay, I guess the thing with the handcuffs theory is, like, it could be annoying. You could just hold on, though. Like, you didn't have to actually cuff yourself, necessarily.
Finally, they removed the rope from the window frame and left the scene.
Well, when you put it like that, it certainly sounds possible. But wow, a ropeway!
You say the culprit placed their foot on the windowsill. Isn't that against school rules?
Is it? I don't know, that's not really entering.
It would count as entering the gym, would it not?
Would it?
Last time we got asked that question, we decided it was okay.
When were you last asked that question?
Sticking your body through the window is an automatic out, but standing on the sill is...
Wait, who asked you last time?
Eh?
It is quite possible that the culprit went to you to confirm the details of their plan.
Oh, shit!
Way to put your foot in your mouth.
His foot! Monosuke just unhinged his jaw and swallowed his entire leg!
Cut it out! I can't write this off as a joke if you two keep freaking out about it.
Then your little slip-up is actually the truth!
Which confirms our theory was accurate. Doesn't tell us who did it, but I got some ideas.
Pops?
Uh-oh. Daddy's mad at you now.
Huh?
Don't look at me. This is what you get for acting like a big shot all the time.
Stop. Do not bully Monosuke.
Huh?
Wait, Monosuke? That's how you pronounce that? Why is there a U then?
No more blaming each other. Everybody makes mistakes. I want us all to get along.
Monodum's right.
Monosuke, you better thank Monodum. Less attitude and more gratitude. Got it?
I guess it's just like a Japanese pronunciation thing. Wait, no, I don't accept that. Like, if it's a Japanese name, it's originally written in Japanese characters, so it's transcribed into the Latin alphabet to begin with. Why do we have a U? Why do we put that in there if it's not pronounced that way? Like, it's not like an actual, like, English word where it's like, oh, well, I mean, technically this is derived from this French word, so we have to preserve the spelling because history. No, someone just decided to transcribe it like that. It's supposed to be phonetic.
Man, the trial was just getting fun. Why you gotta ruin it with that slip-up? But I guess now we know Shuichi's logic is right on the money.
So culprit really used ropeway to move body?
Yeah, they used the ropeway to move with the body from window to window.
Ropeway murder? Some crazy-ass shit! But if the mechanism was that complicated, wouldn't it be hard to put it all away?
Not necessarily.
Your gun is always either a vowel or a consonant plus vowel pair. I see.
All one must do is detach the rope from the window after using the ropeway.
Right. The issue that with this theory, the issue is the rope was found in the gym.
Then, after returning to Ryoma's lab, one could retrieve the rope from that side.
Right. I guess it's conceivable, like, the rope could have just been brought in the morning. Like, that's the sort of thing that might go unnoticed. Retoss it, yeah. You could toss
Tossing
it.
the rope into the gym from the pool window would be the final step.
Which is why it wasn't placed as neatly as everything else.
I see. The rope was thrown from the window. That's why we found it there.
With that method, the culprit must have made numerous trips from Ryoma's lab to the pool.
Is there a problem with that?
Which is why the crime was committed during nighttime, while we all slumbered.
But if the culprit was so careful to recover the rope they used to commit the crime, why did they leave the inner tube in the pool?
Well, because according to the rules, I couldn't retrieve it.
I believe that was an accident.
An accident?
Yes. When the culprit was taking down the inner tube, they accidentally dropped it.
Then why did the culprit leave it in the pool?
The reason the culprit left it in the pool is obvious. They don't like water. There was no time. It was nighttime. Well, it was nighttime, so if they entered the pool, they'd die.
That's it! Even if they wanted to get it, they couldn't, because this took place at nighttime.
I see. They couldn't get the inner tube because swimming is prohibited at nighttime.
But couldn't they have used the rope to fish it out?
Easier said than done.
Not necessarily. You see, the water level in that pool is so low. Even if one tried to draw in the inner tube using the rope, the steep angle the rope would be at would make it nigh impossible.
It'd be different if they used a pole, but there's no way a rope would work.
Even if inner tube was closer to pool edge, water's still too low to drag tube in.
Sounds like a lot of work. I can see why they just left it there.
Yeah, it would take too long. And they would have been busted if someone saw them.
Ha! What kind of clumsy dipshit drops an inner tube and can't retrieve it? Let me tell you, this culprit's a real fucking amateur.
I don't know, I mean, it's pretty in-depth aside from that. And there's no Kaede murder, but an admirable effort, I'd say.
No, actually. Save for that one mistake, this was the perfect crime.
If Maki had never met up with Ryoma at nighttime, it might have been the end for us.
I mean, I kind of feel like that there was enough evidence pointing to this set of facts even before we figured that out, but difference of opinion, I suppose.
Well, I still don't know if Maki is telling the truth or not.
Shut up. Personally, I find this culprit frighteningly thorough. Such a bold, beautiful plan. I never even imagined there was a ropeway. Oh, respect begins to bloom in my heart for this wonderfully cruel culprit.
What are you, stupid? Don't respect the culprit.
A bit of respect is fine. No, respecting the culprit's intelligence is crucial in solving this case. And it rules out people like Saigonta or Kaita. We're so close. We're just one step away from the truth.
Now, we just need to figure out who the culprit is.
And it's got to be Karumi, right? She's the only one confirmed, because you need to have been in the gym to tie the rope to the window initially. Without that, the rest of the plan does not work at all. And Kurumi's the only one who's placed in the gym. Granted, it's only for 5 minutes, but that should be more than enough time to tie off that rope. I mean, it's technically plausible we could be dealing with a Kaito or Maki type of joint here, but Kurumi is confirmed to be in the gym for a period of time which would be relevant. Kaito and Maki, like, technically could have been there, but we don't have anything placing them there.
But of course, it would be pointless to unravel this mystery otherwise.
So, who is it?
Looks like it's time for me to start the main event.
Okay.
But my sidekick here is on a roll right now, so I'll let him take this one.
Okay.
Okay.
You're just pushing everything onto Shuichi because you don't know yourself.
Well, Shuichi, do you already know who the culprit is?
I mean, it's not 100%, but I'm like 85, 90% confident in this. Yes, I have a good idea who the culprit is.
Hey, Shuichi, are you hesitating again?
No, I mean, it is gonna suck because I did spend a bunch of my gambling money on a plate to impress her with, so that money's not coming back, but everyone else is gonna be kind of upset as our standard of living is about to go down the drain, but it's gotta be done. What?
Come on, man, there's no need for that. Like I said, you're my sidekick. I take responsibility for any mistakes my sidekick makes. So use those skills of yours I believe in to shove the truth down their throats.
You believe in my detective skills?
That's right. I'm gonna leave it all to you, Shuichi.
Okay. Yeah, I need to believe in my detective work. This whole setup would have had to been prepared in the gym well beforehand. Knowing that narrows the list of suspects. It's gotta be Kurumi. The only other possibility is Kaito. I don't think it's Maki. Kaito did help with the setup of some of this stuff. But I think Kurumi, her alibi is suspicious in how exact it is. And that's what pushes me over the edge for Kurumi.
It has to be you. There's one more thing I still have to confirm, but Kirumi is the prime suspect.
Me?
What? Kirumi?
Oh, so Kirumi is the culprit.
That is not yet a certainty. Let us hear her testimony first.
Is this true, Kirumi?
I cannot believe you would suspect me.
Alright, keeping it cool.
If that is the case, then I will have to deny it. I will not let you make the wrong choice.
The wrong choice?
If you do believe it is me, are you prepared to stand by that decision?
And if there's strong enough evidence to the contrary, I'm willing to listen, but I'm not quite sure how you can get out of this one.
I will refute your accusations with all my might, for everyone's sake.
Hold on, I just noticed something. Wait. That does kind of look like something Kurumi would wear. Like, specifically her little, like, neck thing? Or head? Yeah. Her little collar? Like, it matches her aesthetic, more so than Kaito's, I would say. Albi's, Ryoma.
I, of course, am not the culprit.
Okay.
The crime was committed at nighttime. And you have no alibi, do you?
An alibi for nighttime? I believe most of us do not have one.
I have evidence that proves you're the culprit.
Do you think we would fall for such nonsense?
The trick relied on complex mechanisms to work. That someone like you could be skilled enough to pull it off.
Preposterous. That could have been done by anyone.
Kirumi is thin and has a nice body. She and Ryoma could have totally shared an inner tube.
We all could have, except perhaps Gonta.
To force Kirumi to implicate herself, my logic has to be airtight. There's a hole in her story somewhere. I just have to stay calm and fast.
I, of course, am
Okay,
not
so we have Maki alone, Ryoma.
The crime was committed at nighttime. And you have no
Alibis for yesterday. Monokuma.
alibi for nighttime.
Okay, let's take a look. We haven't used the insect meat ingredient yet. The night before, Shuichi and some of the others are forced in the ultimate entomologist lab by Gonta, who was tricked by Kokichi. Himiko and Angie were brought in 5 minutes to 9 p.m. Kokichi left at 9. Shuichi and the others are forced to participate in the insect meat ingredient until after 11. After 11? That's not decisive, though. Because Ryoma, right, according to Maki, Ryoma spoke with her at around midnight. So this does not clear any of us up from being... Like, it's pedantically true that, like, we do have alibis after nighttime. But it's not relevant because it's not deep enough into the nighttime, I don't think. Yeah. What is relevant, though, here's what is actually relevant. Here's what's relevant. We couldn't have tied the rope. Right? So, like, us, this group here, couldn't have tied the rope off. That's 7 people out. You two as well. That's 9. Kokichi also has the alibi because he was present here. Like, he could have been in the doing the murder from like 9 to 11, but he couldn't have done the rope. So all 9 of us are confirmed to be not the killer under this logic. So it could be the insect meat ingredient. That's very plausible. Witnessing Ryoma. I don't think that really is relevant here. We've already established he was alive till like 12. What else were our things? I know we have the Monokuma
I believe
file.
most of us do not have one.
Alibis for yesterday. I don't think it is alibis for yesterday, because what does that... That is specifically... And could you... Hold on, what does this give us? Or this is everything? Okay, this is everything. So if we look at the alibis here. Okay, yep. We use this because it shows specifically that Kirumi has this 5-minute gap, during which she tied off the rope. It's alibis for yesterday.
I have evidence that proves you're the culprit.
Do you think we would fall for such nonsense?
The trick relied on complex mechanisms to work. But someone like you could be skilled enough to pull it off.
Preposterous. That could have been done by anyone.
Kirumi is thin and has a nice body. She and Ryoma could have totally shared an inner tube.
We all could have, except perhaps Gonta.
To force Kirumi to implicate herself in logic has to be airtight. Yep.
I, of course, am not the culprit.
The crime was committed at nighttime. And you have no alibi, do you?
An alibi for nighttime? I believe most of us do not have one.
Really? True, I have no alibi for nighttime, but the others do not have alibis either. That reasoning is too shallow to justify being suspicious of me.
I was wrong.
Okay. Maybe I was thinking about the wrong detail here. Wait, when does these... And this does include the 9 to 11 alibi, so it's not alibi based.
I, of course, am not the culprit.
The crime was committed at nighttime. And you have no alibi, do you?
An alibi for nighttime? I believe most of us do not.
Could Maki alone be an alibi for nighttime? My logic be no, that doesn't work because you don't need to pass her to get to Ryoma. You could just go, yeah, Ryoma's okay. That doesn't work. Anyone could have done that. No, okay, maybe we use the alibis again. But it's actually here. It's actually going to be the mechanics, right? Because not anyone could have done that. Because she was the one who had the opportunity to tie the rope.
Someone like you could be skilled enough to pull it off.
Agreed.
Preposterous. That could have been done.
There we go. Okay. Right evidence, wrong statements. But we got it.
No. The only person who could have prepared this murder is Kirumi. Well, the preparations in the gym in any case.
And why do you believe that?
Before the culprit could put the body into the tank, several steps needed to be taken.
Like tying the rope to the gym window and putting a partition in the piranha tank.
That's right. Ryoma's body entered the gym from the window, but that required preparation. That could only have been done when Kirumi was by herself in the gym before nighttime.
But Kirumi was alone in the gym for only like 5 minutes.
That's definitely enough time for the rope. The piranhas is a bit tougher, but maybe.
Not enough time for the whole murder, but enough time to set it up. Enough time to tie the rope on the window frame and put the pain in the piranha tank.
This is my selfless devotion. While I do understand where you are coming from, I assure you this is just a part of your petty imagination. An empty theory created from nihilism.
What does nihilism have to do with this? Okay. Let's see what you got here. Probably the fabric?
If it were solely the rope and partition, I suppose 5 minutes might be enough time. I accept that. However, the crux of your argument is not but a guess. You continue to force the facts to conform to your misguided narrative when you consider that the crux of your argument is faulty. Your entire case falls apart.
I don't agree.
What do you mean by crux of the argument? How is it just a guess?
I am referring to the rope.
Okay.
Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window. But there is no evidence to indicate this had happened. In other words, it is just a guess. And then you add assumptions and hearsay to that guess. It is nothing more than deception.
It's gotta be the piece of fabric. This is the conclusion we reached together. It's not just a guess. I have evidence on my side, and I'll show her.
I am referring to the rope. Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
Okay, that wasn't the right piece. How does that prove I used the rope? I failed to see your point.
Damn it!
Okay.
I am referring to the rope.
Scratch sink. Eh.
Now, with that
Tennis
rope,
net cable.
it is possible to reach the
Allies.
gym window from the 3rd floor window.
The window frame. There
but
we
there
go.
is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
There we go.
I'll cut through your words. I have evidence. The abrasions left on the window frames at the gym and the lab.
Were those scratches from when the rope was tied to the window frame?
Just tying the rope to the frame wouldn't cause so much damage. The rope that was tied to the frames must have been weighed down significantly.
Right.
The frames didn't break, but they were left with distinct marks.
Those scratches are proof that you used a rope to carry the body to the windowsill.
Kirumi.
Oh? What's wrong, Kirumi? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? Hey.
Okay, no need to kick her while she's down. Jeez. I mean, I know she's a murderer, but like, let's be civil about this.
Is Kirumi quiet cause that's what happened?
Now what could her motive be?
Answer us, Kirumi. Shuichi is doing this for your sake.
If it is for my sake, then it would be much easier to forfeit. But I cannot allow that, because I must do this for everyone.
For everyone? We die if you get off with this murder. For everyone?
I have a duty and a responsibility. I must serve everyone and protect them.
Hold on. Maybe she doesn't mean everyone here. Maybe she means like society as a whole. Maybe it's like an Agito type thing where she's gotten into her head that killing all of us would be beneficial for society somehow?
So I refuse to surrender. They won't forgive me if I do.
What? Where is this coming from? The response seems genuine. So what did she mean by everyone? Is she doing this for all our sakes? Am I wrong? Is Kurumi innocent? No. I'm wrong again.
Hey, Kirumi, who exactly is this everyone you're talking about?
Kaito?
I've just got a weird feeling about this. When you said everyone, it felt like you weren't talking about us. It felt like you were talking about someone who isn't here.
Someone who isn't here?
Someone outside of the academy?
Hey, do you think Kirumi saw her own motive video?
Possibly.
Huh? The motive video?
You saw your important someone in danger, so you committed murder, right?
Is that true?
I am so sorry for making such a mess. Because of that, I made all of you assume something unnecessary.
How are you trying to spin this?
Unnecessary?
You saying I'm wrong? This everyone you're talking about?
It is all of you, of course.
Hmm.
Really? Do you swear to Atua?
Yes, really. So please believe me. I am not the culprit.
Okay, some evidence would be nice, but I don't believe you.
I do not care what becomes of me, but I will not allow any of you to die. Because I made a promise to Kaede. She wished for all of us to escape together. I want to fulfill my duties as the ultimate maid. I wish to serve everyone.
You can't serve everyone. No man can have two masters, let alone like 13, and remain coherent.
So please believe me. You have to.
Kirumi.
Are we totally sure Kirumi's the culprit? Maybe it's someone else.
Who?
Are we sure Kokichi isn't the culprit?
When would he have the opportunity? He actually has one of the stronger alibis among us.
How rude.
And like, trust me, no tears shed for me if he were, but unfortunately he's not.
Gonta just can't believe Kirumi would kill Ryoma.
Kirumi's breakfasts were the best. She always treated us so well.
She really is like a mom.
Perhaps it was after she gained our trust that she saw her chance to strike.
You really are screwed up.
Screwed up from head to toe. Even through your clothes, I can tell.
Shuichi, please reconsider suspecting me as the culprit.
You can't just say that. I need evidence. Based decision-making requires evidence.
You only suspect me because I was at the gym during nighttime yesterday, correct?
Well, I mean, it's a pretty important factor.
But you cannot accuse me of being the culprit with that insufficient proof.
There's kind of a lot of proof.
It is still possible for Maki and Kaito to have gone to the gym. They do not have alibis.
She is technically right about that. That is why I pegged my certainty at like 85 and 90%. I do think the interaction with Kokichi makes you definitively much more suspicious. But it is plausible. I have to admit that.
They could have pretended to help Himiko, but secretly prepared the murder.
When you put it that way, it does seem possible.
We can't accuse Kirumi just based on our alibis.
Guys, maybe suspecting Kirumi is wrong.
Yeah, maybe we should think it over one more time.
Maybe the fabric in the pool gets us all the way?
I made a promise. As the ultimate detective, I made a promise to seek the truth. I made a promise to Kaede, so I'm not turning back now.
They're scared. They're scared that they have to accuse one of their friends of murder. So it's up to me. I have to do it. I'll use my detective work to prove it.
So you still believe I am the culprit?
You're by far the most likely suspect.
But there is no evidence to indicate that I am...
No, there is. I have proof that you're the culprit. I realized it when we determined that the ropeway was used to move the body. If it was indeed Kirumi who moved the body with a makeshift ropeway, then the final clue falls into place.
Okay.
The final clue?
The damning evidence that proves Kirumi is the culprit.
It's gotta be the fabric, right?
Shuichi, won't you please tell me why you are so desperate to pin me as the culprit?
Because you are!
Don't you want to protect everyone?
Yeah, that's why I've got to do this.
I'm doing this because I want to protect everyone. Shuichi.
Then you're wrong. Your deduction is all wrong.
Your words aren't going to convince me now. Not when I know the truth.
What truth? All you care about is your own reasoning. You don't even listen to others. I can't bet everyone's lives on a deduction made by a self-righteous brat.
Do you have a better alternative?
You can't save anyone!
No more doubts. I'm confident I'm right. I'm going to present everyone the evidence that proves she's guilty. It's got to be the black piece of fabric, right? It matches her outfit. We haven't used it yet.
This is it! The piece of black fabric in the pool. That's the final clue that proves you're guilty. It's been bothering me for a while. I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought it was just trash at first, but I couldn't dismiss it entirely. Now that the class trial has come this far, I know for certain. It's an important piece of the puzzle. Because, like the inner tube, it's evidence the culprit couldn't dispose of.
Indeed.
Huh? Why not?
Because it couldn't reach us.
Using the ropeway, you could slide the inner tube from the lab to the gym. But how would you control it? If it kept sliding and hit the window, the momentum would have thrown the body off. To prevent that from happening, the culprit needed some way to adjust the speed. For example, the culprit could have used their hands for friction.
That would... Oh, no. That would be so painful.
Yeah, so what? You're still wrong. Your logic is flawed.
Kirumi, why are you becoming increasingly erratic?
There is such absolute beauty in trying to fight against the truth.
What truth? That black cloth is just trash. You can't prove I'm the culprit with just that.
No, it's not just trash. It's proof that you're the culprit.
Finding out how that black fabric fits into this is the key to everything. I'll make it all clear now.
incorrect.
Oh, wait, I forget how this works at all.
That is just your empty deduction. Ugh. You continue to confuse everyone.
Okay, right, it's a rhythm game.
You are incorrect. What is this truth? That is just your empty deduction. You continue to confuse everyone. You are incorrect.
Rhythm games are not my thing.
Truth. In this class trial, everyone's life is at stake. Because of your self-righteous truth.
Oh, what?
Everyone might die. In this class trial, everyone's life is at stake. Because of your self-righteous truth, everyone might die. In this class trial, everyone's life is at stake. I completely understand your reasoning, but I will never accept it. It seems you wish to pin me as the culprit. You do not have any evidence. You are only providing us with speculation. We only wish to protect everyone. Why must you interfere? I completely understand your reasoning, but I will never accept it. It seems you wish to pin me as the culprit. You do not have any evidence.
What is floating around my screen?
Providing us with speculation. We only wish to protect everyone. Why must you interfere? I completely understand your reasoning, but I will never accept it. It seems you wish to pin me as the culprit. You do not have any evidence.
Final blow? Okay.
What does that piece of trash prove?
Oh, Karumi's gloves.
I completely understand your reasoning, but I will never accept it. What does that piece of trash prove?
Karumi's gloves.
It ends here. The piece of fabric came from Kirumi's black glove.
Kirumi's glove?
If the culprit were slowing their descent by grabbing the rope with their hands, there would have been a lot of friction, easily enough to cause rope burn.
Right.
But our culprit was smart. They weren't burned because they weren't bare-handed.
Yeah, the culprit had gloves on. One got all torn up from the friction
And it fell into pool?
From what I remember, the only one who wears black gloves is Kirumi, right?
The gloves on your hands now. I take it they're from your dorm?
The extra uniforms in our rooms are made of the same material we're wearing now. We can test my theory by comparing the fabric scrap with your glove.
Do we have the fabric scrap with us?
Well, Kirumi, will you allow us to compare the black fabric we found in the pool with your gloves?
Huh? What's the matter? Why are you sweating so much?
Kirumi, what's wrong?
Well, she's about to die. That's what's wrong. In the end, I'm just like them. I'm scared of revealing the truth. Because it means that someone has to be sacrificed. But Kaede was scared too. She didn't let that stop her. She thought things through to the end. I faced the truth and doubted it, and kept thinking and kept going. This is where it led me. And I won't turn away from it.
I will show you the truth.
Alright, here we go. How does this one work again? Okay, right. Okay, so we have, let's see, rubber inner tube. We got piranha swimming in the tank. Never carried the rope. And what was, okay. So you carried the rope from the gym. Congrats. You handcuffed the victim. This is at a later point. You knock him out. Cuff the boy. You tie the gym's window frame to the rope. Well, eventually you kind of slide across. And there's a lot of friction on the old glove. Piranha tank lid, that's got to be earlier when you're setting that up. Perhaps here. The inner tube. I'm not quite sure exactly when we're putting that, so we'll go here. Metal handcuffs in the water. So that's going to be way at the end. You fall in and... oh no. That was wrong. We have? Oh, we start with the end. Okay, that's why. Piranha's swarming the tank. And that's going to be... body was here with the piranhas. You got the rubber inner tube from the pool, obviously. Oh, wait. It was used to transport the body, the inner tube. Okay, never mind. As it turns out, you actually... you got the inner tube from the pool. And then you hang the inner tube.
This is the truth of the case! The victim's body was found this morning during Himiko's underwater escape act. When we saw the piranhas in the tank, we thought that Himiko's escape failed. Of course, it was all part of the act. Himiko's escape went perfectly. But when Angie opened the curtain in front of the tank, we saw Ryoma with piranhas swarming around him. Before any of us could react, the piranhas devoured Ryoma's body. And all that was left were his bones and the handcuffs he was wearing. That horrifying sight was the finishing touch on the culprit's own twisted magic trick. The culprit obfuscated the time and place of the murder, implicating Himiko in the process. In truth, the crime began last night, around 8 while preparing for the show in the gym. The culprit had a chance to be alone.
Why? Why do all this?
It was then
Was it really just to escape?
used the ladder to reach the piranha tank and removed the glass lid to put inside the tank. They used it as a partition to force the piranhas to one side of the tank. Next, the culprit took the rope from the stage wing in the gym. and used the ladder once more, this time to climb up to the gym's window.
Does this sound like
Once there, they opened the window and tied one end of the rope to the window frame. The rope was then thrown out the window toward the pool. These preparations were key for the culprit's elaborate plan. At nighttime, past midnight, the culprit asked Ryoma to meet at his lab.
So I don't meet people at night in these situations.
All the pieces were in place. The culprit was ready to murder.
I will say, if she knocked him out anyway, the
First,
cuffs seem
the culprit
like
knocked
kind of an
Ryoma
unnecessary
out,
detail.
probably striking him from behind. Then, they put the handcuffs from the shower room on Ryoma's wrists.
I guess in case he woke up while they were drowning him.
And shoved his head into the sink filled with water.
Which yes, he did, based on this artwork here.
From the water and the pain of drowning, Ryoma should have woken up and struggled.
Okay, hence the cuffs. Okay, makes sense.
The culprit anticipated his resistance, which is why Ryoma was handcuffed. The struggle left scrapes on the cuffs and sink, but in the end, Ryoma succumbed. Ryoma was dead, but the culprit's plan had only just begun.
Yeah, pretty elaborate.
They removed the cable from the tennis net and hung it from the window facing the pool. And then, at the pool, they connected the wire and the rope from the gym window. They returned to the lab after picking up one last thing. The rubber inner tube that was in the pool's tool shed. Once back in the lab, the culprit pulled the cable, bringing up the rope. They pulled until the rope was taut, then tied it to the lab's window frame. And thus, the gym and the lab windows were connected by a single rope.
Okay, I see.
After making a
Makes
hanger of
sense.
sorts with another length of rope tied to the inner tube, they hung the inner tube on the rope connecting the windows. That's how the culprit created the ropeway that was used to move the body. An impressive premeditated murder, but the culprit made two crucial mistakes. The culprit got on the inner tube with Ryoma's body and slid toward the gym. With the height difference between the windows, they would have built up quite some speed. To avoid crashing through the window, the culprit used a brake. They used their own hand to grip the rope and slow down.
Right.
That would have caused significant rope burn had the culprit not been wearing gloves. But due to the friction, part of a glove tore off and dropped in the pool. Regardless, the culprit reached the window and put Ryoma's body into the piranha tank. The glass pane not only kept the piranhas and the body separated, it also kept the piranhas so close together, they concealed the body.
That must have been a rough night for those piranhas. You know, crammed together like that.
After that, all the culprit had to do was untie the rope and the inner tube. But that's when they made their second mistake.
Ooh.
One end of the rope came loose, and the inner tube dropped into the pool. Thus, the culprit was forced to leave two key pieces of evidence, the fabric and the inner tube.
Yikes.
They couldn't retrieve the evidence because of the rule against swimming at nighttime.
I would have swung, probably should have swung by the pool in the morning, I guess, but that could have been suspicious in its own way.
And that's the whole story. Am I wrong, Kirumi Tojo? The ultimate maid? Kirumi, that's the conclusion I reached. Do you have any objections?
Well?
This is very, very unfortunate, Shuichi.
Yeah. I mean, you could have just not murdered someone and we wouldn't be here, but here we are.
My pride as a maid demands that I fulfill every request that I receive.
What, did someone just tell you, like, hey, go murder someone?
But to end like this...
Does that mean you admit it?
Kirumi.
Why use your own gloves, though? The warehouse should have had plenty.
There weren't any. Obviously, she would have used them if they were available. Jeez, Monokuma provided everything but the gloves. That's pretty sadistic.
What do you mean by that?
But thanks to him, at least the game became way more interesting.
So, it's decided.
This case was decided the moment someone, who shall not be named, opened their big mouth.
But we don't know that. Maybe the real culprit is someone nobody expects.
I think we're on the track anyway.
That is right. No need to worry.
Oh, Monodem, you're like a mommy taking care of her sick child.
All right, let's go! The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless finally face off! It's voting time!
Okay. Why do you have to do the default selection, Kaede? Give me a look at you every trial. But why though? Why though? I still don't get why. What drove you to this, Kirumi? You seemed like a decent person.
Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
Anyone not vote for her? Wait, you voted for me? How dare you, Kirumi?
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
It's victory. Doesn't feel very sweet, but we got her. Alright. Here we go. I still don't understand what drove her to this.
Oh my!
Oh my, you all voted correctly. What an unexpected and unpredictable outcome. The Blackened who killed Ryoma Hoshi is Karumi Tojo, the ultimate maid. Yay, bravo, bravo.
Thank goodness.
Phew, thank goodness we managed to get through the class trial again.
You gotta be kidding me!
There's nothing good about this at all. Why did it have to be Karumi?
Yeah.
Truly, this result was unexpected.
Wait!
How can you be so calm about it?
No way.
But Gonta no can believe it. Karumi was so helpful for everyone. Same Karumi is also culprit?
Yoo-hoo!
Hey, how long have you been lying to us?
The truth
Is that why you took such good care of us, so you could deceive everyone?
Huh?
You mean she's not my mom?
Hey!
She's never your fucking mom!
Damn it.
Hey Karumi, tell me, why? You were always thinking about everyone around you. How could you kill someone? Human beings have always been selfish, self-centered creatures. That's why I hate humans. They burn down the forest we call home, they pollute the rivers we drink from. I'll never forgive humans.
No way!
But is that really a reason to destroy them? Some humans are really nice. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Enough with the commentary already!
Say.
Well, Karumi, were your feelings toward us simply another falsehood?
How?
No, it can't be. Say it ain't so. That was just another lie, too.
No.
I don't think so. I still believe Karumi cares about us.
What?
And how would you know? I can't say for certain, but I can sense that this trial has been agonizing for her. You can't say for certain, That is what a detective would say. Karumi, are you upset? Because of the people important to you? You mean like from the motive video? So Karumi watched hers after all? Earlier, Karumi mentioned that she had accepted a request. Perhaps that request came from someone important in her motive video.
What's wrong?
You have nothing to say for yourself?
I do not agree.
No, that's not it. I'm just lost. Because if I tell you why I did it, you'll regret what you've just done. Tell us the truth, whatever it may be. Regrets? Because, I mean, it's kind of difficult to imagine we would regret killing you. Well, not killing you, really, but saving our lives here. Like, death is pretty bad.
Damn.
Spit it out already, otherwise we can't accept this outcome.
Please!
Please, Karumi, tell us. I care about you a lot, and I know the others care about you too. So please.
Understood.
Very well. Then if you are all so desperate to know,
I shall take that request.
I will consider this a final request and tell you everything.
Well, you know.
No more lies, then. You better just tell us the truth, please, and thank you.
Yes,
Yes, I understand.
that is correct.
Your reasoning was exactly right. The reason I murdered Ryoma was because of what I saw in my motive video. As I thought, you did indeed watch your video. Does that mean someone broke the agreement and traded you with your motive video? Alright, fess up! Which one of you did it? Close your eyes and raise your hand if it was you.
What are you saying?
Why would the one raising their hand need to close their eyes?
May I?
That won't be necessary. I did not trade my motive video with anyone. Well, if you didn't trade with anyone, how did you see your motive video?
Hey!
Perhaps Karumi received her own motive video. Huh? You mean she had her own motive video from the start?
Yes.
Correct. No one had my motive video, but me, the video's intended recipient. I have no idea why.
The fuck's going on?
But that's not possible, Monokuma. What the hell's going on? Hey, you know, I had to bring this up earlier because it's been bugging me for a while. All this talk about videos being switched, what does that mean exactly? Yeah, don't play dumb. You're the ones who switched up all the motive videos.
No, no.
No, I didn't. Huh? Oh, was I not supposed to ask that? Did you cubs screw up again,
Huh?
Not supposed to.
Dumbass!
It's all Monophone's fault. She passed them out without checking the names. What? I didn't know. Monotero should have checked the names too. Wait a minute. I don't even remember passing out any videos. It was my fault.
Eh?
What?
I'm sorry.
I apologize. I should have been more careful. Monodown once again. Weaponized incompetence. Who are you? You soulless little, with your soulless little whites for eyes. No, Monodam, it's not your fault.
Okay.
It's all our fault. I'm sorry too. Yeah? It seems I misunderstood. I completely forgot that the plan all along was to redistribute the videos. Get some nice little social dynamics going. It's not your fault at all, kids. It's my fault for forgetting.
Hey.
Thank goodness.
What?
What the hell is this mushy feel-good crap?
You stupid.
You're all idiots. I'm through getting along with you dummy bears.
Well now.
I'm sorry to cause so much trouble. Please continue your boring conversation.
I see. The Monocubs really distributed the motive videos at random. Receiving my own video was nothing more than bad luck.
Oh, I see.
So you just watched without knowing why it was given to you?
Hey!
What was in your video?
What's wrong?
Well, you promised to tell us everything.
Yes.
I will tell you the truth, in its entirety, but I doubt that everyone will believe it.
So,
If that's the case, why don't we all watch the motive video together?
That's right.
Yes, that would be much better. Let's hurry before Daddy gets bored again. How thorough of you. Yes, yet I suppose it is better this way. Perhaps the truth will be easier to believe if you witness it with your own eyes.
After Kurumi had spoken, the Monocubs began playing the video. Kurumi Tojo's motive video.
by popular demand, it's time for the motive video! Who's the most important person in your life? And now, without further ado, Kirumi Tojo, the ultimate maid. With clients in politics and finance, this elite maid is renowned for completing any request.
Okay.
One fateful day, she was suddenly summoned by one of her most influential clients, the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister, eh? Okay.
The Prime Minister had a request of utmost importance. He requested that she use her talent as the ultimate maid to serve her country.
How so?
He asked Kirumi to
make this country great again,
and transferred all his authority to her.
Wait, what? Prime Minister abdicated? Wait, Kurumi's the Prime Minister now? Or at least holds the powers of the office?
No one suspected that the Prime Minister's new secretary was secretly running the country.
Okay. What?
And over time, she became the de facto Prime Minister.
So are we all guilty of treason now?
Only Kirumi could save the country from impending doom. Yes, the future of the country rests entirely on her capable shoulders. But Kirumi is up to the task, for she only accepts requests that only she can fulfill. She is driven by the belief that her citizens are the most important people in her life. Oh, and while we're on the subject of those important people, an unfortunate event will soon befall those vermin and sheeple. What event, you ask? It's a secret. Find out for yourself.
So, when you said we would regret our decision, you're implying that we doomed the entire nation of Japan to befall a terrible calamity. Okay, yeah, that's not great.
Huh?
It can't be.
What?
What the hell? The Prime Minister?
Yes.
Everything you just saw is true, though I only remembered it upon watching that video.
Remembered?
Wait!
Please hold on. That video is true?
What is this?
That's ridiculous. There's no way Kurumi's really the Prime Minister.
I do not agree.
No, it is the truth. I am Kurumi Tojo, the Ultimate Maid, and the most important people to me
This is my
are the
selfless
citizens
devotion.
of this country.
I was called upon to lift the country out of a dire situation. I swore to serve and help all its citizens. As the ultimate maid, I have advised politicians many times in the past. But he wanted me to prioritize saving the country from an unprecedented crisis.
Now, could this be the same crisis that, like, every Danganronpa game is about? Perhaps the most awful, tragic, horrible event in human history?
I fully accepted this request. As a maid, it is a great honor to serve the nation itself.
And I suppose once you found that out, you were duty-bound to get out of here so you could get back to your duties.
What did I do?
You're literally confusing the shit out of me, because this makes no sense, and I gotta take a dump.
I see.
I see. So Kurumi was the real Prime Minister running the country behind the scenes. Huh? How can you seriously believe that a high schooler could be Prime Minister?
You really don't get
I don't think it's odd that an ultimate level talent could be that powerful. I mean, Keyboy's talent lets him pretend to be human even though he's a heartless robot.
How rude!
How rude! I am not pretending. I am still learning.
I see.
I see. Well, good luck, I guess.
Incredible.
I was aware of Kurumi's impressive talents, but Prime Minister?
But...
Then Kurumi really is Prime Minister? She hold burden of country's future?
Actually,
The motive video aside, Kurumi doesn't seem like she'd lie about something like that.
yoo-hoo!
Hey, I get that Kurumi is really important, but what was that unprecedented crisis?
I do not know.
I don't know, actually. Why can't I remember?
With our memories lost.
That's...
Wait, isn't this just like the Ultimate Hunt?
That is correct.
Perhaps it is connected to the Ultimate Hunt.
Huh?
Biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Yeah, that's the one.
The Ultimate Hunt is connected to this unprecedented crisis facing the nation.
That's true. How are they connected? What is this Ultimate Hunt anyway?
I do not know.
I do not know what is happening to the nation while I'm here inside this end wall. That is why I needed to know. I needed to know that the most important people in my life were safe.
This is my selfless devotion.
Because I am duty and honor bound to protect every citizen in this nation.
My apologies.
That is why I needed to escape.
If so...
So you weighed our lives against the lives of everyone else in the nation.
But
If those are the options, of course you'd pick everyone outside, right? There's just too many lives at stake out there.
We just stopped Kurumi from doing that because we were selfishly wanted to live.
I don't like that.
What should we do? Did we just make a terrible mistake? Everyone outside dies because Kurumi is dead.
Why?
Does that mean we pretty much destroyed the country? What do we do?
Wait!
Say, what's Monokuma's planning to do with the rest of humanity? You know how many people live in this country? Like 100 million, easily. Around that, yeah.
Always messing around.
And how powerful the mastermind is, there's no way they could really...
Bears do not fly.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I used to think that, like, it's a high school girl, can't have been that bad what she did. Yeah.
Bears do not lie.
Hey,
I am the ruler of this world. Nothing is beyond my power. Why is this world in the, like, pay attention to this world, or to this word? font.
Huh?
Nothing is beyond your power. What kind of arrogant, ridiculous...
100%.
That is 100% a lie. It is impossible that he could bring disaster to a country.
What are you trying to pull?
What's so funny?
Cuz.
You guys act like you can't believe it, but you're all terrified anyway. If you can't believe it, then you're terrified for no reason. Why do humans lie? Why are humans the only animal that tells lies? I guess that's kind of true in a sense. Like, lying is kind of a spoken word sort of deal, but there's a lot of animals that deceive. Just sort of lie adjacent, at least.
Shut up!
Hey, cut it out! This is serious! How long are you gonna keep talking about Karumi? Let's talk about Ryoma. It would be a shame to completely neglect him.
Oh, I see.
That's right, we know your motive to kill, but why did you kill Ryoma specifically? I guess it probably didn't matter, more or less.
That is...
Because he was easy to kill.
Huh?
Easy to kill.
Weird.
Ryoma not weak. When he used his Shukuchi method, even Gontano could catch.
I do not agree.
His physical strength was irrelevant when he did not have a reason to live.
Do you agree?
Without that, he became the weakest among us.
Huh?
What?
I took advantage of his weakness and killed him.
What do you mean?
That is...
I told him I had urgent matters to discuss and to meet in the research lab on the 3rd floor. There I revealed my motive video, and afterward I told him,
That is correct.
I am responsible for the life of every citizen of this nation, so I must escape this place. Oh, did he let you kill him? He then responded,
Got it.
So you got a reason to survive. That's the complete opposite of me. That's good.
Your...
If you got something to live for, it means your life has value.
After he said that, he told me he would clean up the tennis balls lying around.
And then, he turned his back toward me.
I see. So he didn't, like, necessarily agree to it, but there's the implication.
At that moment, my determination solidified. A person like him would have noticed my bloodthirst emanating. He already knew. He forfeited his life right then and there. That is correct.
That is when I decided I must sacrifice his life for my nation and my people.
Then
Ryoma knew he was going to be killed.
But...
Wait a minute, it's Maki's fault that Ryoma decided he didn't want to live anymore.
What? Because...
He only gave up on life after you showed him his motive video. Well, since you didn't watch his motive video, I guess you had no way of knowing.
What are you talking about?
What's your point?
Wait!
Wait a minute, you're talking as if Ryoma saw that motive video. Didn't you just say he only checked the name and didn't watch the video? Huh? Did I say that?
Huh?
What are you getting at?
Well, you know...
I probably shouldn't say anything, but someone has to step up and speak for poor Ryoma.
I told you.
Again, what's your point? That he gave up on life because I showed him his motive video?
I'll get to that in a sec, but why do you think Ryoma wants to just see his motive video?
Because he's looking for a reason to live, isn't that right, Maki?
Why?
How do you know that?
What?
Swap motive videos. Didn't we agree not to show them to each other?
Yeah, I remember. Because once you watch him, you've got a motive to kill. But if it shows someone important to me, I'd really like to see that.
Hey.
Any idea who will be in the video?
No.
I don't. That's why I want to see it. Once I know I've got someone important to me, I'll have a reason to live.
Jeez.
If I've got a reason to live, then I've got a reason to escape here with you guys.
In other words...
In other words, that video might just give me a motive to live.
Please.
So please.
That's true.
You're right, he was looking for a reason to live.
Well, you know...
Which means you shouldn't have shown him his motive video in the first place.
Hey!
What do you mean? What did his video show? Oh, did it show nothing?
Ah.
Nothing.
His motive was empty.
Huh?
empty.
Okie dokie.
Oh, we're up next. Let's give it a watch, shall we? Are we just gonna watch all these? It's gonna take a while.
All right, back by popular demand, it's time for the motive video. Who's the most important person in your life? And now, without further ado, this message is for Ryoma Hoshi, the ultimate tennis pro. Unfortunately, there is no one in the world who is important to you.
Sheesh.
I'm so sorry. Really, I am. You have my deepest sympathies. Sorry. Sorry.
Ouch. No one? No one was important to him?
Always messing around.
So that's what he was shown? If he saw something like that. He had none to care for, none who cared for him. He found no motive to live. Because of that, he chose to let Kurumi take his life.
I see.
So that's why. Must have just watched that video before I summoned him to meet with me.
It can't be.
He just gave up then.
Damn.
To hell with that damn moron!
But...
It is bad to have no reason to live, but it's also bad to have too many reasons to live.
Because...
That's why you did such a terrible thing, right, Kurumi? For too many reasons.
Yes.
You are free to judge me for killing Ryoma. I would bear the burden of being seen as evil for the sake of my nation and its people.
For everyone.
Because that is what it means to serve with selfless devotion. That's why I needed to survive. Sacrificing you all meant saving the lives of men, women, children, and elderly.
My apologies.
I wanted to live.
Kurumi. Monokuma, Gonta have question.
You need something?
Oh, what is it?
Hey.
Can Gonta be blackened instead of Kurumi? I mean, it's admirable, but I don't think that's how the game works, unfortunately.
Huh?
What?
Gonta.
Gonta not smart boy, but even Gonta understand what everyone's saying. Kurumi should live, not Gonta. World needs her.
I was thinking the same thing. I don't want to die, but Kurumi's life is way more valuable than mine. Kurumi's got the lives of hundreds of millions of people on her shoulders, right?
Unfortunately.
Logically, Kurumi's survival would result in fewer casualties than our collective survival would. Jeez, maybe it would have been better if we'd gotten the culprit wrong.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Oh, man.
Kurumi survives and the nation's future will be secure. Then, what's the point of me doing all this? I never reveal the truth. What have I done? Was I wrong? I shouldn't have.
Shuichi!
What kind of face is that, Shuichi? If you're my sidekick, then suck it up!
Huh?
What?
Hey!
That goes for all of you. To hell with all this value of life shit.
Alright.
Life's not just some thing. You can't trade it or put a price on it. Kaito.
Listen up.
And your life doesn't just belong to you. It's for your parents, your grandparents, your friends, even your neighbors.
I mean...
It's not something you can just decide to throw away on your own.
Don't worry about it.
So we didn't do the wrong thing. Life's purpose is to be lived. As long as you stay alive, anything's possible. You can even go to the stars.
Of course.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I want to live. I haven't even traveled to space yet. There's no way in hell I'm gonna die here.
That idiot's talking again.
But he's right. I mean, you're right too. He is an idiot, but he's right. Taika, quit just flapping in the wind. Have some convictions.
So divine.
Yep, he is a damned idiot.
I don't know why, but idiots always fill me with inspiration. Shut up! Hey, shut up! I told you to stop calling me an idiot.
But...
Maybe his stupid speech is just what we needed to hear. Kurumi certainly looks shaken by it. Huh? Shaken?
Because?
You really think someone as desperate to live as Kurumi would give up so easily? Of course not. In fact, she probably still hasn't given up even now. She was hoping that learning the truth would make one of us volunteer to die in her place.
Huh?
What?
But Monica would never allow a black to escape punishment, so maybe she wanted everyone to rebel so she could use that as cover to escape on her own. How about it, Kurumi? Am I close? You are the most detestable cretin I've ever met. You knew exactly what I would attempt, yet allowed me to explain it anyway.
Huh?
Wait, what he just said was true?
You mean?
You tried to trick Gonta? Tried to trick everyone?
Really?
Seriously, you backstabbing cunt?
Cut it out.
Enough, she was just trying to stay alive in her own way. Nobody can blame her for that.
That is correct.
That's right, I must survive. Because I carry the weight of an entire nation on my shoulders. I would not have killed Ryoma if I was so easily deterred. This request will not be fulfilled until I have brought joy to every citizen of this nation.
You must live.
So no matter what, I cannot die. That is why I killed Ryoma. Even now, I refuse to give up.
Huh?
Kurumi.
I see.
You still refuse to give up? So what do you intend to do?
You must live.
I intend to live. But by what means? I must survive, no matter what it takes. If I must debase myself, so be it. I would drink filth and eat carrion to survive.
I will survive!
I will do anything, anything to survive! She screamed and she started running. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was a completely undignified exit.
I have to escape. I won't die here.
There's no way I'm letting you out of here. It was ugly and raw and feral. She just ran as fast as she could. I heard my voice call out. Run!
Damn it!
Run, Kurumi!
Please run!
Hurry!
Run, please, hurry!
Damn.
Hurry, run!
Hey,
Like I said, I'm not letting you leave.
please!
Please, run!
I will live. I refuse to die in a hellhole like this.
Now then, I've prepared a special punishment for Kirumi Tojo, the ultimate maid.
For my nation. For my people.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I will not
die! Oh. What's this? Strand of Agony. Oh. I guess at least you got gloves? Oh. Oh. I think the cruelest punishments are the ones where there's like some oh. Where they're actually actively doing something, trying to like
Really?
Why Monodam? Why did you kill Monosuke?
It's okay.
If you need to vomit, let it out. You will feel much better afterward.
Monosuke was no different from Monokid. He was getting in the way of us getting along.
It's fine.
We don't need him.
Yeah?
Don't need him?
Let's get along.
We few remaining Mono Cubs must get along.
We are all friends.
No matter what, we must always get along. Not even Father can stop us from getting along.
I will not forgive that.
Not if he knows what is good for him.
Huh?
Wonderful.
This academy belongs to us. The age of the Mono Cubs begins now. Ha, 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 ha. What the heck? How dare you take a rebellious tone with me, young man? And yet this angsty attitude of yours is just so cute. It's so cute how your little crew was shrunk one by one member. Yep, shrunk. You're not getting any larger, you know? It's so unbearably cute. All this cuteness makes me feel like I'm about to sneeze. You got a problem there, Monokuma?
How horrible!
Hey, bitch! Ugly bitch? He blew up? You calling an ugly bitch?
Stop it!
Doesn't matter, now's not the time for that. Kurumi.
I don't like that.
I can't take this anymore. Even Kurumi was killed so brutally. I don't want to do this anymore. Am I gonna end up like that too?
I'll protect you.
How did that happen, Himiko? I'll protect you no matter what. I'll protect you no matter what. But I don't want to do this anymore either. Please, let's just stop this killing game. I don't care if we stay trapped here forever.
Come on, come on.
Oh, isn't that what Atua said?
Cause Atua says so.
All desire, even your desire to escape this place, can corrupt you beyond redemption. It's Monokuma who is corrupt. He is the one who distributed the motive videos.
I see, yes.
Those videos are more dangerous than we thought. To have driven Kurumi that far.
That's true.
What worries me is as long as we're trapped here, we don't know what's true or false.
Okay.
That must be why Kurumi did not want to show the videos. She thought that if everyone felt the same murderous rage that she did, this killing game would be pure chaos. She wanted to stop it.
Hey!
That's because we really shouldn't show our videos to each other.
Of course!
That was our consensus from the beginning, not including you, of course.
However...
I had assumed Kokichi would try to show us our videos to get under our skin. But that did not come to pass. What I wonder were his intentions. I never do anything like that. I'm still thinking about what Kurumi said. What Kurumi said? Everything you just saw is true, though I only remembered it upon watching that video. Oh, the videos could be the key to getting our memories back further. What she said earlier. Correct.
Huh?
Oh, what about it? She said she remembered, and it didn't sound like a lie either.
I see.
Maybe that video had the properties of a flashback light, if it made her remember.
What?
Huh? The properties of a flashback light?
Okay.
Still, how could Kurumi remember something she never should have forgotten? Serving the entire nation seems too important for her to just forget. Yeah, that's true. Does that mean we have motives to kill that we'll remember watching our videos? If that's the case, maybe it's for the best that we don't watch the videos. But the truth, we can't protect ourselves from the truth. We have to look it in the eye. As long as we don't see the videos, we won't know our motives.
Okay.
Yeah, now I'm convinced it's probably for the best. Those motive videos would mess us up. It's better if we just believe in each other.
Yeah.
That's right, it's best that we not remember our motives for everyone's sake. I would like some more memories back, though. At least me. Like, I'm not gonna kill anyone based on what I see in a video. Like, come on, I'm not that weak-willed. And I, as the ultimate detective, I need to have information so I can piece this whole situation together. So at least let me see my video, yeah?
Hearing you speak of everyone's sake is the least believable lie I've ever heard.
That's so mean.
Hey, rude, I'm always doing stuff for everyone's sake.
It's a lie.
I'm sure you won't believe me when I say stuff like that, so I'll just keep lying. But maybe seeing Karumi's final moments has made me change my views.
Because?
She tried to escape until the very end. Her only way to live might not be a bad idea. Didn't really work out, though.
You're right.
Maybe facing the truth isn't enough.
That's right.
Yeah, true, it's okay to run sometimes. You just gotta win in the end. That's all you gotta do. And with that, the second class trial ended for us. A Pyrrhic victory. We'd still lost a friend. What is the end Kaito spoke of? And how do we reach it? I don't know. I still don't know. When we returned from the courtroom, the area was already blanketed in darkness.
For now,
We should rest. To me, that seems the most rational course of action.
You're right.
Yeah, my brain's out of juice from going full throttle all day.
Why, you?
I even have a brain to use.
I won't forgive you!
Anyway, this killing game is over. I won't allow it to go on.
It'll be okay.
It'll be fine as long as we listen to Atua. We'll all be just fine.
What's wrong?
What's wrong, Gonta? Why are you staring up at the sky?
It's just, even when all this bad stuff happens, stars are always so pretty. Gonta. Like, I know we're trying to, like, raise the mood, but, like, stars, celestial balls of plasma, light years away from us, they can't help us, they can't save us, they don't even know we exist. We're down here, trapped on this godforsaken planet. Out of the view of anything, anyone that could help us. You're just looking up at the stars, looking up at all the universe we can't reach right now. Looking up at what could be if we're trapped here. That's a motive in and of itself. But stars here are different. Not the same ones Gonta used to. Okay, so we're in the southern hemisphere. Alright, good to know. Different? Did you mean the position of the stars? Yeah, Gonta looking, but no confined star he remembers. Okay, I guess that just, again, means we're on in the southern hemisphere, basically. Because, yeah, Japan is in the northern hemisphere.
Why?
But why? Were we taken somewhere far away? Far away?
Hey, so...
Let's all head back already. I'm wiped out. Why is Gonta the one noticing that? Shouldn't Kaito have noticed that first? He's an astronaut. And I guess maybe just never looked up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey!
Hold on, I have to tell you guys something. I should at least ask Kaito, like, hey, Gonta says these aren't the stars. That probably means the southern hemisphere stars, but could you take a look just to tell us?
Huh?
What now? Like I said, I'm wiped out. No, it won't take that long, so just listen to what I have to say.
What is it?
Well then, what is this that you have to say?
Everyone seems to be treating me like some kind of compulsive liar.
You get it?
Well, that's ridiculous. There's a way worse liar than me in our group.
Huh?
A liar worse than you. Okay. I am Takamaki. And her testimony regarding Ryama was key to solving the case.
Huh?
What?
What?
What do you mean Maki's a liar? Maki admitted it during the class trial, remember? Ryama wanted her to show him his motive video because he was looking for a reason to live.
Well, you know.
But that wasn't the whole story. Ryama was blackmailing you, wasn't he, Maki?
Huh?
Blackmail? Ryama just so happened to discover Maki's true identity. Which is why she's so secretive about her room. So use that to blackmail her. I bet he said something like, oh, if you don't show me my motive video, I'll tell everyone what you really are. Well, that's why Maki didn't want us to know she met with Ryama.
Which means...
She wanted to keep her true identity a secret. That's why she kept quiet until the last minute.
Hold on!
Why you? What shit are you making up now? Maki's true identity? What? I've known Maki's true identity the whole time. Ooh. Scary Maki. For a moment there, I thought Maki had disappeared. She moved so fast. You know what? I'm in support of this.
You know, this is an interesting turn of events.
Alright, Maki, if he's lying, you can prove him wrong by just showing us your room.
Would you really kill me in front of everyone?
Hey, Maki, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, you can probably snap my neck like a twig right now. But that's not your style. You would rather kill from the shadows.
Oh, what is she? Ultimate Assassin?
Right, Miss Ultimate Assassin?
Ooh. Okay. Is this true? Oh, I guess we'll find out next time. Alright, so thin line divides heaven and hell. Indeed. To be continued. Gloves. And yeah, Ultimate Assassin, it does fit her personality more so. Two of your favorites died this chapter. Yeah, it's rough. I was getting to know Kurumi too. Oh well. Gotta get to know my other people that I'm working on before they die too. Who are you? So what? We currently have relationship points with Angie mainly, so we might try to finish her up in this next stream. And then we dabbled in Mew and Kaito. Although I really do, and especially with the Ultimate Assassin, no wonder you couldn't do any free time events with Maki this chapter, because they'd be so incoherent if, right, you can't square that circle of an event under the pretense you're the ultimate child caregiver versus under the pretense of like, oh, actually no, you're just the ultimate assassin. Okay, that makes sense from a gameplay limitations perspective. But no, I definitely kind of want to go talk to Maki a bit, hang out with her a bit too, so maybe we'll focus Angie and Maki next time, we'll see. Anyway, we got gloves. We're gonna save. It'll be in like 6.5 hours. Man, remember back in Danganronpa 1 when like the streams were like reliably always 4 hours long? I mean, I like the game, but I kind of base my stream life around the idea that the streams are going to be roughly 4 hours long, and that was not the case here. But it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, as for what else is going on, speaking of streams, this week we only have one other stream this week, but it's going to be fun. If you like this stream, tune in tomorrow because we are going to be playing the 100-line Last Defense Academy, which is not sure if not really a spiritual successor to Danganronpa, but it's worked on by at least one of the main like guys behind Danganronpa. So should be similar, should be fun. We're playing the demo of it to be clear, but as I understand it, because it's coming out next week, I think. But as I understand it, the demo is basically just like the first few days of the game or something, and save data should transfer to the actual game from the demo. So basically, you can think of it like, yeah, we're playing the demo, but we're basically kind of just getting a week head start on the game because we're planning on streaming that one too. So yeah. Anyways, though, thanks for joining me today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And until next time, I've been CMeeCraft, and I'll catch you in the next stream and/or video. Goodbye.